All right, today's gonna be a fun day. We're going to watch a show called Dev Hour. It's a once in a blue moon YouTube series that Mortdog does when he meets up with other of the senior game designers in TFT, and they go down memory lane. They talk about things like the designs of champions and things that happened in previous sets and lessons that they learned, and also kind of recount some of maybe the design challenges, also maybe even like reflect on some inner stories or behind the scenes stories that we wouldn't have heard otherwise. So I think it's really fun. So last time, Dev Hour 1, they did every one cost in the game, but that was a while ago, and we've had more sets since. And so for Dev Hour 2, they're going to do all the 2 costs, every 2 cost they've ever had, which is really fun to think about, because if you have played some of these sets, it'll be really fun to go back down memory lane. But then if you haven't played the sets, it'll be fun to learn about new champion designs or rather the champion designs will be new to you, and maybe hear about some of the insights of how they approached it. So for example, one of the early iconic ones that I thought about was Blitzcrank, like the two cost Blitzcrank hook at the very beginning in set 1, right? What do they think about Blitzcrank hooks now? Because they turned that into an item and then they took it out of the game, so on and so forth. So there's going to be a lot of fun things about that. Can Bryce join? Wait, Bryce, do you want to actually watch this with me? They go down every single 2 cost, Mortdog, Wittrock, and Chaemirix. I mean, if you have time, it's 2 hours long. The thing is, it's gonna be more than 2 hours, because I'm gonna pause and talk about it and rant and maybe like disagree about things from time to time, but you can be there in 2 minutes. Okay, all right, we're gonna get started here in just a sec. In the meantime, we're going to have after this, we're going to also do an OCE first patch look at 14.8. As you guys know, I've made an OCE count that I play on a bi-weekly basis, and I get to test out all kinds of builds, so we'll get to do that. The video is 4 hours. Yeah, it's 4 hours, but we're gonna break it down into 2 parts. Let's not watch it all in one go, because that's kind of intense, don't you think? So let's watch part 1 today, and then we'll watch part 2 some other time. And then if anybody wants to watch it in one go, you feel free. But watch it all. You want to watch it all tonight, dude? I don't have time. Who has all the time to do that? I just watched your newest video. I'm definitely hitting challenge now. Awesome. Good to hear. I can run chat polls for every 2 costs. I mean, that'd be really cool. What kind of casual did Frodan become? Look, okay. All right. If it's going well, and we're blasting through it, maybe we'll go all 4 hours. We'll see. It's not that I'm not going to stream. It's just I want to play the new patch. Do you guys want to not look at the new patch at all? Is that what it is? We have to give up one or the other. If we do all 4 hours, then we're not going to be able to play some games. So yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and pull up. Let me see. Here we go. So I have a view just for Dev Hour. I'll make chat a little bit smaller here so you guys can participate. Boom. The new patch isn't out yet. It is on OCE. It is on the OCE. Does Iron OCE even count? Wait, what, Ash? I am Silver 4 on OCE. Huh? Hello? Don't you want me to try out the new 4 costs? Plus, it's that, or you watched me reroll Yone. It's your choice. Your choice. Okay, I'm waiting for Bryce to see if we can get started here in just a moment. I'm going to join my co-stream thing. Stream this. Okay. Logging on. All right, sounds good. Yeah. I mean, it's the Glazer. So for people who...
Yo, sorry
what
I
up?
crashed the party at the last minute, but this timing was like perfect. I just finished work.
That's great. Let me get your reactive up. How you been? Real quick.
I've been great. I've been super productive at work because I didn't enjoy the patch at all, so I just stopped playing. And so now I'm caught up on work, and I'm excited for the next patch.
Awesome. All right. You got Bryce's reactive. Say something real quick.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Boom, the technology.
Cam if you want, but if you want us to react to that,
I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you because I don't know if you. Okay, so there's 2 parts to this. It's 2 hours long for both videos. I thought I was gonna do 1 part today, but people are like, dude, you're gonna probably want to watch both. So we'll see. But
I can go as late as like 7:30, and I have to take a dinner break at some point. But otherwise, I'm down.
Okay. Saint, thank you for the raid, buddy. Saint viewers, we're about to do. Oh, this is actually a good treat. If you guys have watched Saint Vicious, first of all, you're probably on the older side. Second of all, you probably have played TFT since the very beginning. We're about to do Dev Hour Watch Party, which is Mortdog, Wittrock, and Chaemirix, 3 senior designers at TFT. I mean, these are 3 of the highest ranked designers for TFT who have been there since pretty much the beginning. I don't know if they're there for the very, very beginning where they first made TFT, but I think they were there basically from the beginning. And they rank all the 2 costs. Last time they did all the 1 cost. And since then, they've had more sets. And now they're going to do all the 2 costs. And they're going to do some fun trips down memory lane. Plus, maybe some insights on behind-the-scenes stuff that we haven't seen before.
Man, I am hyped for this. I didn't know this video existed. I'm so excited to watch this shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's that or we reroll Yone a few times on stream. But I think I'm going to do this.
No, this is like 100,000 times better.
All right. I have captions on as well, so.
Riot Mort here.
Oh.
And it's finally time. Dev Hour episode 2, where we go over every 2-cost TFT.
And Bryce, if you ever need to pause, just let me know.
And make a tier list out of them.
Sounds good.
And I am joined by the same special guest, but just in case anybody missed Dev Hour episode 1, Witty, you want to introduce yourself?
Wittrock.
Oh, it'll surely only take an hour.
Yeah.
I'm Wittrock. I also go.
Wait, he said this is gonna take an hour?
He's joking. He knows going in there's no shot.
Okay.
Recently, and I don't know. I do a lot of gameplay stuff. There's some artifacts that are coming out soon.
Ooh, can't wait.
Or already out. I don't know.
How do you feel about these
No,
artifacts?
they won't be out yet.
Oh, no comment on that because I'm gonna do a fun game show around it in a couple weeks.
Oh, fun. Okay.
Which I don't know if you want to be part of. We'll talk more.
And,
Yeah, as long as I'm around, I'm down.
helping out every set. So
Nice. All right. Well, like I said, this is going to take forever, so let's just dive right into it. This is every 2 cost. Now,
okay. Before we begin, we skipped over it, but this is Chaemirix. This guy was the lead on set 4 and set 6, 2 of the most well-received TFT sets ever. And now he's also a mercenary. He's a floating dev that helps out on other people. Or on other sets, rather. So this guy is basically goated in TFT history.
And to be clear, he's only ever done 4 and 6, right?
Yeah. And then he's only, like, for example, on set 9, his job was to work on all the different Rise variations, like all the legendary Rise variants for each region. And that was like, and that's why Rise was so cool, man. Giovanni was spearheading that. So.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, really cool. Although I'm down to give this guy a swing at another full set at some point because this guy has 2 bangers and no blemishes. The no blemishes is almost as impressive as the 2 bangers.
Yeah. We'll see. I hope so as well. Let's go ahead and dive into it because I don't want to stall too long.
2 costs are weird, by the way, and I think of all the lists, this is going to be the hardest because for a long time we hadn't really defined what a 2 cost was.
Yeah, some of the OG
so they kind of like
costs.
jumped all over the place for a while there. So, and I think our idea of what makes a good 2 cost has changed, and I don't know. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, there are a lot of bad 2 costs back in the day.
A lot, like a ton.
A lot of bad 2 costs.
I think we've got a couple that we're pretty confident are like this is good 2 cost territory, but I think we still experiment in this space a little bit. So
okay.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting to judge them.
A lot of weirdos. We're gonna see some comparisons.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
especially now that they're trying to put in the like augment design space with it as well.
All right, right off the
exactly,
bat,
hero augments.
Lissandra. Now, it's funny because this one has a cool history.
Lissandra.
This was the unit I always remember that when I first joined the team, we were she's purposely supposed to be terrible.
She was purposely trying to be terrible.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was one of the set 1 units. There was a handful that were like, they're bad, but they're bad so that some other thing can be really strong.
What? Why?
It's the Elementalist Golem.
Very, very earliest version of mech where it was like, you have to hit
and
like,
the Golem was
very
so
specific
strong.
units and you get this powerful thing.
Yeah. The Elemental's Golem was basically the summon of the set, like KO'd this set in set 11 right now. And so, I didn't realize that she was bad on purpose.
Right, and so
I didn't know that either.
Style of like stun a target, do some AOE damage. I think we could do it again. I don't know about the like if below half, do it on herself because then you want a frontliner business to it. So That kind of puts it down to C specifically for this version of it, I think, for me. Maybe D as well.
All
Low
right.
C probably.
I'll put it in
C
C.
tier.
I like that, but I don't like it on
Hard to
a 2
argue
cost.
with.
Like if this was
Exactly.
a 4 cost, I'd be like, what a good kit. But it's a 2 cost. It's so
Yeah.
complicated for a 2 cost.
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
say that this is the
The,
first
like
unit
like the fact that she froze herself
reset
sometimes if she was below half LP
can
didn't really
like
make
some
sense.
form of lifesteal or whatever.
For sure.
Or sustain, because she would just keep healing up and using it on herself over and over.
Yep. All right. Ari. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't remember this Ari. What was this Ari?
Didn't she just throw an orb?
This is just straight up
Yeah.
Q orb RE,
Yeah,
magic damage
just
on
threw
the
an
way
orb.
out, true damage on the
Yeah.
way back, and this was it within the context of the set 1 like smaller board. So this was
Oh right.
I think this may have been the first like Vel'Koz hex. Like, oh,
Yeah.
maybe I don't put it
Was
in the
this
back
the
Well, yeah,
one
row.
that
because
was
I remember it as like
positioning
the
hack?
reprint that will come up to later, but I didn't
Sorry?
realize that was the same one.
Remember
Okay.
the original Sox
Yeah,
positioning
this was
hack
fixed
unit? Was this
exclusively.
No, that was
Ari?
set 3. That was set 3.
Set 3, okay.
Yeah.
Move further up.
Oh,
more
these are
chance
all
to
set
hit the
1.
back
Oh,
line.
okay.
Yeah.
Cared a lot about angle sort of stuff. B to me.
Okay.
I'm in a similar boat. I do think that when we talk about like TFT as it exists now, the idea of taking what are normally fragile characters and purposely putting them first or second row is not something we like to do as much anymore. But generally,
Warmog's
I'm like,
Ari.
positive on it. I'd also put it as B with some changes, caveats for what.
I'm
what we
surprised you
learned,
didn't just
basically.
buff it to get to a point where it
I'm
was.
not. Like, I'll leave it
Yeah.
in B tier, but I'm not a fan of this. Like, it's so unintuitive for players. Be like, oh yeah, just put Ari in the second row, no problem. By the way, her range is 4. Like, I don't know. It's so weird, but
But I like stuff like
all right.
that.
Yeah.
Blitzcrank, the only 2 cost to ever have a unique trait.
S. This is an
What?
S tier unit. This
What?
is definitely my first
Oh
S.
man.
Oh no! What?
You
This
think
guy
Blitzcrank's an S
defined the
tier?
game for kind of early TFT and introduced a lot of players to positioning.
Oh my
I think this
god.
was also the
Oh
best.
my
Like we're gonna
God.
see a bunch of versions of this Blitzcrank, right?
Yeah.
But the set 1 version was the one where he wasn't default included in any comp.
Yeah, 'cause he had no
like,
traits,
There was
basically.
5 bruisers, I think, and
Yeah.
bruiser only went up to 4, and so you had to like go out of your way to play him. You would tech him in. I don't know, I thought this made set 1 like way more interesting.
Okay. Giovanni.
So it's difficult because the further we go back, the more we are, I think, kind of taking elements of what they were at the time, but also elements of what they would be now and making a comparison. We've reprinted this multiple times, so
Yep.
clearly
Yeah.
it must be, or was a good spell at some point.
Yep.
Would we print this again? I don't think so.
No, I don't think people would
and
want
so
to print
for
it
me,
now.
It's one
No.
of those like A tier for the time, but we probably aren't going to reprint it.
I'm gonna keep it at high A tier. I don't think it quite deserves S. But the thing I will give credit for, by the way, I think this was the first threat. Like,
yeah.
because like what you were saying,
Ah,
Woody,
the
I
no
think is really
trait
good here. Like,
champions.
the fact that it
I,
didn't
I'm of the belief
have
that there
the
should be a
origin
threat
really
adjacent
helps it a lot.
thing every
And I think
single
is
set.
something that, you
There
know,
should
we need to
be
keep an eye on
units
more.
that are bounced on themselves and not around traits.
Origin
Okay.
isn't even-
I can't. It's hard to disagree with that.
We wouldn't call it
Oh,
out,
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, there's even some controversy about introducing that as a concept of you can cast your spell at the start of combat. That's so
What?
unfair.
Well, you know, just get the robot emblem. Oh wait.
Oh right, yeah. For people who don't know, robot was a trait that said you start at full mana, which is now they just adjust mana
This
values.
was the
but-
shapeshifter.
Yeah, this is before they could do that.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Like, he was the one who started ranged and then jumped in, right?
Think so? My memory of this is very fuzzy.
I don't even remember Jace.
It's
Do you?
definitely
I
like
don't know
ranged
either.
form was get a burst.
I feel
of
old, but like
speed,
some
I
meaningful amount of
think.
this, I need them to start
So
talking about it and be like, oh yeah, that's what that one did.
Knocked them away and then became
right.
range.
Very
Yeah, I
good,
like
thank you.
Braum,
It was
though. They
backwards.
better like
oh, this
Braum.
was so bad. I remember this, and it was like always terrible. Like there was no itemization that worked. Oh, I remember this one now. Yeah.
I just remember shapeshifters were not very good except for one
Also,
patch.
he was in Hex
Yeah.
Tech.
The wild
Yeah.
shapeshifters patch.
There's a lot going
Yeah,
on here.
that
I'm not a
patch.
fan
That
of,
was
so.
the
Yeah.
TwitchCon patch though.
Yeah, that's why
Oh, you're right. You're
it just
right.
goes into like I don't have good things to say about this.
Like
guy,
part of the reason I
so-
did well in that tournament is because
Yeah,
I
think-
played
I
that
think
line a
he's D.
bunch.
I think
He's so
starting
forgettable.
melee
Just
and
put him in
switching
D.
to
Like,
ranged was
who
Yeah,
cares?
I mean, it sounds right. Sounds right.
All right. Braum. This is Shieldy Braum.
I love Braum.
he blocked damage, right? He blocked damage.
And
Yes,
this is
yes,
the
yes.
Set one
It was
version
before
still,
they
right?
really
All-
figured stuff
yeah,
out, so
We're
you could
in
like
Guardian
Giga Tank him.
Glacial.
Yeah.
But I think it was the next set that he's
Oh,
like the one that
dude.
got.
I'm a big fan of Hyper.
There was a build you could do with Braum where you could build like Thornmail,
Thornmail, Declaw,
like Warmog or something like that.
It was like OG.
And
best
then he would
DIS
not
tank.
take damage. He would reflect it right back, and it would have a lot of
Yeah.
units kill themselves. It was super funny.
Simple.
Yeah,
He's
this
got
unit was
really
cool.
Great visuals for it. You can appreciate him. He has.
But I think that was
windows of
set
weakness.
one
He
as well,
doesn't
Diamond
fully
King.
rack
I
up
think
off
set
of
one
it.
I think it was both.
It's
Yeah,
just
but I
both,
think
both,
set two.
both.
I think set two is when it really found that
Yeah,
identity.
set 2 was when it was good. Set 1 was a
Yeah.
meme.
Two cost, but
Yeah.
I think it could still be a 2-cost spell.
So I'll drag this down to B for me, in part because there's a bunch of weirdness that I think people maybe don't remember or didn't realize. I'm pretty sure this had like Summoner's Rift Braum facing as well.
Yep.
So if you were getting attacked
Yep.
from behind,
It did.
damage reduction.
It did.
I think this blocked missiles, which we didn't do
Oh,
the next
what the
time we
heck?
reprinted it.
Yes.
Oh,
Actually
oh,
suck even more this patch.
And there was the weirdness of like he was terrible with glacial.
Yep.
Guardian was fine, but you know.
Just straight up
So
stops
I'll put it
missile
in
attacks.
B. Like we still
I love it.
Imagine
like,
playing
this
Kindred.
led to a lot of good things.
Dude, early
but
TFT they did some
had also a
wild
bunch
shit
of
with
weird
units.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
with Witty, low B.
That's totally fine for me. I'm definitely thinking of like 4.5
Yes.
Braum.
Right, where we like
just
cleaned it
in-
up. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. No, I get that.
All right, so this goes below RE and B tier.
B
All right,
for Braum.
Lucian.
I feel like
Wait,
one
right,
thing they should do to improve
I'm
this process.
already
Any
gonna
unit they
advocate
reprinted,
for
they should
another
talk about it
S.
all at once. I think.
This
Maybe, yeah.
this I think spawned
Or they might just skip it.
like one of our best patterns that
Yeah.
we just keep repeating
Blue buff.
set over
lock.
set.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
was
2-cost
one of
blue
the,
buff
I think,
holder?
most
Yeah.
clear executions of it as well. Lucian just has a really clear short dash, double tap things.
Yep.
And like this is one of my favorite like opener DPS characters. Playing early noble felt good. Felt really good with gunslinger. Like very least high A, but
What was
he's not
Gunslinger
gonna be
again?
high
Was
S,
that
but I'm
Blade
like,
Was it
Master?
like
Yeah.
wasn't it like
this is lowest.
no, I could have sworn it was like ricocheted shots, like almost early trick shots.
Oh,
very much
trick
agree
shot.
with the general,
Wasn't it?
Like,
Ah,
pattern
I can't
created,
remember.
um,
Oh, no, there
Dude,
were
I'm
Blade
so
Masters in
old.
set
I
1,
was
so you're right,
thinking
It has
IA.
it in.
I could see
It was like trick
low S
shot.
as well. Either way.
I'm in low S as well. I do agree that
This
like
is the
Low
unit
S.
that
it
you
was
would
kind of
put
the
like you would like
quintessential two
put
cost, and we
the
keep coming back
shrink
to it. Like,
item
set
and
11
shit, right?
Kindred is
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
because it would
this.
hit multiple
to some
targets.
extent.
Yeah,
If I had
I remember.
to dumpster a little bit, the whole like half AD, half AP
was multi-
thing is
yes,
kind
yes,
of
you guys were right.
nonsense. But I still think he
Dude,
gets a lot of
multi-shot
credit for
traits with
frankly being ahead
on-hit
of his time,
items.
and a lot of
Yeah.
two costs to this day wish he was as cool as he is. So yeah, I go low S. I'm with you. on
Okay,
this.
okay.
All right, Lulu.
Lulu.
There are problems with this spell that I wouldn't reprint it exactly how it is.
The
But
HP
as
buff?
far as like a 2-cost
Yeah, I
with
think
a
so.
support spell goes, like this is good. I might redo the targeting. We might add some offensive element potentially so it doesn't permanently stall out fights. But like
Ugh,
back in the
yes.
day, like it was a support unit that you were excited to go.
Right,
Like,
a
Rage
true
Blade
support
Shojin,
unit.
Shojin on.
No
Yeah.
offense.
And I think that's awesome. I have
I
a
agree,
lot of
super
fond
cool.
memories of her. So for me, it's like comfortably A tier.
I think you even talked me to S. I think with set
this
one,
is
you have to
the
have
type
some
of unit,
grace
like,
to it.
don't
I
have
think
very
it should
many,
be like a
Yeah.
relativistic
very
ranking.
bad things to say
Otherwise,
about her,
all
other
of
than,
these people should just be fucking C and D tier, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Here,
Because they're so
this
much
was an
better now.
amazing I'm probably high B, I think, but right in that ballpark as well.
I'll put her at low A for now, below Blitzcrank. What I will say is I agree that like we've reprinted this spell in like different ways a couple times, like you said, more modern. But there were some really good memories also of like Deathcap, Sorcerer, Lulu making giant things. Like,
Yeah,
she-
yeah.
for
It would
set
buff
one,
your
she
unit
left
like
some good
crazy.
memories.
So much HP.
Yeah.
And like she didn't not end fight. Like as far as support units go, she actually could kind of end fights in some ways. So I don't know. I think low A is fine.
Lower.
Oh, Witty, Twisted Fate, your secret blue card Easter egg.
Yeah, this is the first champion that we added to set one. I think the very next patch after
Yep.
launch
Yep.
to round out Pirate. We
Oh,
were
that's
like missing
right.
a
They used to
2-cost.
add. That's right.
He was like
Oh,
bizarrely
they
complex
launched
for
one
2
champion at a
cost.
time.
Like this is like
Yeah.
certainly like 3 or
It's like
maybe
pre
some
mid
version
pre
of a
mid
forecast
sets.
pattern.
There'd
in-
just be a
in
patch
modern
and there'd just be
TFT.
new units in the
Um,
patch.
Yep.
I think he was like good in a lot of ways. So I'm probably in.
He'd be
definitely
insane
better
with
than
Morello right
3
now.
To me, I think maybe it's around the same. Like there are drawbacks as well. So
Yeah, what the fuck did
somewhere in
Morello
B
do in
for
set
me.
one?
Yeah, I'd also put him somewhere.
I think it was 100% anti-heal.
Right?
Yeah.
Very strange guy.
It was like
there are
fucking
You didn't
insane.
heal at all.
It's like the parts, it's like interesting, but and there's inconsistencies that I like on lower cost units, but I never fell in love with him by any means. So he just kind of.
I will put him below Ari, above Braum. The thing with him is he's way over complexity budget for a 2-cost. I actually think he was kind of ahead of his time though, in the sense that like if you told me this guy came back,
It's
as
so
a
funny because these
three-cost and
guys'
just
rankings
cycled
is
in
so
order, like red, blue,
like
gold,
game
red, blue,
design
gold,
oriented,
something
and
like
ours
that,
are just
I
very
think it'd
different.
be great.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't revisited the choose a card thing.
Yeah,
I think
choose a
modern
card.
stuff would say
TF sounds
random is
interesting
awful,
still.
right? Just like
Yeah,
guess I
On a
lose because
2-cost
it
as
picked
well.
blue, but you know. But I think for a first champion, not too
He'd
bad.
be a really cool 3-cost,
Alright,
I think, to play
Rek'Sai.
around right now.
yeah, yep.
I was talking to someone about this the other day.
Rek'Sai.
Apparently, nobody remembers this spell.
Isn't it the same as
I
this set's
remember
Rek'Sai?
this. I kind of like this spell. This was go untargetable
dash
briefly,
through?
go underground, heal up a bit,
Yeah.
pop up, knock one unit up, do
Knock
some
a unit up.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
it's
actually
basically the
kinda
same
like
thing.
this spell.
for what was basically supposed to be a tank character.
So, kinda boring.
And
Yeah.
like,
But I just like the I think
you
the
know, kind of
tunneling flavor is
whatever.
fun.
This is probably like somewhere in C for me.
Eh.
I don't think we would reprint this. I don't think.
I
we
mean, you
would
basically did this set.
revisit
but-
this. I didn't really. This might be D
Like
tier for
twice
me.
actually.
Yeah, I think this is D above Jace. The thing is, I definitely remember this spell. I think this was early on where we hadn't really figured out identities, and like you said, like even the fact that you called her a tank, like I don't think that was clear at the time. There were people trying to make.
Oh,
her
true.
DPS
Void was so
carry,
good.
and it did true damage.
I mean,
so the
this
Void
is Void
confused the
Sins.
shit out of you.
I hope that they rated
And I also remember
Acid
this
an
started
S+
the thing
tier.
where, how many
Yeah.
hits in a row did you
Well, I
do
mean,
with
maybe
Rek'Sai?
they're gonna rate based off design.
I think
Yeah,
it was just
they
set
will,
1 and
for
2,
sure.
but yes, you and a few people always memed on me.
I was like,
how
why?
did Rek'Sai make
Yeah.
both set 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Unique silhouette. That's the answer.
I know.
A unique silhouette.
Varus. Which
Interesting.
Varus is this? I could not tell you
That
what
makes
Varus
sense,
this
like
was.
visual
This is
clarity. I never thought about
Q,
that, but that
long
makes tons of sense.
cast,
Yep.
Really?
Go farthest. Yep.
Oh, he
yep.
shoots the arrow. He shoots the arrow.
Okay.
Same as set 2. We did this again. This is like B for me. Maybe
cool.
it's like awkward
Yeah,
and
kinda
unmemorable
cool.
enough, but
Yeah,
like,
unforgettable.
man, maybe that
forgettable,
drops
I
it
mean.
down to C of like it's a weird combination with traits, weird combination with Ranger.
Yeah.
He was the caster Ranger kind of intentionally, but
Right, but like no one itemized him because he was always itemizing Ash or Kindred. Like I remember him basically being just like a trait bot.
Yeah, even in Demon, you didn't want to itemize him.
Yeah.
Uh,
Demons, you
could be a
rather
balance thing
itemize
as well, but at
Aatrox,
the end of the
right?
day, like would I?
Yeah, that sounds
redo
right.
His Q, of course.
I mean,
but
yeah, we've done that.
within-
So
yeah, but within this space that his traits and stuff, it's like C tier. It's like not great. Maybe even lower. I don't know.
all right, I'll put it directly below Lysandra. I don't think it was quite like I said. The spell is solid. It's just yeah, in conjunction with these traits, I agree, it was pretty bad. Shen, this this is a weird one. This is again when we talk about like us learning what the hell a 2-cost is.
Didn't
Shen's
this
a
guy
weird
make
one.
everything dodge?
for whatever reason, I don't remember what spell this was.
Dodge,
Yep.
100% dodge
Yep.
chance.
Yeah, like auto
Wow.
attacks just wouldn't work anymore.
Yeah, but at least it was 100%.
Wow.
So like
100% dodge.
That's right. It was
Let's go.
100%.
This
It was like
one's
an insane early game unit.
Yeah,
That's
it's really weird.
crazy.
It was 100% dodge
Oh my
chance,
God.
actually.
I forgot about
Physical
this.
damage unless you have dodge piercing.
Yep.
Something we would not revisit again. I know,
Dodge piercing.
Dodge
RNG.
piercing. What a
The
mechanic.
idea of like a frontline tank who also supports their nearby allies is like a generally positive thing.
I mean,
to
that's
me.
literally what
In
Shin
a
does
world
right
where
now.
dodge
Yeah.
exists, this is like I'd rather have.
Except
this than
instead of
50%.
dodging, it's
And
damage
so, like,
reduction.
within the
but-
context of the set at the time, especially like as a ninja who could be one off as like a frontline unit and all this stuff, like it's pretty happy.
So
with
all
this,
your 80 champions are juices? Yes, exactly.
in this shape at all.
Exactly.
I was happy with it. This is like
I like listening to this guy talk. I think I wish he would
Yeah,
do more
it's either
content.
the lowest B or the
Chaemirix,
highest
yeah.
C of what
Yeah.
we have right now. Like a lot of pieces that are wrong.
Okay.
But
I'll go high C then because I don't think it's B tier. It'll be the highest C we've got so far. The thing to me is he was a ninja, but he was like the
Oh, so
ninja
7
you
did
never
too, true.
wanted. You couldn't itemize this guy because he had no synergy with items whatsoever. Like he was just you put him in comps because he was well statted because of ninja.
Zed? Oh,
But that
yeah.
was it. I don't know. And like you said, we would literally
no, I
never
think he's talking about
revisit the
Shen,
spell,
so-
which also knocks it
Oh,
down a bunch of pegs to me.
Yeah, the itemization is true because this is, early TFT before set 3, there was not AP scaling on every unit.
Yep.
And if you become 100% immune to physical, you don't want armor.
Right.
And
So,
so,
it's like,
yeah,
what are you
you're-
putting
yeah.
on this guy?
Yeah, so the C tier makes a lot of sense.
Yep. All right, Zed. This spell was throw the star.
this spell was the spell is actively bad. You
Yep.
care
You want him to
almost
auto
not
attack,
about
yep.
him casting
Yep.
it,
Yeah.
but you just want uptime. Like we should have done a pure passive here. Like that would have felt great with Ninja and Assassin. So it's like basic. I want to say D tier and like even low D tier.
Wow.
But like if
This
we had
was
made
kind of
this
cool
spell,
though.
no, I have no.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is somewhere D tier.
Okay.
Yeah, not memorable in the least.
Yo, if they don't put Pike S tier,
volatile
I'm
'cause it was
fucking
in
rioting. That
line.
unit was sick.
There's just a lot I didn't like about this personally.
That unit
but
was
it's just
so.
I'm
It
gonna
was
put it
such a
above
fucking
Jace,
cool unit. You
in
built
D
like
tier.
Shojin Pike,
But
and it
I
was
don't think it's
legitimately good at
quite as
times.
bad. Like,
Yeah.
Like, it is
Zed
S+.
was still a memorable
It is
unit,
number one.
and like he had AD and stuff. I don't know. It
Which
wasn't
Pike they
terrible. Like
reprinted it. It was
the
the
part
same.
I'm
It
agreeing with you
dashed
with is
across
the
and
spell.
stun.
Like you said, if you just deleted
It's
the
like such a
spell, he
cool.
was a better
It's such a
unit.
fucking
And
cool
that's
unit. I want them to reprint this
probably
unit
not
so
where we
badly.
want our spells.
Yeah.
All right, Pike, triple frozen heart Pike.
Oh yeah, Frozen Heart
this
Pike.
This is great
Because this
TFT
dude was
innovation, by the
super
way.
memorable.
Oh, yes.
He was also crazy overpowered.
Oh,
I think
yes.
for
So
most of
OP,
set
man.
one.
So OP, but he
some
was
of it
so
Frozen
fun, man. Who
Heart,
gives a
but-
shit?
Imagine this sets Nautilus in a 2-cost assassin.
Yeah.
That casted at twice per fight at least.
And its
It was
targeting
crazy.
naturally goes
it
to the
was
corner. 'cause it's an assassin.
crazy, so strong.
It's
Some
such
of
a
it
cool
was just
fucking
like
unit.
this dude had the like crazy amount of stunning. It was super good on
Man,
that
I'm
board.
getting Mortdog again.
We also then reprinted versions of this multiple
Yeah.
times.
That were
Yeah.
also OP.
So,
Turns
like,
out board wide AOE 1.5 like wasn't even like 2 seconds at the time too. Like that was
I'm
a
sure,
massive
yeah.
stun. Board wide
Uh,
stun at 2 cost was probably
They brazed over it very quickly, but there was a bug where you could stack multiple Frozen Hearts and it would increase the radius of Frozen Heart.
Yeah.
Was that a bug or was that an actual interaction? But either
I
way,
think
it
it was
was
intended at
so
the time.
obnoxious.
Yeah, it was obnoxious. I think it was intended. They never really thought about that interaction.
Yeah,
and Pike
yeah.
was perfect because he would spread it and then he'd move and he'd spread it.
It's like 4 hex radius on a 3 hex row board, by the way. Remember, it was a smaller board. So basically, it was just the entire team was always slowed.
Yeah, and it was exactly what he needed to because it was mana and it was defensive stats, and he just wanted
It
to
was
live
so
to keep slowing
crazy.
them because he naturally re-aggroes the fight constantly, right? 'Cause he's
Yeah,
got-
yeah. Because he kept stunning everything. Oh, so ridiculous.
not
Okay,
the
at S
play.
plus tier. Chat, are you with
the
me?
assassin.
And then yes, triple frozen heart was
they're talking about it. They're talking about it.
My 0.21 attack speed champion.
Yep.
What's interesting about this is
This was
view
game
this
players
spell,
punishing
maybe not
designers.
They
didn't
spell
think about
set
this
one
interaction.
iteration specifically
It was beautiful.
as like a really good 2-cost in that it provides utility and damage and can operate without items or with different kinds of items.
Yep.
Like, I actually like this a lot. Yes, he was
Preach.
overpowered. Yes, he could stun a lot of people on the smaller board, but like I was actually very positive with Pike overall.
We did a better version of this spell. I forget
That is
where and when, but we did like the correct version. Like
Set 8
4 did it,
probably.
and
Riftwalker.
The cultist version.
was that
Oh,
it?
Yeah,
Cultist.
I liked it more there.
Yeah,
Yep.
because like there was one where you'd actually
Cultist-
itemize Pike
man,
and like he
Cultist
could do a
Pike.
bunch of damage.
Forgot
Maybe it
about
was
that, too.
one. I swear there might have been one more.
No, you
but,
could itemize him. You could
but,
do
like,
damage in
the
set
spell
1, man.
shape
You
is
could actually
fine
itemize
if
this
it
unit in set
doesn't
1.
stun the whole board.
Yeah. Within the context of set 1, not perfect, but paved the way for.
All
I
right,
think, a
so
really
what's
awesome.
what's the tier call here?
This is the highest C, I think, for me.
Whoa!
Variables.
No
Yeah,
way,
There is
man.
no way, man. I think that I
Okay,
really wish we were more clear
Can I
about
talk
how
you
we
up
were
to
rating
lower
these.
low?
I mean, it's just more about their opinions on how they're rating it. That's all.
Yeah, but I guess for me it's like, okay, so I would give this Pike a ton of credit for they refined this unit, but they basically reprinted this unit multiple times.
like for a reason.
Yeah, for a reason, exactly. So I would personally give the set 1 version a lot of credit. Like obviously they're gonna do a better job of it as time goes on, but I think that like the time they get it right is when it should be rated the highest. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I would have it at A probably. I think it's a really cool, powerful fantasy, and I think it was really epic. It's also like it defined a lot of fights. It drew your eye towards it. I liked it. So
Yeah.
Like right below Braum because like the fact that we reprinted
Or just
it
putting it-
shows that it has
putting it B.
Yeah, like
More puts
again,
it in low
set
B, and
one
he said our
ratings and
point. He said our
everything, but
point.
We did reprint it, you
Yeah.
know. All right, the champ we always do dirty, my boy Malzahar. We've moved into set 2.
Oh, we're in set 2.
We've moved into set 2.
Oh, okay.
So this is summon.
Summon
like,
2 minions. Or 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, scaled to star level.
Yep.
Obviously very good with Summoner. Shadow was pretty good. I
Man,
think this guy
Summer,
could
what a
genuinely
fucking
carry
cool
it
trait.
various times.
Yes, he could.
Really, one of the many,
it's
many
okay.
things in set 2 that were like damaging combat clarity a lot.
Yeah.
Certainly, I wouldn't do this guy at 2 cost again, and I probably would.
He probably
make
comes back as like a
sure
4
Man,
cost.
yeah.
developed
Mortdog
more
again.
modern
Oh, Witty's
capabilities like
here.
Shame on him on
Yorick of
TV.
making the units like not fully
Hey, what up, Wittrock?
units that
Right.
took up X's and stuff, right? Like there's
We're also just having
pieces-
6 summoners.
Yeah.
yeah, it wouldn't have
Thank you for
summoners all the
16.
same thing. So I'm like, he probably also is low B for me. Yeah.
I'd probably put him in C tier personally, just because of all the problems that kind of
Yeah, he had so many
followed with,
bugs.
like,
So
Summoner
many
in the set,
bugs.
and I don't know. I would not be looking to reprint like any version of this realistically that does something. Similar, but I do think
More.
it would be more
The
version, for
dagger to
example.
Mortdog's heart.
So I have
For
massive.
people who don't know, Malzahar is Mortdog's favorite League of Legends champion, so that one hurt him personally.
And for sure that means he designed this unit, right? Like he was heavily involved. This is early enough. he
What
doing
was
these-
it? Was Mortdog? I don't know if he actually designed this. I don't even know who led Z2 at all.
Yeah, I have to imagine he was involved. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe it's wrong to say that he designed
His
it, but I
bias
have
on
to
this
imagine he had an
champion.
opinion.
This champ,
Yeah.
like, nobody could get to work, but I would always play him and get him to work. This was my champion. Like
Yeah,
Shadow
Yeah.
Shadow Summoner Malzahar was my comp. I love this guy. But it was obviously, as a designer, yeah, all the things you said, very problematic. I'm gonna put him below Pike because of that bias, and I'm not even calling it out. But I
He's
get
the one
it.
controlling the
Like,
mouse.
I think like
Yep.
if Malzahar got reprinted as a 2 or 3 cost that summoned minions and just like did like an inoffensive Zyra, like live Zyra, that doesn't really bother me. So I think in modern standards it's not that bad.
I mean, it's
But,
kind of like
yeah,
Aladdin's Tentacle
summoning
right now
while
in
filling the
3
board
cost
with
as well, right?
Summoner style minions was not
Yeah.
great. So
I can
all
see
right,
it.
Witty Rek'Sai's back doing more forgettable things.
Just
Yeah, this was
put her in
just
C
straight
or
up
D.
Bite a
Yeah, see,
single
just-
target for true
take her out, back,
damage?
execute her, move on.
That's it.
It's a weird smell. to
She-
be
she
like,
bites for
it's
2 damage, that's it.
Terrible.
Yeah.
It's certainly not good.
It's a
I'd also
weird
like to
smell
mention
is what
you
the
have it up
caption said, which I
for
like
any
that.
reason. The scaling on this, which was 250, 550, 1,100, I think, at one point. Maybe? That was like,
Predator scaling.
what in the world is this scaling? It's like
1,100
3-star
true
buffs,
damage?
Like,
Yep. Oh yeah, and reroll Rek'Sai became a thing where she would just delete your frontliners.
Good
Yep.
lord.
Nice
I forgot about that.
satisfying Chomp.
I did.
All right, so what's the tiering?
We're in C somewhere for me.
yeah,
Yep.
no, I agree. We
Yeah.
wouldn't reprint this. It was memorable, but only because it was just one single instance of huge damage.
It was like reroll Rek'Sai and Nocturne, right?
Like Predator and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and Steel, right? Like,
Steel
let's
as
just
well,
become
yes.
untargetable, yeah, or invincible.
Man,
how about
invincibility
above
in a
Varus,
trait.
below
More time to
Lissandra?
be alive.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a good thing they wouldn't
Better-
do
better than
that.
set 1 though. At least we were
ever
moving up
again.
on Rek'Sai.
Like Oxforce set 8.
Skarner, I cannot believe this guy was a 2 cost.
This is definitely worse than Rek'Sai for me.
Yes.
Less fun as Predator.
Yes.
Oh, this guy was
Stuff
unkillable.
to talk about
Yeah.
with Crystal. This was the guy that made the most
Yeah.
sense with Crystal, but you know that doesn't get you very far. I think this was
I like that
attack
honesty.
speed
Crystal
only
whacked
well
trade.
determined.
Yep.
Well,
Uh-huh.
He basically said, yeah, he looked like a crystal unit. That's about it.
But also, like the way the kit was designed, it also kind of made the most sense. with
yeah.
Crystal, but-
No, that's
Crystal
what I'm
was a-
saying. It's just funny that that was like their logic behind it.
Which is why you would try to go like RFC Skarner, which was so
Yeah.
stupid and bad.
yeah, this guy's definitely below Z. I'm trying to think of this as either the worst or just above Jace for me.
Yeah,
The
I put this
worst.
comfortably at the bottom of D tier, maybe right above Jace as well. This anti-pattern of while the shield holds do X is anytime I
Yeah.
see it, I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, we should not
We've
be
been
doing
killing
this.
that
This does
lately.
not work.
Yeah.
Kill it immediately. So
Yes, because don't you just love casting, having your shield disappear in 0.5 seconds and doing
Yep,
nothing?
yep.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
Nothing
It's,
happens.
Oh, please generate a shield, but don't hurt me.
But
so
if
I
you
can
keep the
eat
shield
Yeah.
up,
Yeah.
then it becomes oppressive,
just
maybe.
above Jace sounds right to me.
Yeah, exactly. If it's ever good, it's a
Alright,
problem.
Jax. I do not remember this Jax other than is it just the twirl?
It was
and
it was just
dodge
twirl,
and-
yeah, the stun.
Dodge,
You,
dodge,
you went
dash.
Iceborne Gauntlets on him, I believe, or something like that at the time.
Oh, I thought I was
Iceborne
Shen.
Gauntlet.
Iceborne Gauntlet on. Anyway,
I think it was. There's definitely dodge jacks, 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
So basically the same spell as set 1 Shen, except only selfish, doesn't apply to allies, does a little bit of damage at the end.
Oh, right, because it's set 2. Okay,
And
yeah,
stuns.
yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
And stun. You're right, and stuns.
They've printed this unit like 50 times, and it's been boring every single time.
He's light.
I don't remember ever itemizing this guy.
Yeah.
I remember it being so forgettable.
I remember Iceborn Gauntlet.
Wait, how many times have they reprinted it?
Yes,
It was whenever
yes.
you dodged, right?
Yes,
got
you made a-
another
you made a
ice-
hex,
Yeah. So
yeah.
you would just put three.
These
like,
guys
two
have like
Iceborn
perfect
Gauntlets on it
recall
the
for
entire
every
board.
unit, and then this one they struggle with. That does a
Yeah,
lot.
that does a lot.
I don't like this, and I wouldn't reprint this. So this is
Yeah.
like C or D tier to me. Like probably D.
By the way, how
I think we're in-
impressive is their
yeah.
recall overall?
Mid-
I mean,
so
yeah,
I think
they
it's better than Rek'Sai. I think it's better.
they
than
probably.
Rek'Sai.
I think part of it is they might reference it a lot as they're doing design too. Like, do you
Yeah,
remember
that
this?
makes sense. They have to think about it a lot. Even like some of Woody's
this
vocabulary
the
has been
one
really interesting to
Syndra?
me.
Yep.
No, this is Orb on Ground Syndra.
Oh, right, she was, like-
Extremely hard to follow.
That's
Oh
random
yeah.
Well, this is pure Was this pure random?
I think it was pure random.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh god.
Which made it
Oh,
hard to
pure
follow.
random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, this one's really low.
Yeah.
Pure
but I like
random.
this mage line, though, was kinda fun.
And she'd just be casting and casting and casting.
Yeah, so she would cast twice with mage, but then she would grab the orb and throw it randomly onto another enemy, which is like what?
I don't know. Yeah, she's.
Yeah, the only thing I even remember from Ocean was the pair, right? Because it was Thresh Nautilus that you ran as a
Yep.
front line for. I need a front line.
Right,
Here's my
and then
pair.
you would add in Nami plus one more if you wanted to go
Oh,
for Ocean because
Soulbound
Nami was
Senna.
Nami.
Yep.
But yeah, Syndra was like you avoided her at almost all costs.
Yeah, Brand was the
Blast was the
real
other one.
ocean
forgettable
mage.
unit, not great
carry.
targeting.
Yeah, that brand
never
unit
put
was
in
fucking
Ocean.
cool. When they do this
Like,
for the
it's
5
also
cost, it's gonna be
decent, it's,
or
like,
for the
not-
4
it's not
cost,
good.
it's
Yeah.
gonna be amazing.
Between Jax and Rek'Sai.
All right.
Set 2 not looking great.
Everyone
Agreed.
loves the 3, 4, 5.
All
cost
these
in that
fucking
set,
set 2
so.
haters, man. They don't know. They
LeBlanc.
don't
Although,
understand.
to be fair, if I remember right, this LeBlanc was not the worst. Like this was actually a decent LeBlanc.
So this is the same LeBlanc as
Yeah, it's the stunning
5.
one.
It's 5 LeBlanc. Yep.
Right,
Yeah.
So
except without the shadow blue.
She
Got
would
the
throw
Shadow
out
Blue.
without Shadow Blue, and
she would throw out
and
some kind
she's
of leash and
limited
stun,
both
right?
Means that stunned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually kind of like this unit.
Yeah.
because that was the problem. Shadow blue buff LeBlanc jumped to the back
But
line.
the Shadow Blue version
it
of her was
was- it was
awful, but this
Woodland
version of her was kind of
Assassin
good. And
Mage.
Woodland's a really cool
Right.
trait.
Yeah, this was the fork of you're playing Woodland. You need to transition out of it because it does not scale into late game unless you hit Woodland Lux.
Right.
You can go 2 very different paths, and she's a useful you're not itemizing her. This is what's still early TFT where we're saying she's actively just a utility champion.
Yep.
She's just gonna stun some backliners.
Was she utility champion? Her stun was 1 second.
Mage
And back in old
Assassin.
TFT
Wow, what a
days,
combo.
Like, is 2.5 seconds was the real
Yeah,
stun duration.
what a
for lot
combo.
of units,
Ooh,
so-
unit.
She is a mage,
That is true.
so she's spreading her stun around. If I
Yeah,
remember,
so
I think
she's stunned
she
twice.
switches targets, so it's
Yep.
just
Yeah.
on a bunch of backliners. She's worse Pike, but that's probably a good thing in a
Yep.
way. It's like clarity a little worse, generally more confusing than Pike. Gameplay probably played out better than set 1 Pike in a lot
Yep.
of ways.
Yep.
So it's like she's just right next to Pike, sort of.
Okay.
Maybe she drops down to C.
I think that's
but-
Yeah, for
reasonable.
me, a C tier, personally. but-
Utility
I'm at the
stun
top of C tier. then.
assassin.
Well,
Senna. I have fun. I mean, okay, the soulbound part of this is obviously tricky because it was the whole you'd run GA on one of them. I think it was usually the Lucian. I can't remember which one you'd run GA on. But
What
you'd
was
run GA on
Soulbound
one of
again,
them,
Bryce?
and
Do you
then Lucian
remember?
Would just like kill
Isn't
the
it
board
the
and do
one?
other
It's
thing.
like she
But
stays
it was like GA
alive
Soulbound was definitely a
when
problem.
Lucian
So
stays
she would
alive.
target an
Oh.
ally,
Right.
shoot a beam.
Wait,
at
do you
them,
guys remember in chat?
Heal allies hit, give them a buff, and deal damage to enemies that were caught in it. Right.
Right, so it was her on the back line, Lucian on the front line, Lucian with the GA, or no, sorry, Senna with the GA, Lucian would be the ghost and go soulbound. That's what it was.
Ah, I remember. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what it
yeah,
was.
yeah,
It was
yeah.
a very confusing spell, and it,
It
was
was
very.
really-
Okay,
overly designed.
the amount of confusion about this is just like, oh,
I
Yeah,
man.
it says
would
a
not
lot,
want
says
to
a
reprint
lot.
this.
Yeah.
There were elements of it I like, but as a whole package, it's pretty low tier for me. Probably C. Not like there's nothing here to salvage, like D tier kind of style, but it's low C for me.
Yeah, the other thing that helps it a little bit and probably also still puts it in the middle of C is as an expansion content, you're still playing set 2 a month and a half in.
Yeah.
It was good that Lucian and Senna were this very
Iconic
kind of
duo,
interesting,
yeah.
a little too complicated thing to play around. So I'm like, middle of the sea.
Yeah, for people who don't remember, this is like an expansion. They released multiple champions at the same time during this in one patch.
Lysandra?
So
Sure.
weird.
Okay. Above Lysandra.
Like thinking about how that would disrupt
Nico,
the TFT ecosystem if they did that today.
Yeah.
This spell is fine. It existed. It was the stupid pot blossom, right? She was a rain. But like modernly, I think Nico as a backliner has made very little sense. The silhouette just does not fit. But I mean, the spell itself
It's so interesting. The
exists.
silhouette affects backliners.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about
she
that, Dan?
was, as a
No, I
contrast
haven't.
to
That's been
LeBlanc,
very
the
interesting.
Dead end of Woodland,
Yeah.
where you were like,
Whitney, if
yeah,
you're
you
switching
can,
back, can you
and I
explain
think
that a
we
little
just,
bit more? Like, how does
overtuned
that
her
work?
Numbers because she didn't have any offensive synergy, so it's like she just does a lot of damage.
Like, does it
but
look
you
like she
still
should be a
gotta sell
backliner? Is that
her,
what they're
and
saying?
she's
Yeah,
still,
I'm not sure. Maybe it's like
awkward
the
in a lot
way
of ways.
the unit, like how top heavy or
The
bottom
spell
heavy it is
itself
when
was
it feels like
fine.
on the bottom of the board.
That's how I feel about it too. Is like if we were going to do a backline Nico version of this again, is reasonable. There would be tweaks. You could play her. I don't hate it. Like I don't love it. For me, it's like high C, low B of just.
Wait,
Yeah, sure.
what's the difference between this and the set 8 Nico that dropped
But I
at
think
the
it's worse than Malzahar.
frog?
I mean, again, the Malzahar bias is going to kill me though. So
Yeah, admittedly, I look at it a little bit lower. Like weirdly as a comparable, I like look at this as Varus of like the spell is fine, everything else around it is kind of nonsense. So I don't know. I put it in mid to low C, but
all right, we'll put it at the top of C then. That seems like the middle ground here.
Yeah.
Speaking of Varus, he's back, but this time he like could be Inferno, and it wasn't the worst, at least this time.
it's certainly better than the other Varus.
Yes.
What was this Varus?
Pretty like
I don't remember.
straightforward, solid spell. Wasn't amazing. But and I don't.
Same
I
spell.
don't think he was good ever.
Okay.
Maybe because there was just a lot of Inferno champions and
Yeah, there were always better.
Everything
Inferno
looks
choices
so
that
red
are-
when they were on the
again,
board.
this is why we were struggling with 2 costs, right? It was like if you're going to play a Ranger, you played someone else. If you're going to play Inferno, you played someone else. And 2 cost rerolls didn't really exist until like the end of 2 when we started over buffing them and like Nico reroll and stuff. But Varus reroll was not really a thing. But again, the spell itself is fine. It's Q. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Cute.
High C, low B for me. Just kind of one of those. Yeah, it's a spell. You know, it's a thing.
yeah, I'd put it below LeBlanc, above Shen probably.
Okay. I mean,
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
that's
Thresh.
where Varus is, I guess.
So
Yeah.
everyone played this champion because his traits were amazing. Because you'd always play him in Nautilus.
Yeah.
I couldn't
him
tell
in
you what he
Nautilus.
did.
He threw a
but he sure
lantern.
did
He threw a
survive
shield,
and have traits.
right?
He shielded an AOE around the lowest
Yeah.
health target.
So he threw the lantern.
I actually
the
don't
lantern
hate
throw
that as a
we've
spell.
Revisited.
He does
Although
it right now.
nowadays- because I think he was 2
Yeah.
range, right? And so
True.
Yep.
he was usually like.
Wait,
often
isn't it-
shielding
is-
himself
is exactly
because
set
he was
11?
pushing near somebody who's
Yeah.
low health because they were on the front line and end up getting shielding him. It's weird because it's kind of a frontline utility.
Yep.
And nowadays we treat that more as like a tank utility kind of frontliner. Given Ocean Warden plus the combo with Nautilus, generic frontliner, good like helps your frontline stabilize without being in the back line. For the time, I'm overall quite positive on him and would put him.
Yeah, I like
comfortably,
utility
like,
frontline. I think it's
high
good.
B,
I agree.
personally.
I think it's a cool unit.
Yeah, I'm
I
more
can see it in A.
mid to low B because I think fundamentally, like we've been reprinting this a version of Lantern Throw, and I've basically never loved it because it's just not a high clarity spell.
Yeah,
I
I
think.
mean, it's on live right now, and like most of the time, people don't even realize he's shielding someone else.
yeah.
That's fair.
Really?
Well, I mean,
So-
shielded my Yasuo, so.
I mean, he shields himself.
I'll put him in, maybe just straight up the bottom of B. Like
All right, I'm down with it.
Okay.
I think the problem
Down with bottom of
with
B.
it is that because the way the shields
okay,
are commonly used
we
in
have made
Fate,
a-
you just don't perceive shields nearly as often. in
Yeah,
this
also
set
it could
as
be
you would-
confusing because Yasuo like shields himself too, so it's like
Yeah.
you think Yasuo might get the lantern, but probably not, and things of that sort. I can see that.
Yeah, it's weird.
A lot of Yasuos. This might be the worst Yasuo.
Whoa.
this is blink
Yeah.
to.
I think this is
Who
probably
is he
true.
blinking to in this
The
version?
most items.
Most
Wait,
items.
what? I forgot about that.
items.
Of them too, or there, I thought there was
He
a
targeted the
range.
most
I
items.
doubt it. Set 3 probably has a range restriction, but
I
What
don't think
the
Set 2
heck?
did. I could be wrong on that.
Okay.
Maybe it's just not in the tooltip.
It may have been closest with most items.
Closest
I
with
don't
most.
remember,
What?
but I just remember,
That's
like,
crazy.
We made a better version of this later, right? And then his traits were weird. You played him
You
because
get
Cloud
Cloud
was
or Wind.
interesting.
Yeah.
Very
but, like,
interesting.
Yeah, the whole most items.
Cloud
thing
gave your
was
team
very
dodge
odd,
chance.
and clarity is
Yeah.
like nonsensical here.
Dodge
Yeah.
chance.
Yeah, I would not reprint
Healthy
this,
mechanic.
And I don't think it was great at the time either.
I feel like
Yeah, isn't it just
I don't
D
know. I feel
tier?
like the whole like teleport and knock someone up thing you could reprint, but it'd have to be like 4 or 5 cost. Like it's not
Yeah.
a 2 cost spell.
So good.
I mean, if you look at Yone on live, that's kind of teleport and destroy a unit with the most items. So
I like this guy.
And
I
get a
like this
shield.
guy.
Oh my god.
But with higher clarity.
Yeah, true.
I'll put this guy next to
Oh,
Syndra.
man.
It's kind of similar problems to Syndra of like functional but really hard to follow and
Yep.
like didn't make a
there are
splash.
enough problems here that even though we're okay with reprinting the general shape, it's like not a 2 cost.
Yeah,
not
oh
with
yeah,
all
yeah,
these
yeah.
patterns.
Right.
So-
He doesn't
so
fit the
below
mold of
Jax,
a 2
above
cost.
Syndra.
Yep.
If he did, he can't deal damage, which is weird for Yasuo.
Man,
Totally.
electric was a fun trait that you'd really want to play. That's for sure.
Electric.
I only remember Ornn and
Electric,
so-
baby.
So this
Electric's
is
dead.
bite.
Electric. So there's an augment from a few sets ago, if you guys remember, called Electrocharge. It was based off
Yep.
this electric trait. If you did damage to it, you would get shocked back.
For magic damage, if it kills them, refunds mana, and maybe has one other.
I
Does it
forgot
do
about
like
that.
extra damage if they're low health, or was that straight up it?
Let's see. Volibear bites his target, dealing damage. If the target is below 35%, it kills the target.
I
and
remember this
restores
Volibear was
Volibear's
really
stamina to
toxic.
full. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
oh,
for
so
sure.
guaranteed kill if they're low.
Right, so he could like chain bite. Remember, he'd be like
What?
crunch,
He
crunch,
executed?
Chain bite.
crunch.
Yeah.
Because it was go back to
Oh my
full mana.
God.
That's right. You didn't have to like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
that
would
was kinda
refund and then
fun.
crunch and crunch and
obviously I
crunch.
never
Oh
reprint
my
it, but-
god.
And I'll tell a
Crazy.
story here real quick of so accidentally we fixed a bug or reworked mana or something at like the last couple
Oh,
of patches.
yeah.
And made the speed at which he would chain crazy fast. Like
I
it was
remember
pretty
this.
slow on live. It's crazy fast. And we were like, this is crazy fun. But we were developing set 3 Darius, and so we were like, don't ship that. Save it for Darius. We have a just way better version, way more clear version of that pattern.
Yeah.
So
Man,
we
that
validated
Darius unit,
Darius through
That was
this
awesome.
test,
Plus
but-
gear.
Yeah.
And he's coming up. He's coming up.
I
Yeah.
remember liking the general idea behind this spell, but not the ceremony at all. Like that bite did not
Oh
feel
yeah,
great.
it was just
and
way
you
worse
lost it during
Darius.
combat.
Yeah.
So it paved the way for something really cool, but at the time it wasn't as memorable
So
as
probably
it
C.
could have been. And so for me, it's like C tier.
Yeah.
We
Also
do better.
uses none of
Agreed.
his traits whatsoever.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Looking at the rest of C though, it's like high C for me.
Sure.
I
That's
was,
fair.
I was gonna say, how about above Shen, below Varus?
Sure.
All right.
I like that they're very particular about where they're placing this.
Hey,
yeah,
Brom's back.
they're really
Slightly
using them within
better.
the tiers for sure. Okay,
I mean,
wait.
it has to be
this
better than
Brom
set
was
one, Brom.
legendary.
No, I think this one also absorbed projectiles.
Yeah.
Did it?
Did. I think it did.
Yeah,
I remember this was the
Problem-
first
This
time
was
though
the
people were
tank
running the
Brom
like
where it would just-
bramble
you could just take damage the whole
Brom
fight.
threes that would like win games.
Yep,
Yep.
That is true.
super fun.
Which
Yeah.
was kind of
I'm not-
fun.
I'm not sure that we've basically fixed any of the problems here.
Okay.
So, like,
No, they didn't, but it
literally
kind of worked
above the
better
other
for some
Brom,
reason.
but
Or
right
we
next to it,
optimized
maybe.
maybe.
Okay. Just directly above that Brom.
Just the
Okay.
same Brom. Just Brom, Brom.
Okay, we
Ooh.
made it through set 2. We didn't kill TFT. Time to go to set 3. And what a
Okay,
way to
wait,
start
pause
off
really
with
fast.
info.
Okay, pause really
If
quick.
I have to take a dinner break at some point, do you want it to be right now or do you want it to be?
You just take it
like-
right now. It's totally fine.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll be
Alright.
back in like 10 or 15.
Okay, later.
Trader Kaisa.
You said demolitionist spat? Is that what you said?
That's what I said. Demolitionist Kaisa. What if she jumped to the
Oh,
back
God.
line and AoE stunned everybody?
Okay, so Demolitionist was a trait that said whenever your ability damages an opponent, you would stun them. And then Kaisa did an AoE thing that would hit like everybody. And so you put a Demolitionist emblem onto her, and then she would become a Demolitionist, and then she'd cast and stun the whole board. But then you put mana items on her, so she would cast, and basically she would just keep stunning the whole board. And she was a backline assassin. It's called Infiltrator.
Yeah, I mean, if demo spat didn't exist, which obviously it did, still just mediocre.
It was like
Yeah.
Demospat Morello
When
Blue
we
Buff or
talk
something
about
like
units
that.
that
It
go
was
to the
so
backline of
crazy.
TFT these days,
So
I think
crazy.
Diffusing the damage they deal or having them ramp up over time are good solutions to like the frustrations that like Infiltrator Assassin like provide. And so like I'm actually kind of positive on this, knowing what we know now. But back in the day, she was kind of largely unappreciable in comparison to other units in her traits, and without demo spat, she was kind of unmemorable. So it's kind of weird because it's like I actually like this design more now than I did back then.
Whoa,
There's
interesting.
a piece of this spell I really like that I don't think played out. Of it was a fixed number of missiles within a relatively small radius.
Yep.
So
Man,
if she
I'm
Not that small, not that
She
small.
didn't get to do very much.
Not
If
that
she
small
got to
radius.
isolate someone,
By
she got to nuke them. I think that's generally good assassin gameplay.
Wait, because wasn't she a Morello user for the most part?
Yes, blue buff Morel demo spat.
Yeah, which kind of like counters that. I'm like, I kind of wish this unit was more. Not build Morello's stun bot, but instead be like, yeah, I'm trying to assassinate someone, but if you clump against me, clearly I'm like missing out.
I think Kaisa being an assassin was also like probably the least true. We've like for first Kaisa appearance, it feels pretty untrue to the character, but
She was in set 1.
oh
As
right,
a 5 cost.
Right.
Who just attacked really fast and gained a shield.
right, which was
I think
okay.
it was also an assassin.
Oh,
but-
that's right. Kaisa was a 5 cost in
Yeah.
set 1.
All right, what's the tiering?
Oh god, everything's in C tier.
Dude,
this
they
is like
hate their 2 costs, man.
High C, low B.
I think this is top of C right now.
Top of C.
I think it's better than Nico.
All right, yeah.
I definitely agree with that.
Hey, Ari's back.
Oh, this is the 2 cost orb
And I
Ari.
think this-
It's
Maybe
literally the same
without-
spell.
Same
but
thing,
now it's
same
a
thing.
4-wide
True
board
damage?
though.
Or does it still have true damage?
It still has the true damage.
Rusty, thank you,
But it
buddy.
still kind of works on a 2 cost, like because
Yeah,
you don't
so-
have crazy power budget.
I was just talking to Aniko about this champion, and the problem, like challenger players loved this champion, right? They would play her all the time.
Because it's a
They put her in
positioning
the, like I
puzzle.
said, the Vel'Koz spot, that true damage was really valuable.
Yeah.
And they could play her well.
Noobs hate it, probably.
Pretty much all of our normal players were like,
Normal players.
I don't understand. You put her on the back line, she's garbage. And on the 4-wide board, it was even worse.
Yeah, I think this gets worse with the bigger board. So I don't know. It's a lot worse. It's probably
C tier
right below
then.
the other Ari.
Yep.
Yeah, for me, it might be below the Brahms personally, but it's certainly below the other Ari.
Yeah, I was actually thinking below the Braum, so I'm going to agree with you on that one, just because it does lose a lot of its luster with that bigger board.
Yes.
So
For people who don't know, we found out that you put Ari in B7, which is like a hex little cubby that we like to call. It's C1 B7. I'll pull it up. So basically, you would put her here, or you would put her here to get like specific good angles. And then she could like reach backline with her ability, because if you had the full board, her ability would like shoot like this, and their orb would travel back. So you could get some like really good angles this way. Like this, you would shoot here and kind of like that. So that's what they're talking about. But like normal players didn't like it.
Infiltrator Zed. He attacked.
I liked this. So this is pure passive. Every
Yeah,
3
he just
attacks
auto-attacked.
do I think a chunk of extra physical damage and steal an amount of a.
God, the AD steal.
I remember because I fixed a bug where he would we'd overflow and he'd get 1 million AD or whatever if like someone like Sivir gained AD and then whatever. Anyways, yeah, some kind of snapshot.
Yeah, he would like
or whatever.
steal
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah, I didn't love the AD steal
No,
here.
yeah.
That part felt
I think the
really
visual.
bad.
I also give credit to we're gonna have a reprint of this one or close to a reprint. This one gets credit for this skin had like a super sick like tendrils come out of his back and like
What the
stab
heck?
the
That's
person.
crazy.
I thought this unit was really fun to watch.
Okay.
I remember you playing set 3. That was when I started transitioning from TFT or Hearthstone to TFT. That's when I started like focusing on TFT, because I think I casted like 1 invitational, but I was still kind of like loosely associated with it. Set 4 is when I started doing a lot of TFT.
Harvested if we redid it again, minus that AD steal.
The AD steal's really bad.
Yeah, it's
really
Everything else
bad.
I
It's
agree
really
with. Like,
bad
passive
mechanics.
was good, damage was good. The AD steal was gross, and it led to led to us thinking that was okay with stuff like Trundle later.
Yeah, set
but
5 Trundle.
If you told
Oh,
me
God.
it's the worst is it better than Kaisa? Woody's gonna say yes. Giovanni, is it better than Kaisa?
For the time, yes.
Okay.
These days, no.
Okay, then I'll say it's the lowest B for now.
Oh, interesting.
Shen's back. Now he's a Blade Master. You still don't itemize him.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
almost-
dodge
I
mechanic.
don't think we've solved any problems here.
C tier. C tier,
just
put him in
kinda have
C.
the exact same Shen, I think.
Exact same
well,
Shen.
but he was in Chrono, which was a splashable 2-piece. You were more likely to run him than a solo ninja Zed. So I think it's just above, but otherwise the exact same.
Well,
spell
wasn't
with
there
all
also
components.
wasn't Blademaster Chrono also Riven? So it was like, yeah, you would almost put him in comps all the time. It was almost like too easy to slot him in. But I think that was better.
After the mid-set.
Yeah.
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 I'm
I
gonna
mean,
put him
Blademaster
just
wasn't
above the other Shen.
easy to fit in.
Yep.
It had 3 of them, but
Xin Zhao, the champion that I think goes down, not this
God.
particular Xin Zhao, but just Xin Zhao in general, goes in like every time we attempt to make this champion good in TFT.
he's so
just
toxic.
not.
Yeah.
I mean, this functioned. It was viable, but
Did you guys, did any of you play set 3.5 Revival? Because they happened to drop the patch that Shinzao was good. And that was like the only time he was ever good, and he was insanely toxic. Oh my god. Like he had Celestial Protector, so every time he would cast, he would gain a shield, and you would just have him, but his trait was scale off of HP. So and his Celestial was healing, right? If you know Celestial Blessing the Augment, it's based on the trait Celestial. It was so insane. And then you had him and Rakan go over and over and just disarm, shield, heal, rinse and repeat, and then you just never kill anything.
stab and gain a shield.
No hit 3 times.
Well,
and
right.
trigger on hit effects.
Yeah. I forgot all the hurricanes and Zhao's running around.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like
Man, this,
I liked protectors, but he as a unit within it.
felt weird.
His spell may as well have been just like gain a shield repeatedly. That's basically how people used him.
And the knockup was nice for general crowd control and frontliners. So like, it's somewhere in C tier for me. It's not horrible. It's not great. It's forgettable.
I think we're in low C. Maybe we're at the bottom of C.
Worse
like,
than Varus?
I mean, why do you guys hate on Varus so much? There's nothing wrong with Varus. It's okay to be basic.
The counter is like people do sort of remember this guy, or at least like he was bringing the like Celestial Protector package together. In a way, he's arguably one of our more successful, like very early low-cost melee carries because it turns out just a shield and a little bit of damage is what a low-cost melee carry needs.
How about directly above Senna in C tier?
Okay, I'm okay with that. I feel like bottom of C is disrespectful.
All right.
He also kind of looks like he also kind of looks like Pantheon in this art. Just saying.
I'm just gonna say it. This is my video. This isn't a Riot video. The package, part of the package of Bang Bros.
Bang Bros.
Yasuo
That's
Master
right.
Yi.
Look at Giovanni's face. Look at Giovanni's face. Rewind. Look at Giovanni's face as he said it.
Bang Bros. Yasuo and Master Yi. I mean, definitely got a lot of playment because of that, but
So this one was a reprint. No, it's the farthest enemy within his attack range +2 in case you were running RFC.
Yeah.
But
You get
otherwise,
RFC
knock them in the air
Yasuo, which is
briefly,
hype.
and then do 4, 5, 6 hits, but the number of hits scales with AP.
perfect.
And rounds up.
Perfect.
Because we want to add AP scalers to everybody.
Yeah.
True. Better than Cloud Yasuo for me.
Yeah.
I put him in B.
I mean, was still kind of like this is I think
He was hype. He
squarely
was
back
hype.
to what is a 2 cost, right? Because it's like, well, if you're playing
the
Rebel
excitement
Blade
factor,
Master,
man.
you're playing around Yi, the 3 cost that is just better to itemize. You had some utility, still really hard to follow. I don't even think that probably gets him up to. Maybe it gets him up to C.
I think he's above Jax, but I don't know if that breaks him into C tier.
I think he has to be C tier just on the fact.
Well,
he
these
just
guys
played so much
put
and
him
his
in
traits
C
were good.
tier.
Like,
Oh man, I
don't know,
love
think,
this
like, it's like-
ability.
that was kind of the problem with Yasuo. Was like he was Blade Master Cloud, so you couldn't play him in much. But this guy got played a lot. He got played a lot, and like when he killed, it was memorable. So I don't know. To me, this is like
Yes.
better than Xin Zhao.
Okay, so they're talking about like the ability. I don't think it's like good because it's too much for a 2 cost. But I love this unit. It was so cool.
Right above Xin Zhao's where I'm thinking.
Oh man, the
All right,
disrespect.
Sona. All I remember about this Sona
Blue buff
is
stacking.
Chalice. That's all I remember.
Mana battery Sona.
Other than that, she healed people.
This Sona. Okay, so back in the day, blue buff before blue buff was a thing. It was something called Seraph's Embrace, right? It was 2 tiers, and it wasn't unique. So you could just keep stacking blue buff repeatedly, and basically Biss Sona was like 3 blue buffs. Oh, it was not Stairs. It was Chalice, right? It was Chalice. Basically, he just kept stacking it, and then it would grant mana to allies. So she would just basically print mana for everyone. They called her Mana Printer Sona.
Yeah, did she do anything else?
Like she cleanses CC, which is something that we, for some reason, keep trying.
She cleansed CC.
Never noticeable or memorable for any
Do
reason.
we keep trying it? Who keeps
internally? We do,
Oh,
and then we pull it.
okay. I was about to say.
That's crazy.
I don't
always
think I've
gets
ever
pulled.
let that out the door.
The last time we used it, I believe, was set 6 Garen, who would cleanse himself of CC in order to cast. You couldn't stop him from casting.
And that worked out well. Yeah.
I think the other big quirk here is I think this cleansed grievous wounds, which was both like it was not even intended and like crazy powerful.
Can we just call this the worst unit ever printed?
It's pretty.
I will say, like, I at least remember Sona, and I don't remember Jace, and I hate Skarner. I would actually put it above Skarner.
Wow.
If Chalice didn't exist, is this true?
Yeah, I feel like they're hating because of the
I
item.
would rather just have a backline support unit who heals than a Skarner in the game.
Right,
Oh
all right,
man,
better
this guy's a
than
hater.
Skarner.
This guy's a hater.
Sure.
Wear that badge with pride, Sona. You are better than Skarner. All right, well, at least we can talk about positives here. Darius.
Oh man, S tier
Hell
has to be
yeah.
S.
Hell yeah.
We are up there.
Has to be S tier. It's so iconic.
So I'll say there's going to be some 3-cost Dariuses
So
in a future
iconic.
video that basically have the same pattern. I think this was my favorite one. I think this was actually correct to be a 2-cost because as soon as you give 3-cost power budget, you have to do weird like damage fall off and try to solve a bunch of
Is he
problems.
too
And
strong?
yeah, it's still an awkward 2-cost melee carry, but hot damn, it was one of the most memorable ones. All of that got to be propped up by Space Pirate. Mana Reeve was totally random and
Yeah, the
bizarre,
Mana
but,
Reeve
you
was
know,
so weird, but
that's where we're at.
So what tier?
This is S tier.
S
for me.
tier, S tier.
Like, it's a phenomenal spell. It's memorable. It's powerful. It's inconsistent for a 2-cost, which is great. It can't always scale up. You're excited to 3-star him. Like, for the time, this was, like, I think one of the best 2-costs we ever printed.
Yes.
Yeah, S or high. I can see putting him at
Yeah.
high A, but
Sure, that's fair.
I'm talking about.
I put him in S. I put him below Lucian. I agree. I think he's S. Again, but this goes back to our threats, by the way. This guy was basically a threat.
Yeah, Space Pirate was not really
you
a
could
thing.
run 2 pirate, but that didn't actually.
And Mana
do
Reeve, it was not
anything
really a
except drop
thing.
A little bit of gold. I don't know. I thought this was good.
Yeah.
All right, Mordekaiser.
this is your spell, Giovanni. I think.
I don't remember it.
He did like an AoE.
Wasn't this the circle,
AoE
like the
thing,
particles
yeah,
around
AoE
him
circle.
thing? Like gain a
Yeah.
shield and
Was it in a 2-hex radius or a 1-hex radius?
1 hex.
Because I do. The only thing I remember about him was having a conversation with VFX about whether or not we should have different colors for different teams.
He was part of
because we were getting
3.5. I
confused.
think that's probably why it's hard to
yeah,
remember.
I thought there was
but-
one other hook here, but maybe not.
While the shield persists, he does damage in an AoE around him. So
Yeah, it's okay.
yeah, hey, Mordekaiser with a shield who does damage around him. I'm happy to redo that again. While the shield holds, not so much.
yeah.
Yeah, not while the
Also,
shield
1
holds.
hex
Okay, I
radius,
can get it.
Like,
Probably gonna put him
you're
in D then.
realistically hitting in these days, and even back then, because of the board size, like 1, maybe 2 units, unless he's like solo frontlining.
It's the most boring Mordekaiser we've ever printed.
Set
Oh
1.
no, it's set 1. You're right. Set 1. You're right. Phantom. I forgot. Phantom Mordekaiser. We'll
And I don't
always
think
hold
he-
that.
I don't think he ever played out as this was kind of supposed to be the like mirror of 1-cost light Nasus of if you can keep him alive, he's gonna have like a ton of Dark Star stacks and is gonna be really strong.
There
But I don't
were
think that
Dark
ever-
Star rerolls though with him.
Okay,
There
If
were,
that
there
played
were.
out, I'm like, this is somewhere in C.
I
There
think
was a
one of
Dark
the
Star
2
reroll build
units
that you would go
left
for
alive-
Mork
or one
3.
of the 3 units left alive most frequently in Dark Star was Mordekaiser, assuming you itemized
Shaco.
it. Shaco because he dropped aggro, and Jin because he was a backliner.
Yeah.
And so it's coming back to me. I do remember him as like, the frontliner would be the last one alive. For me, this is like kind of like basically B tier.
His shields would get really big too. Like
Yes.
if he was like 6 Dark Star, he got some big ass shields.
Which
He
is why
did.
I think I didn't even remember it was why the shield holds was because
It
of
was so
Dark
damn
Star feeding him
big.
so much AP.
yeah, because it was on a timer, right? Like 4 seconds.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't remember.
Man, these
Probably
guys
not.
do
I hope
really
we can get
remember
a
so much
fucking
like small details.
2,000
Like,
health shield
I
that
don't
just
remember
didn't
how many
expire.
seconds it would
Well,
be.
this
Like,
is
this is
the set where you use
crazy.
mana lock as well.
How would these guys
but
remember?
Still, like gaining 3,000
shits.
health and doing nothing is that's yeah.
Yeah.
So lowest of B, is that what we're saying?
I'd put it above Zed personally for me, but sure. Lowest.
Oh, they put him in B
Okay,
tier.
I'll go above Zed.
I agree.
Oh, because of
All
the
right,
fantasy.
Lucian. So we already, I mean, this is basically a reprint, but I think this is worse.
That's why I
I think
didn't expect
Cybernetic
that.
made it more confusing.
Yeah.
I think this just didn't actually work out nearly as much. So I think below Blitz.
Oh, the Blitzcrank
that sounds
reprint.
I mean, it's still a good spell. It just
Oh, no, it's
trait-wise
Lucian, it's
didn't
Lucian.
work as well. So
Yep.
Same Lucian from
and
set
then
one.
we have Kog'Maw. I remember this guy being fun.
So gain a bunch of attack speed, maybe more infinite range, and deal
Percent true damage, percent
percent-
health. It wasn't true
percent
damage.
health magic
Damage, right?
Yeah, I like this guy a lot. I
Yeah.
like the idea of like you kind of like wanted to hybridize between attack speed and AP items on him. He took care of like certain threats.
This was
particularly well, because you could still
Battlecast,
build around
right?
it. This
Battlecast
is like an
Kog'Maw.
A-tier spell to me. This is just good. It
He
was
felt
visualized.
like he
I
wasn't
had
good
no
for a while
concerns
though.
about him, other than I didn't like Battlecast personally.
Yeah, I mean, you could go static Shiv, which was
Yeah,
fun,
like
but
the
never
Shiv
optimal.
Rageblade builds.
You could go other versions, but it was a good Ginsu's user. I think like
Yeah, Shiv
for a
Rageblade.
2-cost Ginsu's user, I think Kog'Maw's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was cool. That was
Yep,
cool.
I
Because
agree with
also
all that.
Battlecast scaled off of
Uh,
how many instances of damage you dealt, so it was cool. I agree.
Above Lulu,
Whoa, they're putting him A tier.
I don't think
Yeah.
he's S tier. I don't think he's S tier.
Oh no, agree.
Agree.
Somewhere in A, mid A, basically.
Nautilus. This was hit the ground in front of you, stunning that target, and I think shock.
That wasn't triple shift cog? It might have been.
That.
It might
Did he
have
knock
been.
up adjacent targets briefly or no?
I think it was knock up in a 1-hex AoE. I can't remember if the knock up was the same
Oh,
duration
right.
for
This
all
is-
units or
Because this
I
was
think it was longer for the primary target.
Yeah, it was longer for the primary target at first, but like I think we had to like change that later. But there was a while where he made playing melee almost unplayable. It was just like Nautilus stuns everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's stunned
Dude.
for 6 seconds
What?
on the primary target and half in an AoE around.
Three
Oh, so
second
just a
stun.
3-second AoE.
Just for reference, 3-second stun is what is currently Lyssandra's stun time, which is a 5-cost unit. He stunned for 3 seconds on his primary. AoE stun, by the way.
Stun.
As 3-star. Yeah,
Ridiculous.
That's a little bit of a stun, I would say.
Uh-huh. I'm about to say, I
God,
remember
he's
there being a
broken.
lot of complaining
And
about.
then his trait was Astro, so his Astro would reduce the max mana of your ability, and so he would cast more fat. Oh god, that was crazy.
Nautilus cast me no do nothing.
Yeah, understandable.
This starts an early trend that I think we liked for a while, and now I think correctly don't like as much, of lower cost tanks that CC a handful of units,
Yeah.
usually the enemy frontliner, which mostly works, except the more that we try to carve out melee carry space,
Yeah.
then it stops working.
Yep.
So
Yeah, because then you hit the melee carries.
Yeah.
it's probably like, I think there's a pretty quick modern version of this that we maybe basically done, maybe already the set
I mean,
4 version
isn't
of
the
this was
Echo like the very Echo's a very similar version of this?
yeah, get a shield, have the stun be less extreme. I also think this kind of works better at
I mean,
even
yeah, you're
lower
right.
cost than Echo, because you don't have to
Set 10 Echo was less extreme than Nautilus, but man, Set 10 Echo was busted. Oh my god. The true damage Echo Sentinel. Oh my god.
deal with as much power budget to just make
Hey,
this
that unit was
powerful,
not
so
okay.
It's in low B, maybe?
Yeah, low B, top of C. Like, this particular version of it is not great, but that does not mean that this spell is not, like,
I think it's better than
reprintable conceptually.
Mordekaiser.
These guys' rankings are so fast today. I feel like a lot
better
of
than
players would
Thresh as
not
well,
rank
I
it at
think.
all like
Better than
this.
Thresh. I can live with that.
Be
But
very
nothing beats
different.
Malzahar.
I look, man, Malzahar's pretty good.
Malzahar bar.
All right, we got 3 more on this set.
Malzabar.
Blitzcrank, he's back, but now he's a brawler chrono.
Way worse.
B,
So,
B.
to me, just immediately, like, this guy is now central to or maybe even the best of units to splash into Chrono.
Yes,
which
'cause you just-
flips
oh my
the,
God.
like, threat concept.
How many of you queued up set 3.5 revival and forgot that this Blitzcrank was a thing? And then even when you remember that Blitzcrank was a thing, you still got hooked like 5 more times after that. That's me. I can't believe how many times I was like, oh yeah, Blitzcrank is back in the set. Okay. And then I proceeded to not position around him for so long.
and to play 6 brawler, which I think was pretty good at some points because
No,
was it like
so
Gnar was good.
so this set had the brawler problem where it was all flat health. So you would play 2 and 4 early, and it would dominate, but it would fall off a
It'd fall
freaking
off.
cliff because 800 flat health is garbage later. But the fact again, it was more the fact that you had Blitzcrank, which was causing terror to everyone's backlines, and Shen
Blitz
in
Zephyr,
every
oh
early game
god.
comp was just like, okay, now what
Oh, I
you
came
do,
back
buddy?
for Blitz.
Yeah, Blitz
So,
set 3.
Yeah, no, I agree. Giving him
Oh,
traits was
yeah.
a big mistake.
This is
yeah,
not
yeah,
great, and
yeah,
we wouldn't
yeah.
reprint this again. Like, this is one of those things where we wouldn't reprint this spell these days at all. And if we did, we certainly wouldn't make it something you run in every comp, and we probably wouldn't even make it a 2 cost. So like, there's
Yeah.
not really much about this that is like salvageable.
I
wait,
would-
are we gonna take
the more they're
Blitzcrank, who
talking-
is right now our 3rd best 2 cost?
I said
say we
C,
reprinted him
D
and put
originally,
him
but I
in
want
what,
C.
C tier?
I want C, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Agreed.
think so.
I think so. Yeah.
Put the
So
crank in
just
C.
giving this guy traits knocked him all the way to C tier. That is fascinating.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
where
yeah.
in C tier? Which-
Okay, Bryce, real quick. They put Yasuo Bang Bros in C tier. What do you think about that?
Oh, I think that's a travesty. I'm
That-
pretty sure that's an S tier unit. It's one of the coolest.
Yes,
that line is
thank
one
you.
of the coolest 3-cost lines that they've ever printed.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
Aw.
a good. That was a great 3-cost line
Yeah. Oh, no, 2-cost line. 2-cost line.
or 2-cost line.
But like
sorry,
he was
sorry,
a compliment to Master Yi, who was the 3-cost.
Yes, who was the 3-cost, and
Man,
it was like
thank
really,
you.
really fun.
Yes, yes. And I agree with them. They can't give Blitzcrank traits. Also, do you remember how long Nautilus' stun was in set 3?
Like 2 seconds or
It
something.
was 3 seconds, man.
Holy.
And if you
fuck.
3-started him, it was 6 seconds.
Oh my god, that's beautiful. 6-second stun from a 2-cost.
Oh my
Let's
God.
see.
That's fascinating. That's
That had mana
there's
reduction
a design
on
lesson in
straight.
there somewhere that's really important.
Turns out your traits and where you sit in the rest of the set matters a lot. We're kind of in like Varus territory of I don't know.
Wow, that low? You're talking like bottom of C?
And these guys hate
Or
Varus.
do you mean Fire
Right,
Varus?
The Fire Varus.
Okay,
Varus
okay.
low.
Get
You're
it from
Varus
middle
low.
C.
Okay, I'll put him directly above that Varus.
You know, one thing you got to give
I'll
to
also say
Varus
that,
is
like,
that
something
they shit on him, but he's kind of solidly in the middle.
Like, easily
For now.
splashable. It's also
For now,
unfortunate
true.
because he doesn't benefit from Chrono at all. He had like a 0.5 base attack speed,
Yep.
and even if you got a ton, cool. Now he's at 0.7. Whoop-de-doo.
So,
Yeah.
do you remember this Blitzcrank star scaling, by the way?
No.
We went nuts with this.
We
on-
went-
You
on
just
that,
killed. You
right?
killed people at 3-star. right?
At 3-star,
Yeah,
it was like
okay.
2,000 damage.
Oh,
it was just like,
what? I don't remember that.
which was hilarious. I don't know about healthy, but it was
The-
hilarious.
I think that's the right way to go about it too. When you're like,
They used to do so many things because they were hilarious.
Where it's like,
That's
hey,
so
this is
funny.
for me, and I don't have any defensive capabilities. I'm all about this utility. Like, there's no reason to star me up unless I do something transformative at 3 costs.
So I agree with that, but I don't know that transformative is delete your carry if you forgot to misposition them instantaneously.
Yeah.
You're Scout. What are you doing?
Jesus.
Don't even
Oh,
scout.
also,
just
by the way,
default in
Zephyr
ways
can
that
ruin
get
that
punished.
anyway, so good luck.
Yep.
Oh, no.
All right, Annie, this champion gets away with everything because, for all
Mech.
you know, she didn't do anything.
Yeah, she didn't do
was a
anything.
mech pilot. She was part of mech.
I mean, this starts the trend of basically our quintessential TFT Annie spell, right? Which is
Yep.
gain a shield
Gain
and
a
deal
shield.
damage in a cone.
Yep.
I appreciate that a bunch. You're right that she was mainly played in Mech Pilot and never appeared. She popped out late and died immediately. But like, within Sorcerers, gave them a front line. We reuse this all the time. Like, with the traits maybe knocking this spell down in general, which would otherwise be like an A tier to me. So it's like A or B, depending on how we want to look at it personally.
Yeah,
Oh, interesting.
Like, I weirdly want to call this an A tier spell because there is so many
Yeah.
things that this ended up doing right. Like,
Yep.
I don't think it fully played out, but it's like one of our earliest.
So
like,
the
you should put
functionality of this
explicit
is really
tank
important.
Into
Yeah.
your like
Even
Call
though you never
Sorcerer
saw it.
trait,
Yeah.
and
Makes
having
sense.
access to
You can't
mech
have the fact
in
that
your
she
Call
happened to have
Sorcerer
that
trait.
tag
I don't
Right.
that
overly
fully
cloud
played
your-
out, but you know that's another.
It's
tank
funny
access.
because
Yeah, the spell,
they
like,
just did the inverse evaluation of
we're
Blitzcrank because the
open
tag
door
mattered
to
so
Annie
much.
being a tank. I don't know.
Yes.
We opened the door and we
Yes.
left it open. And
Because even
people
as we look
recovered.
at all our champions right now, we do not have enough tanky frontliners or mages, you know, like AP tanks. So I'm glad she's a
Yeah.
tank.
True. They did
Little, like,
kind of
8-year-old
transform her to an
girl
AP tank.
being it's still like
Yeah, it's a
you had
little
to
weird.
make- but you know,
She
All right.
had a
now
shield in her
underway.
kit and therefore can
Yep,
be a
yep.
tank.
I was talking to Medler about this, and even he was like, look, she's low range, she has a shield, it doesn't bother me. You know, so all right, Witty, you make the call. Bottom of A or top of B?
I'll go bottom of A.
All right, so she's below Lulu.
I think we can use some more A
Oh,
tiers.
and we had opened this door by
Yeah.
set 2 4-cost Annie is already a tank.
Right.
So we're like, let's make another tank Annie.
True, but via summon, right? You wouldn't actually frontliner. Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
thought
I
you
think
did
you still frontliner because
You did frontliner. Yeah.
but she was definitely one of the more
Because
confusing.
you wanted to
versions
take
of it,
damage
so.
to get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, our last set 3. You know, only 8 sets to go, guys. We're making great time.
There's a lot to talk about. I
Yeah,
got time.
Rakan. I think better than Xin Zhao.
Dude,
But
the
not by a
disarm was
lot.
so funny
Just
with
knock up an
RFC.
AoE, flat knock up
Yeah.
1.5. Was that
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of just better Nautilus. It's like kind of the exact same pattern. Get some stun on a few units, but in this case, get some backline access. Looks a little bit cooler, has less weirdness to it.
Yeah,
Currently a
I'm
5-cost
positive
spell
on
on
this.
live, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, with no disarm.
I'm overall positive on this, honestly.
Yeah.
It's within Protector and within Celestial, provided the defensive outputs needed for a frontliner, despite not having any in the kit, mainly for like frontline utility disruption. Like this is just a good spell. This is like A tier to me, honestly. Like
Ooh.
this is
Oh, I don't know if I would have gone A tier. but okay,
tier.
Okay.
or high or B, high B, whatever it may be. But
Witty,
I'm
what's your call?
Very positive on this.
Yeah, we're either high. I think it's above TF.
Okay.
I think this might just be straight up the top of B.
Okay,
Like I think that's
sure.
probably
I
a
can
good
live with
mark.
that. I
Fascinating.
can live with that.
I mean, Rakan was okay.
Okay. Set
Yeah,
4.
I agree. I probably,
Thresh.
yeah, I think B is fine.
This guy
Yeah.
was played a lot.
He's not C.
Couldn't tell you what he does. Because Dusk
Probably
was a
the
popular trait.
Reprint.
I think
right?
this is reprint.
Oh, so this is literally just the Thresh again?
Oh, Dusk
Yeah,
Thresh.
with this time with Dusk and the
Dude,
shield
Dusk,
skills
what
that
a cool
they
yeah.
fucking thing.
works well here.
Yeah, but
so-
Thresh didn't do
Directly
anything in
above
Dusk.
Ocean?
Yeah, nothing. Not a damn thing.
Yeah, sure.
Set 4.
I mean, if it's just
I
a
mean,
reprint.
actually, I think he for me is better than like Nautilus and Malzahar, but probably stops there.
I mean, I'm not going to give you
Better
better
than
than Malzahar
Malzahar.
for a
Better than
reprint, but Witty can tie break
Dust
me.
did a lot
yeah.
to add a lot of flexibility to him as a frontliner, so I'm much more positive on him than I was on set 2.
Yeah, and I agree Dusk did a lot here, but I think like we're over-indexing on Dusk and giving Thresh credit for that, and I don't think
No,
the spell
that's fair,
deserves that
that's
much
fair.
credit for that.
Right.
Okay.
Dusk was carried because the 4 cost was so cool.
Speaking of people who are back, Rakan.
Wait, Rakan was back in
This
set
is
4?
run around disarming people.
Oh, is this
Rakan?
not a reprint? Okay.
I don't think so. It wasn't. It
Oh.
wasn't.
Oh, is this
dev,
the one that,
and
like,
we
literally
did
runs
pivot it.
around?
I think someone check Google or whatever.
Yeah, we
Dude,
had
Elderwood.
Oh,
What a trait.
Elderwood.
What a
I
trait.
believe that.
And it's
And
got
this
tank
was
here.
in
This is the one you put
4.5, and I
RFC
believe
on.
This was.
Well, you put RFC on set 3 as well.
Oh, you're right. That's true.
solely
You
on
did.
this one to be like, well, how can we do CC that is not AoE knockup? And we're like, oh, we could do his ult. So yeah, Rakan dashes to the furthest enemy within range of 2,
Yep.
disarming all units he passes through for a few seconds and taunting his target.
Dude, this
Then
unit was
creates a
that
shield
one
on
patch was
himself for
so
4
broken.
seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot for a 2 cost.
Yeah, a lot for a 2 cost.
awkward.
He was like
awkward
fast
combo,
9.
Disarm
Yes, he
plus
was.
Taunt.
This guy too with an RC
it's
is a
certainly,
fast line.
Like, is this our first taunt?
No. No, we've definitely done taunts at other costs. For
okay,
sure.
Okay.
For sure, this is not our first taunt.
Yeah.
But yeah, kind of an awkward.
I feel like Wade
bump
does not like it. His
kill
facial expression is like, dude,
tank.
not a fan.
This kind of reminds me of Senna, where it does a lot of things we kind of want it to do, but it's just over-designed. It's doing too much.
Yep.
It's not ceremonialized perfectly, and so it's somewhere right.
He was
in the center for me.
reprinted
I'll
7.5.
put it directly below Zinjo.
Oh, that's right. Rage Wing.
Okay. Where's Zinjo? All right. Above Senna, below Zinjo. We're getting to the point now where, at least on my screen, I can't fit the whole tier list on the screen. So, all right. Zed, probably one of the most famous and frustrating
Yeah.
Zeds of all time.
This Zed,
Not saying
man.
it's a bad thing. It's just
Set
he
4
was a
Zed.
Slayer, He jumped to the
Yeah.
back line.
Ninja Assassin.
Oh, I mean, he's a Slayer here. He's
Slayer.
not Shade.
True. There were two
Oh, right.
versions of
Shit.
this.
Oh, God.
Shoot, I don't have both on this list.
He transformed
let's just
traits
talk about that real
halfway
quick. So
through.
he was a Shade.
He was a
No, I
shade.
see both. I see
Yeah.
both.
Oh, are there?
Shade's, next to.
Oh,
second
you're
row.
right.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Okay, let's do the Shade one first, real quick.
Sure.
Because that was 4.
Dude,
right?
this Zed,
That's the one
Spear
that
Zed was
like,
so gross.
Because wasn't Shade also built-in aggro drop?
Yes.
Yeah, they had
Whatever
they
it
had
was. Yeah,
Edge of Night.
or
Every 3
something,
attacks drop
or-
aggro or some crazy
Every
nonsense.
3 attacks drop
And
aggro. Holy fuck.
it's
What
hilarious
the
to see
heck?
Both assassins and Shade in it. Like,
Zed had Assassin's Hand Shade.
but,
Holy
like,
cow.
He was definitely loved by the
Oh
people
my
who love that
God.
archetype.
Oh
So,
my
I
god.
mean,
This fucking kit, man.
I don't know. Like, where you put him, Giovanni?
I'm not a
He
big
TPs to your backline. Every 3 attacks he drops aggro, and he has ridiculous powerful scaling. Oh my god, it was ridiculous.
fan of this. I don't think. I don't know if it's D tier, but it's low C tier at the very most.
Dude, they're just gonna. I want
think
them to
he
put all the
gets credit
Zeds
for
in D
being
tier,
memorable,
just all of
though.
them.
Like, I think
I mean, it's kind of hard to
I would
argue
put it
with.
above Rek'Sai biting for true
Like,
damage,
if it's
but
a
not
unit
by a
that
lot.
we hated the mains,
Does
it
that
probably
sound right,
says something
Woody?
about the design of the unit.
Yeah, we're in. Yeah, like.
Like, I
yeah,
hated
we
fucking
just put it
Zed
right above
mains.
there, actually, it's
Okay.
way more problems, way more memorable.
Do you remember Asian Gamer 5 Zed main?
Okay,
Oh
so
god.
then-
Oh
in
yeah, dude, I
4.5 he
remember
became a
all the Zed
Slayer,
mains that thought they were so good.
which meant
Even
he didn't jump to the
Aegon
back.
was a Zed main. No, he actually played Spiritual Son. Never mind.
You know who was part of that crew is Deepay. Deepay was a Zed
Deepay
enjoyer.
was a
That
Zed
was
forcer?
his OG
Oh
like
god.
big climb was Zed, and I remember thinking you're not that good though. You're just doing it on fucking Zed, man.
Oh,
but then
Soulless.
But then he got good.
Yeah, I mean a lot of players like that too. Kiyun was a mech one trick, and then he got good.
Yeah.
And then Robin was a mech one trick. You guys don't remember? Like it was 1, 2, 3 was Robin, Kiyun, and one other person I don't remember.
I mean, Goobums was a off meta one trick
Yeah,
usually
yeah,
for like
Keeper's one
multiple
trick.
sets before he became good.
Yeah.
He was like Ari and Zet and Talon before people played Talon and shit.
Yeah. There was the whole Italian Zed Mafia. Yes, I remember in EU there was like, oh god, Zed players, man. It was so crazy.
Backline now.
Yeah.
Honestly, a much healthier version, but obviously less powerful and more forgettable.
Yep.
especially
So-
as a direct
Slayer Zed?
comparison,
Yeah,
like,
probably.
That's the kind of thing where I'm like, if I can't figure out something that makes it more interesting, at least on some axes.
The Slayers
I'm
were
like,
4
this is
cost,
just
right? Like
worse.
Olaf.
Like, I don't want to break the game, but I would rather make stuff that's memorable than make stuff that's just totally forgettable.
Yeah.
So is this higher or lower than Shade? Which is weird because like I get it in the context of the set that it was a downgrade, but
Yeah,
like
Olaf
in terms
Tryndamere.
of reprintability, it's better.
Wow, they're debating a
Yeah.
lot on the second
I
version
mean,
of Zed.
well, we already talked about this idea that like we don't want to steal percent of targets AD.
Oh, was he still
and-
doing that at this time?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
He stole AD as well. I forgot about
All right,
that.
let's just put them next to each other. He's a slight point above, but this AD steal shit was so
This
bad.
Zed is just
Dude, the
disgusting.
AD
Speaking of
steal.
bad, we have Moonlight Brawler Silas, and I will
the
always
coolest of all the Moonlight units.
Yeah,
The Moonlight
right.
units.
So
Oh,
I always
Mo-
remember this
oh, and we have
because
Aphelios,
this is when I did
Moonman.
the
Aphelios
Chosen
is such it's
challenge,
S tier for
and
sure.
He was the last
Moon
one,
Man.
and it took me like
Moon
7
Man.
tries.
Such an iconic
because he was
two cost.
just so uneventfully bad.
Because he dealt damage in a 3-hex line, and getting that to hit more than one unit
Yeah.
ever was virtually impossible.
3 hex line. What the heck? That's like the
This to me was
Tetris.
AD tier.
The
He
Tetris.
also managed.
Oh well, that helps
The
everyone.
Tetris
3x
4
line,
bar.
You just would you condense front line and then put them on the outside,
this
try to get them
is-
walk at an
this is
angle.
deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is some kind of one cost spell that also add problems. that
So
would've needed to be
specific. That's so
solved.
funny.
Yeah.
Is this above Senna or
Nar's
Sona?
3 cost line or 3 hex line, right?
This one? 2 hex. 2 hex.
Like current Nar.
It's
No,
difficult
2
'cause
hex,
any
2 hex.
context I think
Hex,
of him in is like propped up by Moonlight, which I
Yeah,
love.
of course. Moonlight was
right?
great.
But as an individual unit, he just was not it.
He was literally the person you were like regretted having in Moonlight.
I think it might be below Sona for me.
Oh
Wow.
okay.
Below
Starter.
Sona.
Yes.
The mana
Okay,
battery
okay.
Sona.
We found our bar.
Yes.
All
We
right, Pike.
found-
The reprint's back, but better.
Pike.
And we have 2 pikes again, so there's an assassin version in
Where did they put
4.0,
Pike,
and
the first
then,
Pike?
Gains Slayer.
What did they do, what?
4.5.
Where did they put the
Yeah,
first
I mean,
Pike?
Those are basically the same.
Like B, I
Yeah.
think. Like bullshit.
I mean,
love
he
this
was
Pike.
better in Slayer. He was better in Slayer because you could actually play.
Oh,
him as
maybe
a
it's
carry.
A.
He got
Oh,
around
Oh,
it's
the
BB.
game.
They put in
Yeah.
B.
Yeah.
But
One of these pikes, I couldn't tell you which is at least A tier to me. Like, I love this pike spell. I would do it again. We got to a really good point where his stun wasn't overpowering, but you were still very
Yeah.
pushing it.
Cultist
Yeah,
Pike
I-
felt much
S
more
tier,
reasonable.
man,
let's
please.
put them both right below Annie. Does that sound fair?
No.
I'm gonna put the Slayer one.
There's no way
No.
this unit is below any,
They
man.
may as well be
No,
the
that's
same.
not fair, Mort. I want to be on this, please.
All right, Annie, Fortune Mage. No, not the one on live. A.
Fortune Annie. Oh wait.
Reprint. Spell is a pretty interesting
Shield.
mage spell as well. So. I don't know, this is-
Didn't making this mage like really pigeonhole her though? Like you had to play mage with her.
Yeah,
I
because
think
then her
so,
double
and we
shield,
see a
her
more
shield wasn't
extreme
worth it
version of that
because you had to bounce
set
around mage.
6 with-
Yep.
No, I guess not with Vex. Vex was a
Remember that
mage
you had to
spell.
balance
that wasn't
every
bad.
unit
That's
around
right, I
mage
remember,
because
like, if you tried
they
to
thought
play this
mage spell
champion
was a good
without
idea.
mage, it was like
Yeah.
she may as well not exist.
So the thing that I'm trying to think of is she was a Fortune unit. Fortune was very popular.
Oh yeah,
You usually only like went Fortune or were most excited to when you had
Tom Kench.
Fortune chosen in general. However you got it early, whether it's her or Tom Kench.
Nah, you still
Usually
played it
opened you
anyways
up
without Fortune
the
chosen.
ability to add +1s,
Mhm.
which allowed her to get mage more frequently. So even though she was tied to it, it was still fairly common when you needed it. And if you weren't in chosen Fortune, you were in mage, and she was very good for mage.
Yeah.
So
Okay, better or worse than the mech pilot version? I think worse is my vote, but
Worse.
it's fairly similar to me. Cause
Yeah,
mech
actually,
had
they're
its own
kinda the
problems,
same.
Just kind of like
I just don't like this spell as a double cast spell. I really don't. I think as a single cast spell, it's cleaner.
that's reasonable.
Agreed.
Think about it.
Especially because he's gaining shields, kind of weird. Yeah.
So
Yep.
directly.
Oh wait,
behind
it looks
other
exactly the same.
All right.
It's the same art.
He
Yeah.
would raise
Never
his
noticed that.
hand in the air and
Yeah.
slowly drain health from people
Yep.
around him.
Yep. One of
Vlad?
our first and least
No,
successful
Hecarim.
drain
Oh,
tanks.
Hecarim. Oh, dude, I don't remember. This is the Eldenwood guy, right?
I would not
No,
reprint
no,
this.
no.
It was. It was.
I think that the
Oh, it was. You're
pattern
right. Oh, you're right.
was
You're right.
very
Yeah.
effective given his traits. So
Current
his
Yorick,
Elderwood, which
yeah.
needed you to stall out
Oh,
and
man.
gain more value for
Yeah.
your heal over time. He was also in Vanguard.
Did- I don't-
he
I don't
was a
get this guy.
successful
I'm
unit
down
at
to
doing what he needed to do.
Put him in
But from
C.
like a visual appreciability standpoint, from like a I love this champion because he does something cool perspective, just so boring.
When
Yeah,
he was unkillable,
yes.
he was unkillable.
Very boring. I mean, this sets Yorick. That's a really good some.
I
summary
did
of
not
it.
like this guy. Like because when he was viable, he was toxic, and when he wasn't viable, he was useless.
Yeah, so this is bottom of C or top of D for me.
Yeah, definitely worse than Darkstar Mordekaiser is the closest comparable.
Oh,
like,
yeah, by far.
by a lot. So yeah, he's in bottom of C, maybe above.
We'll do bottom of C. Above who?
I think it's above. Maybe it is literally the bottom.
I
of
think it's
C.
literally bottom. I'll go bottom of C.
Poor Hecarim.
All right. Cultist.
Wait till they get to
Siphoner
Cavalier
Vladimir.
Hecarim. Whoa.
I know that this was some kind of heal spell.
Of course.
The clarity
Was this the
on it
transfusion
like,
one? He just like.
really bad.
Oh,
if I
yeah.
remember.
Oh, that was set
Because
two, that was
wasn't
set
his, like,
two.
AOEW or whatever.
Mm,
It wasn't his Q.
What did he
was it?
do?
No. Okay, this. Oh god.
What did Vlad do?
So this was the. He deals
Is
damage
this-
to his target and then heals everyone around him.
Just so
for 50% of the
AoE
damage.
heal.
Oh.
AoE
So he was
Weird.
like a frontline tank support healer. But you
What?
wanted to build like AP on like
Oh.
bizarre unit.
Oh.
Absolutely bizarre.
Siphoner is like healing from dealing.
Well, I
damage.
forgot
Yeah,
this.
So
Yeah.
he did an AoE
I forgot about
heal,
this
but
too.
He that was like 50% of the damage, but he healed more because he was a siphoner.
Yeah, this is not
Okay.
great.
Yeah.
not great.
Forgettable. Very forgettable.
Yeah.
Is it worse than
The fact
Starner?
that we can't remember.
No.
No one
I-
thinks
I
it's
don't think
cool.
it's like D tier. I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I don't think it's D
Okay.
tier.
I think it's-
Jana's
I
about
think
to
it's
come
right
up.
now.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
This
I'm
is
looking
an
at the
S
C
tier
tier champions,
unit.
I don't know what.
At least he was interesting.
She did
which
the
is, like,
shielding,
puts him
right?
above
He had the
Hecarim for
shielding
me.
and extra damage,
Even
right?
if he was
It was
just
just
Oh,
a
you had extra
really,
AD.
really
Like,
cool.
Yeah.
bizarre kit. So
Support.
this is still bottom of C for me.
Yeah.
Damage
yeah,
dealer.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'll put him.
Like,
I'll put him
such a cool
directly below
unit.
Hecarim. I think he's directly below Hecarim. Janna, if I remember
Oh.
correctly, this is no, I'm probably getting my sets wrong. Never mind. This is the Janna that like gave a bunch of AD.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, so shield 2, 3, 4 allies, the lowest health ones,
Right.
and to give them 20, 30, 60 AD, which was the flat AD at the
Right.
time, not, yeah.
Kind of crazy if you think about it, because when she shielded Talon,
mean-
oh my god.
I like
Modern
For some.
standards, it's garbage.
Yeah,
But,
100%. Well, I mean, she's providing defensive capabilities and helping your team deal damage. By
But you'd never
providing
itemize
AD.
her.
No, this wasn't Wave
you'd
Jana.
never
No, no, no.
itemize her. But she got
Unless
played.
the AD scaled with AP.
She did get played a lot though, just because of her traits.
Yeah, her traits were really
She
good.
Fit really well in
Mystics.
the web. Felt great with Talon.
Yeah, dude, that's to say the
I
least.
think this within the set, she did exactly what she needed to do for the most part.
Agree.
So that's and if we reprinted her, which we kind of have at this point,
I mean,
set 11.
Live Janna, yeah, let's say Live Janna is like the more modern version of this spell.
Talon was a 4-cost assassin, enlightened assassin, and he would jump up into the sky, become untargetable, and then jump onto I think the weakest HP carry or some other targeting thing, and he would stab, and then if he killed, I think he would do it. You get mana refunded, so he would jump up again. So what would happen was Janna would ult and give Talon AD. He would jump up, can't get targeted, come down, swoop, and get a bunch of mana again. Oh, I think that was enlightened. I think that's what enlightened did. And then get a bunch of mana and then jump up again. And then by the time he lands down, Janna shields him again. It was just ridiculous. It was so silly.
This is just B. It's
So
fine.
fun.
So
Like,
silly,
silly with
man.
fun,
And this is
but
what
then otherwise I'm
Goobum's
with
one
you.
trick to rank 1.
I know.
It was fine, man. We can make it work now, ish.
Where's it going B to you?
Maybe even above the weird projectile blocking Brahms, personally. Like it's a
Wow.
solid
Oh, it was
spell.
lowest
I really
armor?
like those
Okay.
units too.
Yeah,
But that's all. It's just
higher
like,
than
we're just gonna call
I
that the
would
graveyard of
go,
underrated
but
units. It's the
I'm-
Brahms,
I
the
think I'm
Pike.
looking at,
The B?
below.
Yeah.
The graveyard of underrated units.
I mean, some of these units.
I mean,
do
Mort would
look-
agree
do
with
suck,
Mouse.
though.
Yeah.
I'll put him directly above Malzahar. Killing me. All right, Jarvan. I could not tell you what this spell did.
He basically stunned in a line. He did his flag.
Oh, right.
And it did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a
remember that.
flag.
You're right, because it like
They
once you
threw the
got going
flag
with
down.
Warlord, it could. There was the reroll Jarvan version when we overbuffed it that would just like
Because it was Jarvan and Vi who would both do obscene amount of damage.
Oh,
it's
yes,
really
I remember this.
unexpectedly.
Reroll
Yes.
Warlords.
Yeah, I liked this spell.
Same.
It like, and it was weird because I thought this spell was gonna be more of like kind of solving some of the Nautilus problems of let's spread the stun a little bit more out and maybe
Dude, they
get
have
some
another Braum coming
backliners,
up.
have some interesting positioning. It was pretty fun to watch too. Like it's got
Yeah.
some of the Pike properties of I'm moving around, I'm doing a Jarvan thing, and so on some level, like the times where he was like also murdering lots of units was like, oh geez, like that's
Right.
just sounds like an overpowered spell. And it was.
Yeah, it was.
Do you know what the scaling was?
I remember the 3-star being nutty.
One
Dude, they have the other Braun coming up,
250.
Bryce.
So okay.
Did they just get
7.
another chance
Yeah.
for them to just
Yeah,
this
disrespect
is when,
this
yeah,
man?
this is when
But that Braum, do you remember was Dragon Soul, which would be like storing up power, so then he would like punch and
Yes.
then kill.
Like the Blitzcrank,
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah.
But this was AOE, so that was a
Man,
whole chunk of the enemy
OTT,
team.
too cool.
Dude.
All right, so where's it going?
we're below the cultist pikes for me. I don't know if that puts him below Rakan.
I
This is
don't
kind
think
of
he's
a
A
bit of
tier.
Rakan.
I don't think this is A
Yeah.
tier.
This is like right below B tier Rakan to me. It's
Yeah,
kind
this-
of the same thing.
Top of B tier. For
They
me.
really like some of these like weird.
Fable
unique
Nautilus.
abilities.
This feels like just slightly upgraded Nautilus.
Get it? Because they're the designers, right? So they want like that's the stuff that they
What was the
value.
Yeah, but like compared to Silas's unique ability, which was like they rated D, so
Yeah.
Damage
yeah.
by
Yeah,
50%
fair.
For 5 seconds. So he went from being like a frontline utility to a frontline like tank.
Yep.
And I want to say why there was something about this that made me feel like he had virtually permanent uptime. I think it's because that shield of damage reduction did not mana lock him.
Correct, because it's not a shield. It's just DR.
Right. Well, I mean, we still.
What was the
do
Fable
that.
trait?
Well, nowadays we do that.
Nowadays
remember?
we would have a clean VFX that would do
Fable
that, but
trait?
monolocking
Yeah.
for 5 seconds would have been a
I do
massive
not remember.
downgrade.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
So
yeah,
at the time, it was not monolock. So yeah, you basically just had 50% DR uptime, which was insane. But I still think like this was a more fun version of the other Nautilus. So
And this one also
yeah.
did an AoE stun. This is a single target, 3, 4, 5 second knock
Right,
up or
okay.
stun.
So
and
it's
then-
a
Single
healthier
target
version,
3,
I
4,
think.
5.
I like this a lot.
Yeah.
What?
These
Is this-
stun times we wouldn't do again, but I like this
Yeah.
a lot.
No, but stunning one target's not the end of the world.
For 5 seconds. 4
5
Okay, maybe
seconds.
not
That's a
5
lot.
seconds at 2
seconds.
stars?
Oh, they enhance spells.
I think this could go as high as like
Yeah.
right with Jarvan.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
at
agree.
3-star it was
This
stunned for
might be
5
above
seconds.
that.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
kind of agree.
Yeah, it's a single target. But if it's the main
Vi,
take, I guess
was
it doesn't really matter.
Wasn't there a damage version of this build that was really fun?
Is
Well,
this
it might
Vi
have been
the
a
beginning
meme.
of like she
It was-
punches the
when you went to
ground
3-star, it had really high.
and then she does a
Uh,
little, and then she like
scaling.
What
reduces
are
armor?
traits?
But it was in Warlords, and so you stacked up some.
They did that Vi like 5
Warlords,
times, or 4
Warlord
times.
Vi.
It was kind of weird because she did a pretty large cone of
I
damage,
swear the amount of times they've
but
done
then
Vi where
also
she punches the ground and reduces armor is like
also
at least 4.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
It was like 40, 50,
It's a lot.
They printed
that like 3 times.
Right, which was confusing. I just
Yeah,
remember
oh, for
I remember playing reroll Vi and it being like kind of a meme, but kind of fun.
It was one of those things where when she was positioned properly, she would basically delete the entire front line in like
Right.
one shot.
Right.
But if not, she maybe killed one unit.
Right.
We have reprints of this at some point, or at least one, maybe.
Mm-mm.
No.
I don't think
Okay,
so.
so it wasn't this version. It was just like she did like
We
a
have, like, the
piercing
four-
punch
we
or
have, like, the
At
something.
some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have like the 4-cost version that dashes and does this pattern.
Yep.
Like, it's like decently high up.
Yeah, this is for me is like probably low B because I would redo this with some changes again, no problem. But
Dude, you guys.
it's not like
4-cost Vi is one of my favorite units. It was so badass from set 6.
I do
Oh,
think this
man.
is
Cost
one of those
5
things
for
that
set
really
6.
shows that, like,
Completely
set
agree.
5 is
Very,
So
very
badass.
cool unit.
Oh my god.
Very,
She's
very
differentiated
cool
by she
unit.
wearing death cap. Like, this is one of those ones where it's like for a lot of our players that don't necessarily play League, it's very unclear how to play this Vi.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
I think it is worse than the Threshes, but better.
It's
than
such a weird
Mordekaiser's.
design thing to have to think about, but it makes
Yeah,
sense.
exactly. Expectations around the champions
also
based off
say,
another
yeah,
game.
she had 0 out of 50 mana, so she was.
Oh yeah, no,
spamming.
she was cranking. Like, it was like
was a
Lulu
No
off
doubt that
the
also
bat,
affects
dual
like
split kind
2
of stuff.
XKO and everything else as well.
Okay, Lulu, she's
Yep.
back, but now she double casts.
It's
double
hard to
cast
say
was
if this is
weird.
better or worse.
It was
double
weird.
casting this spell is
It was like double
fun.
pop, right?
Yeah.
She probably loses some points. Of
I
this
think it's pretty
starts to
weak.
Feel even a
I
little
did not-
bit less
yeah.
like appropriate for. It's less appropriate for smaller board. It's like maybe like it works really well in Elderwood. It's playing into that whole game.
Yeah.
But it works.
I think my favorite
really
Lulu's
well
are
in
3-cost
Elderwood.
Lulu's.
I think it literally just goes right with the other Lulu.
Lulu's been a
I don't
cool
think it's
unit
I
that
think
a
it is
bunch of
a
times.
step down for me.
Right, I would put it below, but
yeah.
still above the literally above the Annie, right next to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we also removed. So I'm pretty sure set 1 Lulu had number of targets go up 1,
Yes.
2, 3.
Yes.
And we removed that, and it was only 1 target, but the
Well, you
size-
think
Bug got
wasn't
stronger,
it 2
yeah.
with the double cast though?
yeah, it was.
Yeah. So, okay, Teemo. I loved this little guy. I mean, it's basically a reprint of what we have now.
Right.
Yeah.
The
It's
mushroom
11.
Teemo.
But
Which is a
he
great
was fine.
Teemo.
The-
I
it
actually
was a
really
little bit
enjoy this
strange
unit.
because it was an
Agreed.
AoE.
Oh, was it?
I believe so.
Sharpshooters was pretty
really?
annoying, but
With
I mean that's
Sharpshooter?
what trick
yeah,
shots
yeah,
is
it
right
was
now.
One hex. Wait, yeah, this was 1 hex. And didn't this have some kind of utility?
Oh, it
No.
blinded.
Yeah, that's blinded.
Oh, I
This is
forgot about
blind.
that.
Oh, I take it back. I
Oh
take
my
it back.
god! Oh my
Yeah,
god! I
because-
forgot.
because in the set we had a single target, like
Oh, oh, oh,
and so we didn't want that, and so we wanted some
oh.
utility.
For people who don't know, blind is basically like this, like your auto attacks always miss, which is really annoying.
And then that's why Jinx had a stun as well as
Yeah.
a 3-cost sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not do blind again. I wouldn't expect this to be an AoE again.
I mean, the set 11 version is just the
AoE
better version
blind.
of the spell.
An
Then.
Yes.
AoE
Minus
blind.
Dang
What a
those.
time
But-
to be alive.
Well,
Dude, imagine you just did that right now on Yone and Kane.
So where are we putting this at?
They can't do anything.
Somewhere in C. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but like it has a lot of things I would not look to redo.
I think it's better than Volibear, worse than Fire Varus.
Sure.
Okay. Braum, he's back again.
Here we
But
go.
This time, hopefully, we've improved him.
Same
I think
Brom.
this is where we're starting to get to like proper Braum.
Come on.
I
think
like
we-
this guy a lot.
Basically cleaned
Please.
everything up here. There's no facing thing. There's no projectile blocking.
No,
He's
just
a little
straight up tanky.
odd in Dragon Soul, but that
Yeah,
was
he's just
I think,
for whatever reason, a
necessary
deeply
'cause, like, a big
deeply
vertical-
satisfying
Yeah,
to have a
we need
main
a
tank
tank,
that just
yeah.
sits there
It
and
was one
holds a
of those
big
things
ass
where
shield
because he
up.
had such,
I forgot what exactly about Dragon Soul. Basically, it would be like every certain amount of time that would pass, like a Dragon Soul champion would just like do a giant blast of a Dragon Beam. That was just like what the trait
Yep.
did. And so sometimes your Braum was the only Dragon Soul alive. So he would do nothing but tank. But if he was like the last Dragon Soul alive, he would like punch over his shield and one shot like the other units. And so if you build your Braum tanky enough, a legit win condition for the Dragon Soul comp was whether or not your Braum could stay alive to one shot the enemy carry at the end of the fight. It was super funny.
like high uptime on.
I mean, it was just so
survivability,
fun.
Even though he wasn't proccing
Yeah.
it as frequently. If he
Like it
was
just,
last
I don't know,
alive,
created
he
very
was still
TFT
getting
moments
a
for
good
me.
number of procs because
Yeah.
he stayed alive.
And he would
Yeah,
like,
they're talking
win a
about.
fight necessarily in overtime.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite tanks of all time. I want to say.
Oh, Giovanni
Yeah,
got your back.
Agreed.
The other thing is
Let's
the way we
go!
did DR scaling was the correct way to do it, which was the stat efficiency per 100.
Right, the
which-
AP thing, yeah.
Explaining that in a formula to players, good luck. But like, it's the correct way to do it, I think. So
Oh, I forgot. They
I'm
did
very
a
positive on
ratio
Braum to the point
scaling.
Where it's, for me, this might be the best 2-cost tank we've ever done, which would put him in S tier. But I'm willing to hold that until later to see. If
I
someone's
love
better.
that.
Let's put him at the bottom of S tier for now.
Yes!
And then go
That's-
from there,
that's
'cause
my
I
boy.
agree, like,
Dude,
I
Giovanni
think
just
there's
knows,
some
man.
good
This
there
guy's a
for
knower.
sure. And our S tier's looking pretty
Completely
light
agree.
anyway.
Well,
You guys
2-costs
know
weird.
her.
I
Costs are
feel
weird.
like,
I know.
yeah.
Jax, he's back, but different.
Is he?
Yeah,
I
is he
mean, not-
different? I
not-
don't.
No, he's not.
That's witty.
Oh, so he's
Get
one of
him,
those Berserk Light,
get him
but
witty.
now he's Divine Duelist?
Yeah, and because he was not
Poor
in
Jax.
Berserker, he had higher uptime on his spell because he had more attack speed. Because he was, what was he in? Was he light?
Yeah, he was Berserker Light before, now he's
and so
Divine
Divine
Duelist.
had the proc.
Yeah.
Oh, he
It's
was
just
really
very
important to
similar,
War Week.
Honestly, we needed a frontliner.
Yeah.
Directly
He
above
was
other one?
he was the actual
Yeah.
secret that helped bridge you to War Week.
Of like 30
Yep.
to 40% reprints. It felt like it fit, but
Yep.
yeah, didn't fix any problems.
All right, Aphelios, how did this 4-cost get on
By the
this
way, the
list?
secret is just play the 2 costs with the exact same traits, right?
Yeah.
What a cool unit. Oh, now we're talking about Aphelios pre or post rework.
Oh, Moon Man! We're at Moon
I
Man.
don't remember.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yes!
Moon Man.
One of them,
This is S tier for
this happened,
sure.
I think maybe a month into set
It's so
4, I
iconic.
wanna say.
But they
Like,
never
for a
reprinted it.
while, You went Shojin's.
That's
But
probably
it's
good.
so
and
iconic.
he would create an escalating number of turrets.
I remember, yeah.
Yes,
originally
yes.
we
You
had
would just
mana
keep scaling
lockout
the amount
or
of turrets you had
something,
on your
or, like,
board.
there's a
Oh, I
fixed
think
number that
it
could
was the
exist.
turrets procced his on hits.
Yeah, something like that.
Rage Blade,
extension of his
Rage Blade,
Right.
Guardian
right. So
Angel.
they would proc Shojin. So yeah, you would get like, yeah. I mean, either way, this guy was so
They're gonna give him like a
probably
C
one
tier,
of the
aren't
most
they?
memorable 2
Yeah.
costs from that era
Yes.
for sure. But like I said, I think he's secretly a 4-cost masquerading as a 2-cost. Like
Yeah,
you
I
could
can see
literally
that.
reprint him as a 4-cost now, and people would be like, "This guy's great. I love him."
Man, and honestly, some of our
Probably,
best
yeah.
champions are.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
3 costs and move them down to
It's
1 or 2
cheating, but
costs.
that's where that's what he was.
4-star was disgustingly toxic.
Yeah.
For his word, that logic put Yasuo in like C tier or something like that because it said his
Yeah.
kit was too good at 2-star.
He
So
could-
Yeah.
cool. So
yeah.
cool.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think he
I
gets
mean,
to
I
be in
guess
B
you don't
tier
want to be
from
just
the
the overtuned
memories
units
alone.
list, but
But
We
like I
wouldn't
said,
reprint him.
More
I
guys
would
got
as
it.
a
He's not going
4-cost.
C
I would
tier.
reprint him as a 4-cost.
That's
I
fair.
would.
That's fair.
He's a solid 4-cost, but
I'm
this
down
is
for them
not
to
a
reprint this.
2-cost.
That's
Yeah, I am too.
That's very fair.
Usually they try not to
like
reprint too many
above
4 costs. They only did a few like Jin, but I'm down for
Oh, you're
this
gonna
guy.
make me put him
Ash.
over Malzahar, aren't you?
Ash.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh. Is he below
It's like-
Janna?
I think above Janna.
Yeah.
I think above Ari.
Wait.
Ooh,
Really?
Giovanni,
That
man,
high?
this guy.
That's only 2.
He just he
The
just
hot
has
take.
us. He just
Wrestling
has
would
us
put
every
him this high,
time.
We're basically
Yep.
saying, oh yeah, the best way to make good 2-cost is overload the kit.
He's just like, yeah, high
No,
B tier.
I
that's
think
not-
that is incorrect.
no more. I think it's more than that, man.
I do not think he's
What do you? Okay, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
Well, I just think that I think there was something. I think that 2 costs are where we play, where they like play around with stuff for fun. I think it's part of the reason why hero augments really work there. And I think that what they created in Aphelios was a really fun 2-cost power fantasy, like original unit, original trait to play around with Moon Man and the 4-star, and like cool itemization at times. I don't know. I think that it's okay to say that it was overtuned and that's what made it work, but like there were periods of time where even with an overloaded kit they figured out a way to make it like semi-balanced, and it was just a cool fun part of the game.
Okay, there's a lot of things you can say about Moon Man. He was not very balanced at all.
There was a period of time where it was balanced, right? It wasn't a lot. It's like a period of time where it was semi-balanced. I understand that it was
I
probably
don't
broken for
remember
most of
that at all, but yeah. I mean, you're probably right, but my recollection was
Yeah,
this guy was so broken.
we always remember it that way though.
And then he was useless for a while after they nerfed it, but
Yeah, for sure.
okay.
He's elegant or anything like that. I think he's just secretly a 4-cost.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll
stand
give
by
you directly below Malzahar. How about that?
below.
No
that's
more.
fine.
No
Fine,
more.
All right, 2 to
I'm in
1.
above.
All
Because
right.
Malzahar had his own problems as well.
All right,
We're-
fine. Directly above. You win. You win. 2 to 1.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Justice.
Varys, Redeemed Ranger. Was this
Golden
the, like,
Shower
Rain of Arrows?
Varys.
Yep.
Rain of Arrows deals some damage, buffs any allies that arrows
Part
land
of
on.
one of
Oh,
the
wait, where's
coolest
that?
lines, Bulldozer,
Yeah,
right?
that's the-
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
right,
we're doing that fine.
because he would buff whoever he did with
Yeah.
AD, and you would
This unit
shoot on
actually-
Pantheon.
I think this unit, unironically, goes. It's A tier for me just off of that interaction. 'cause
Ah,
that's
but
like one of the
it's
coolest
so
comps.
yeah, okay, for sure,
Yeah,
But it's
Late
so
into the
weird.
set, this,
It was super weird, but it was just unique.
single-handedly
It was just
enables the
it was just
Bulldozer
unit
comp
interaction
with
based comp.
Pantheon,
Which was totally on purpose.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
intentional on hit hook here. We didn't test with Pantheon specifically, but keep the options open.
Bulldozer.
This is pretty. I also don't remember this causing problems either. Like this just
No, it's fine.
worked pretty well as a and was this is when we're starting to get good at, if you have a big vertical, one of the ways that you can make your 2-cost relevant is have them do the damage type that is not the same as the primary carry in the comp, which was Vel'Koz at 4 cost.
Yep.
So it's like you're playing redeemed, but you're stuck with AD items. You can play the Varys comp instead.
Oh, we're in set 5.
Yeah.
I just realized.
Yeah.
I don't know if we would reprint this because it is kind of like weird that this backline like Rain of Arrows empowers your allies. Like it's thematically very bizarre, but mechanically like did everything it needed to do for this comp, and I'm very positive.
Yeah,
on that.
2-cost shoot Rain of Arrows, deal damage, and add a tiny bit of utility. I think that's a great spell. I think that's
Yeah.
a solid spell.
Yeah, for me, the only problem with it is the ceremony behind it.
Yeah. So where are we putting
Raining
it?
buff arrows on my allies.
Yes.
That's
Where are we putting it?
weird. Yeah, it was a weird comp.
Yeah.
It was a weird
Yeah.
ability.
Are we? Yeah, we're either like top of B or bottom of A.
Yeah.
I'll do
Oh,
both.
yeah,
I'll do
oh,
bottom of A. I
Bryce
think
nailed
this is
it.
Yeah, I
very
like
solid.
that.
I would
Bryce
go for that
nailed it.
spell, like I said, with minor adjustments.
Okay, by the way, can we take a second? I didn't realize we were in set 5, but set 4. My God, we talked about how the 4
Great
costs
set.
and the 5 costs were good. The 2 costs were also really good as well.
Just a phenomenal set.
Man, what a great set! Like honestly,
Yeah.
it's why we forget so much of the balance problems in set 4 because the set was just great. The
Yeah,
champions are
set was-
amazing. Straight fire, agreed.
Yep.
Nautilus for the 3rd time. I'm pretty sure it's the same Nautilus, isn't it?
Ironclad Nautilus.
It is the same. Well, I think we're back to AoE, but
Sure.
much lower stun and no like primary, secondary. And he's got, we don't give him his own like defense because he's got
Ironclad the
like,
trait
the
was
2
dope.
best defensive traits in the set.
What did that do?
Yep.
Super set. I think
It like
this
it like when you played Ironclad, it gave your team wide armor, but it would do like a shing, like a metallic sheet, like a
Okay.
thing on it. It just felt good to play. I don't know. Every time you did it, your screen would just flashbang you with an Ironclad.
Hype.
to me at least, like kind of the fully cleaned up version of this, or at least is equivalent to the
I think it's equivalent to Fable.
to fabled
Yeah.
one.
So this one was 3/4 6-second stun, 50% effect on.
Oh, it
adjacent.
is still primary, secondary. Okay.
Yep.
So it really is
Yeah.
just an Astro reprint, but with better traits. Like I remember
Astro reprint with
Ironclad
better
being
traits.
very desirable, Knight being very good, probably to the point where it's almost problematic here. So I don't know. I would literally just put this directly below the Vanguard Astro version.
below above.
Okay,
other
that's
way
fair to
ranks.
me.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
putting it directly below for now.
I can live with it.
Okay, Brand.
Abomination Brand.
Spellweaver Brand. I have
Oh,
feelings on this
man.
one. You guys first.
Cool looking unit as starting point.
This was
Yeah.
the blue buff.
Very
AoE
fun.
damage
Very fun unit.
dot. Like
Was it AoE? I thought it was
not
single
AoE.
target.
Sorry, sorry.
No,
like,
was
he would
totally
shoot.
thought.
Yeah, he would
relax
shoot
it
small
and spread it
fireballs.
and
Yeah.
hit many targets.
I mean, this
I
was
keep trying to
also
make it more
very
than it
fun.
never
This
did.
line was
But
very
there was
fun.
a clear dream there that I was really excited about personally, and I would redo a champion just like this again in the future. I think.
I mean, we
Fuck
did
yeah.
many
Tra-
times.
traits.
Let's go,
We did many
Giovanni.
times, So
And this is like the more refined version of Teemo, where we're also
Yeah, blue buff,
trying
gunblade.
to pull
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
3.5 Cassiopeia pattern down to
Which
2
ca-
costs.
yeah, and 3.5
A lot of that work-
Cassiopeia
and
pattern was
Spellweaver's
fun too.
Totally good, makes a lot of sense here. A-bomb, you can get into all sorts of conversations about like how that part, but I think he also
Yeah.
often was just not even played in A-bomb, right? You
Correct.
just play this guy as some random
he was
Spellweaver.
trait bot in A-bomb or played in Spellweaver with, like I said, blue buff Gunblade. Brambulance was a common.
Yep,
you
that's
would also
exactly
see
right.
comp.
Mhm.
Adamant is like the person
Hype
who
as
did
fuck.
that with Gunblade.
Mhm.
I'm very positive on him overall.
I think I'm putting him next to like Varus in the Redeemed Varus. It's like almost some of the same properties of good spell, makes a lot of sense at 2 costs.
All right, Wittrock,
fit
I
pretty
see you.
well. It's not
Yeah.
perfect. We would clean some stuff up, but like
he also,
That's a good
he
take.
Also, shredded MR, so you could just put him without items and comps as well. Like he does everything I want out of a 2 cost, and so he's like comfortable.
A
with
bomb
H2.
middle
Fine
right,
with A, sure.
dude.
Can
Wittrock
I
is a
argue
handsome
S tier?
gentleman, man. What are you
I'll
talking
see it,
about?
like,
Mort's gonna
I think he's
argue
bottom of S
S
tier. I
tier.
think the 2 cost blue
Wow.
buff dot champion paradigm.
I like this.
This was done well. I think
I agree with
you know, we're
Mort.
seeing it with Teemo, but like we've reprinted this a bunch. Zoe does the same thing.
That's
It's
true.
a common archetype that works well.
The drain,
I'm
the drain
admittedly
damage.
biased because I have very fond memories of Brambulance. I
Yep.
thought that
Yeah,
a
Mort was very.
fun
This was
paradigm.
when
The fact
Mort
you
started
could play him
streaming a lot, by
Spellweaver,
the
you
way.
could play him in
Yeah,
isolation.
that makes sense.
I thought it was
timing-wise.
a very well done 2 cost.
I remember because Mort
But-
was starting to stream, and I was watching his stream,
I
and he
could
tried to
be
make
minor
Brambulance work a lot.
I'm confidently A. If you want to slot him an S, sure.
Witty, you're the tiebreaker. Is he better than Blitzcrank?
yeah, probably. I mean, yeah.
All right,
But there's
Brandon
less problems
S.
to solve here, and is much more repeatable pattern as well. Which
Which is important because I feel like they have
Sweet.
so few of
Sweet.
them.
I'll take it. I love that
Yep.
champ. Speaking of champs I don't love, Shadow Blue Bluff LeBlanc.
I'm down to put this in D tier.
I mean, that's the
So
item's
we're
fault,
putting Shadow
though.
Blue Buff in D tier.
It's the same exact as the C tier one, but she just has Shadow Blue buff.
Is worse than the.
It's worse than the other one by a lot.
Than the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, Assassin stunned longer because it was a 1.52, 2.5 second stun.
What?
But the damage didn't scale as
2.5?
well.
Okay, never
Wasn't
mind.
a very disrupt.
So she needed
Never
a
mind.
longer stun, said no one ever.
Oh god! So she wasn't a mage, so they lengthened the stun by 2 times. Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Never mind. Never mind.
Not great.
Is she going down to D?
I think so.
I think she's worse than Cloud Yasuo, but better than Syndra.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. I don't have the
Okay.
ability to delineate
Sejuani,
that, so.
I do not remember what this champion did. I remember she existed and her traits were good. I remember late in the set there were some people that like claimed she was overpowered. I remember like Goobums yelling at me how overpowered this champ was. I could not tell you what she did.
Signals Bristol to charge, dealing magic damage and stunning her target for 2, 3, 4 seconds.
Who we
then
talking
gains
about?
Frost armor, gaining 100, 150,
Frost armor?
Lissandra?
So just
Armor
really,
and
really
magic
tanky.
resist.
So just really, really
Yeah.
tanky.
Oh,
Yeah, technically
Sejuani.
this is kind of another
Oh.
variation on Nautilus. We're back to single target. We give her a bunch of like
Right.
defensive stats.
I think they
I
reprint
think
her as
the
a hex
clarity
tech
on
later
this
on in
spell
set
was
6.
Very bad.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my god, Trundle's coming up.
There's also
That
two versions
that
of this,
unit,
one
the
with
greatest,
Brawler,
one of the
one
greatest
without,
5
and I
TFT
think
clips
the
of all
one
time.
without Brawler is a tiny bit
D
better.
tier for
They
sure.
have
The
have
most
Irelia
ball
coming up soon.
stats
Right, they
ball.
can
Oh wow,
play
there's so
every
many
comp
bad units in this
everywhere,
set,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Oh,
for the time,
God.
not very memorable. Like so, it's one of those things where if we look at just the shape of the spell and said we want a unit who does this with good visuals, I'm like, we can get there, we can do something. But with her visuals,
Ugh.
Yeah, I wish Mortdog didn't.
Yeah.
not
His
great
cam was
at
just a
all.
little bit too low. 'Cause I feel
Honestly,
like he's covering the champion we're talking about.
Yeah, yeah, that for
But
sure.
if I lose tracking at all, it's hard to see.
So it's better than Jax. It's better than Jax to you?
So, yeah, I think so.
D
Okay,
tier, but above
Worse
Jax.
than Hecarim? Better than Hecarim?
Might even be
I
better.
at
than
least
Hecarim.
remembered Hecarim. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, I forgot
Okay, so right below
Nightbringer
Hecarim,
Sejuani was
but
a thing at
above
all.
Vladimir, the weird AoE Vlad.
Yeah, sure. That's
So obscure.
Okay, and then Witty, you said the Brawler one is slightly worse.
That's my
Okay.
memory, yeah.
Oh, right,
All
they gave her
so
another
next
trait.
one is shout out to Kiting is Hard for one of the most memorable
Yes.
TFT clips
Yes.
Yeah.
where the Trundle 1 beats like frickin' Zyra 3 and some other
Okay,
freak-
we
That's
before
free, right?
before we proceed, we have
We
to
should
watch
watch
the
it.
clip. We
We
have to watch the
it.
clip. Here you go. Okay, if you guys don't know what we're talking about, so for
Which is
context,
already a 1 in 16. We could
for context, Trundle would steal stats of the opponent that he bit, and right now, Kiting has a 3-star set going up against a 2-star Kennen, which is a Hellion, and a 1-star Trundle, a 1-star 2-cost Trundle.
which is already
No
a 1 in
items.
16.
No items.
Oh, he's a
You can also
3-star
do the math
Zyra as well.
behind the odds behind the shops.
So he bites, instantly
Necessary.
gets
Okay,
HP.
This Trundle just one-shot my set 3. Hello? We're allowing this unit in the game. Why?
And then it cast again. Oh my god!
I will never
It
not
just-
die looking at this clip, man. This is so fucking good. This is peak TFT right here.
Oh god, it was so bad. It was so bad. Oh my god.
And everyone knew this unit was overtuned, but no one realized. Like, everyone knew it was so broken, but this clip just perfectly summarizes what makes it absurd. The timing is just too good.
Gains like 3k HP and then
Yeah.
2 taps your champion.
The health bar of a Trundle, one no item.
Oh yeah, and then set 5's when they introduced dancing as well. So Trundle's dance. Oh god, it was too good.
No sense. This champ, I don't know. This might be worse than Skarner and Jace to me. In
Yeah,
terms
this
of
is-
what it did to TFT.
We have reprinted this.
No,
as a
we
full
haven't.
cost.
No.
Nasus.
No, but that was no, and no. And I remember
that
having
doesn't
the
really
debate of why we
count.
couldn't do Nasus. Like Nasus had to be a much more toned down,
Yeah,
stole up, like
diffused.
oh
yeah.
yeah. Well, and like, but it wouldn't even be relative to the enemy's strength. It was just flat because like this was relative to the enemy's strength, which was like
Sure.
Yeah.
this is what made me kill this paradigm anytime someone brings it up again because I'm like, no, stop
We
punishing
can't
me
do
for making
Trundle
my
ever
army
again.
stronger. And so because of that, I think this is one of, if not the most toxic unit we've ever printed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely. in
he's
D.
for sure
I'm trying to
right.
think of how.
For sure. It
low
could
we're
be
going in
bottom,
D.
bottom.
I would rather.
They just
have
make a
it
new
like
tier,
this
Trundle
instead.
tier.
Ugh.
I'm sorry. I like Skarner and Jace just represent like just something that is like. There is some version of stealing stats. In some
Skarner,
way-
at least I
Oh,
could,
they're
like,
justifying
I
it.
could
They're
play the
saying you
RFC
can do another
version and
variation of
wouldn't
Trundle,
break
but you
the
can't ever
game.
do Skarner and Jace.
Like,
Yep.
I can see that. I can see that.
all right, Witty. So he's either directly above or directly below Skarner. Witty, you're the tiebreaker here, arguing for who's the shittiest.
Oh, it's above for me because my tiebreak
Fine,
is almost always.
fine.
Do you remember it? The answer is yes.
Fine.
Fair enough.
Fine.
Fair enough. It did provide us
All
some
right,
pretty
Hecarim's
interesting
back,
moments.
but more annoying because now he's a forgotten cavalier.
Is this
Yeah,
just
did
a
we-
reprint?
Yeah,
I think so.
yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, but Cavalier made him
Worse.
twice as oppressive
I directly
it did,
below
because
I
of
guess.
damage reduction.
Yeah.
And
his traits were
the
worse,
Cavalier
but that
charge
also
made him
made
so hard to
easier
deal with.
balance.
This was like,
But,
it
like,
feels
he
like
didn't
this was
use
the rise of
Forgotten well, if I remember
Jirachi
right.
too, was this
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
It's not a good spell. It wasn't good the next time. The only thing I liked about him was Cavalier. Cavalier was fun.
It was
Speaking
fun.
of
Very
forgettable,
annoying.
This set, Draconic set,
Ooh, one punch set.
Did he punch?
One punch.
he did punch for like
This is,
50 damage.
and I think we did this repeat the Vi thing, or was this physical and physical?
You know,
shreds?
as,
No, it was
as
it was
silly as he
physical.
looks in the Trundle
But it
clip,
was
this
like,
unit was
he
not
so
terrible for a
low
little bit.
damage because
He had his
Draconic
moment. He
that,
had his
like,
moment.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Draconic
until
was
the
generally
last
so
patch that
bad.
He was even remotely
Draconic
Yeah, it
Udyr,
was.
Draconic Zyra, Draconic
Oh
set.
yeah, all the Draconic units were like
Yeah,
just
were garbage.
mega
Yes.
depleted.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah,
Except for Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
Heimerdinger was busted.
yeah, he gets dragged down by Draconic, but
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Draconic was an econ trait, kind of like Yordle. Like you would every turn get eggs that would hatch later on, and so and the what hatched was like egg rewards. And by the way, Draconic was how the birth of Golden Egg came about because
It was.
when you played 5 Draconic, there's a chance that you got a Golden Egg, and if the Golden Egg ever cashed, it would be an incredible amount of resources, and then
This
they
is
turned that into an
Spencer.
augment.
Didn't Spencer get the golden egg?
He
And it won
did. He
him-
cashed out a Golden Egg to
and he
beat
made
Pokemon.
regionals. Or
Yeah.
he made worlds off
He
of
made
it.
worlds because of the Golden Eggs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would I reprint a set punch?
I mean,
Sure.
yeah.
Yes.
but like,
yes.
but
You
with
guys
the context.
did in set 7.
I
yeah.
think that puts him next to like Varus in C tier. Maybe he goes lower. Maybe he's just even worse.
I think he's worse than Shadow Blue Buff LeBlanc. At least I remember Shadow Blue Buff LeBlanc.
Wow. Mortdog hates this set.
Tell me I'm wrong. It's fine.
This is like Hecarim for me.
Okay.
Levels.
Yeah, I
That's-
think it's like it's all right.
That's what Woody said too. So right
It
below
was kind of
those-
hyped though when he did had that one punch build. The
Yeah, I think it was fun.
See, I'm getting better at not just being like, nah.
I actually think you could argue this in B tier pretty squarely.
Aurelia. This was I remember this champion because this was
God.
the start of Soju's rant about how there should never be a 3-trait 2-cost champion.
Yeah, which I think was wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. But I remember that rant.
It's placed in a like this is the opposite of like set to LeBlanc of, hey, you can put a 3-trait 2-cost that like expands the trait web, leads to interesting decisions. This was like parasitic. It was like this is all roads lead to
everything.
Irelia. Everyone wants Irelia in the early game.
She was the defining 2-cost.
Very whatever.
It was the worst part of 5.5.
Bending over backwards to try to operate with
5.5 was actually a really good set overall. In hindsight, we didn't, and it's actually arguable that it might be one of the best mid sets, if not the best in hindsight. But
because it took garbage and it made it okay. But most people were so turned off by that. It's like I think I was already so turned off by 5. It was hard for me to ever invest in 5.5.
Exactly.
My recollection.
It's 3.5 or 5.5 are probably the best. And but the worst part about there's like everyone has like bad sides of it. The worst part of it was the Irelia lottery in the early game, and that's what ultimately determined. And like Robin, without fail, hit Irelia every game the last day of regionals into like roll once, hit Jax 2, which is a 4-cost melee carry. Basically like Kane this set. It was ridiculous.
Her like weird
Robin
combination of traits.
Do you remember what the spell actually did?
Actually,
it's like
Jax is a lot more like.
Let me see if I'm gonna get this wrong. It's she gains DR and she keeps attacking, and every time she attacks, she gets something.
More DR.
Yeah, more DR. More DR, and she's shielded because she's a sentinel.
50% DR, and every time she attacks, she gains 10% more, up to 80%.
Oh my god, 80% DR.
Trying to get some attack speed from I think Legionnaire.
80% DR.
Yep.
Holy cow!
And skirmish.
What do wardens have right now? Like 12? Just 80%. Just wrap your head around that.
And she gets like natural attack speed from all of her traits.
Yes, from Legionnaire as well, which was attack speed trait. It was like Duelist.
Oh, was it AD? It was shield AD. Maybe?
Yeah, shield AD.
Yeah, Legionnaire was the attack speed one because that was the Nidalee trait.
Yep.
So
Nidalee, cool 3-cost.
Very cool. She turned into her Jaguar thing. Panther
one
thing.
world, such an iconic community.
It's all Hanmei
one
world.
Perspective, from spell perspective, from like Aurelia's a frontline perspective, by all accounts, nothing succeeded here in my mind, other than like if you told me I had to have an Aurelia that was a Sentinel Legion skirmisher, would this design get us there? Yes. Would I ever want to see this in a set again? No.
No.
Yeah, it's in like Rek'Sai, the D tier Rek'Sai, like the whole package just like doesn't.
Just not okay.
Is it above Syndra but below LeBlanc?
Sure, I'm okay with that.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Pike's back. But
Pike
worse
again.
Than last Pike, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, we're like, we know the problems with Pike, and so we're like,
we just keep bringing him back anyways.
Around those, but not giving him back anything interesting.
Yeah.
And has like
they took our boy to the woodshed and they killed him.
Yep.
Where's our other Pikes?
Our other Pikes are sitting way up in A. Or no, the base one is at B. The base one's at B.
I mean, I'm okay with like bottom of B, top of C.
Yeah, for sure. This is going.
Yeah, it seems fine, I guess.
Bottom of B.
Yeah, I don't feel like they have to waste
I
much
think it's
time on
better
this.
than Vi, though.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, better than Vi, worse than Ocean Thresh. Okay. Dawnbringer, Renewer, Soraka. I can't remember. There was something about this champion that made her really toxic, and I can't remember what it is.
Soraka calms the area around the enemy with the highest current percent mana, dealing magic damage to all enemies and increasing the cost
mana?
Oh, what the heck?
You can hit a clump of backliners.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty
That's
close
so
to what we
weird.
have on live. Like, I think this is what people were...
What the fuck?
This is like a replay of what was
what a
on
weird
live,
targeting. Highest percent mana.
So.
And then had Renewer, which was...
And it was a Reeve.
And then you get mana. And so she'd get a lot of mana. Like, you could do the
Renewer. It was a Reeve that targeted
really
highest percent mana. So the theory is like have a maximum impact Reeve.
Yeah.
It has all the same problems as one hex AoEs, though. Where it's
so
like,
weird.
Sometimes it hits one target and does something. Sometimes it hits 5 targets and blows everyone up. Yeah. That I continue to hate. But other than that, it was fine.
Yeah.
There was a Renewer build at one point when you would go like 6 Renewer. I remember that.
It's kind of like this like support unit you could theoretically itemize.
I think you played Renewer Vel'Koz? I don't remember.
Low B, top of C somewhere.
Oh, Renew. Yes. That was it.
Territory,
oh wow, great memory, you guys.
Yeah,
jeez.
Fine.
I think it's better than Nico. Better than Nico.
Yeah.
Okay.
Syndra redeemed. This was the pick 'em up and throw one.
Oh yeah, throw the units.
Yeah.
And
This is a cool Syndra. This is a cool
This
Syndra.
was good in this set because it had assassins and it
Yes.
had introduced counterplay.
Yeah.
Which I'm
Yeah.
very
The
positive
near-
on, but without the world of
oh.
assassins.
Yeah,
this
that's
would be
true.
Not great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do remember that. I remember
That's
there
cool.
being a lot of complaining
That
where
is
it was
cool.
just like, they have a Syndra, I lose, and it's like, yeah, that's what she
That's kind of
does
the point. Yeah.
in the hard counter world. I remember her being very
Okay, but there was
memorable,
Frozen
though.
Heart
And like you
Diana
said,
this set.
I don't know.
Come
so,
on,
like,
man.
Like you said, in the context of the set, pretty solid.
Yeah.
There was
agreed.
Frozen Heart Diana.
It's a very
like-
fun pattern to watch. It's like it's tough, right? This is single target like Omega CC. Your unit's just completely like dispositioned.
Yep.
Yeah, somewhere in B tier to me.
Yeah, we would have problems reprinting this, but like for the time, good.
Better than Thresh?
Do you think it'd be
Everybody's
if she
bouncing
existed
around
right
Thresh
now? It
while
would be
Mouse
bad.
Arms would be like-
Probably.
That's
There's not-
probably
there's
But
no-
I
again,
was
without
gonna ask you,
assassins,
is
I
it
don't know
better
how
than
you could ever
Mouse Heart?
justify it.
Yeah. Cool
I
idea.
think so.
Cool idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Witty?
I think we'd have,
I
we'd
think
have
given
an
how
easier
frustrating it
time
is to play against
reprinting
assassins,
a
giving
version
you
of
the
Mouse
ability to
Heart, I
invest
think it'd drag it down. I just don't know how to
in a
reprint
unit
this
on your
yet,
board
so-
that's like a
Yeah.
hard counter to assassins felt really fucking good.
So
Yeah.
Better than the Threshes, but worse than the Nautiluses.
I think it's better than Nautilus's.
Hellion Cannoneer Tristana. I remember this being good, like a solid basic 2-cost auto attacker. I don't remember exactly what the twist was.
No, this
Totally
was the
interesting.
terrifying one that we added at the mid set that was like jumping into backlines, wasn't it?
Was
She
it?
would jump, and I remember.
I
this
don't- my
because
only
when
memory
you
of
jump
Hellions was
off-screen
Kled.
In TFT, they stopped tracking their.
Well, I remember a Mumu was like it would go into a fireball and stun. It would
vertical
like doing a
displacement
like a
properly, so
V
she would
shape.
jump off screen and never come
Oh.
down.
Mm,
And that's
okay.
we first saw that here because she jumped too high.
Oh, that's
Okay.
actually on this list. I kind of like
yeah,
that.
this
unit.
is leap away from enemy. I thought we had to do like a major.
You mean
rework
Kennen, you
to
mean
this or
Kennen.
something.
Oh,
Probably.
Kennen. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right. You're right.
Leaps away from an enemy and gains.
So it's
attack.
like a worse
Cool
version
units.
of what we have on live for the 3-cost.
I don't know about worse. that just misses. This was
Yeah,
a
you're
get
right.
away from people, do damage. Tristan is like
Yeah,
look
Same
right.
behind-
I
concept.
see
Same
what you're saying.
concept.
This started as leap behind the farthest enemy.
Oh God.
And if there were any enemy, but if there's someone adjacent to her, she leaps away. So if she was untouched at the start of combat, no assassins, no whatever, she would jump into your backline and act as a like pseudo assassin.
Oh, that's
Then
crazy.
she would jump away.
I forgot
about
fight,
that.
Whatever. It's like certainly it's got tiny bits of pieces of the Kindred Lucian kiting pattern, but like wildly more dangerous and
Yeah.
like assassin-y. There's some version of this where it's the like Tristana that gets into your backline that the live version is trying to get
Yeah, it's
at,
Milk's
but
Peak.
doesn't really get at. This is still not good. Like she's above D tier to me, but
Yeah, Bryce
this is
meant
somewhere in
Kennen,
the
not a
lower
Moo
C tier for
Kojak.
me.
Yeah.
I think it's better than Draconic Set. I think it's worse than Demon Varus.
Sure.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right,
as long as
Thresh
they
is
rate my
back.
boy Kennen
We
highly,
got
I'm
another
fine with that.
Forgotten Knight Thresh.
See a reprint again?
I don't know. I think so.
Oh no,
Yeah.
this is the poll.
got-
Okay. that's right.
Oh, this is the hook.
Oh,
The threat
It
hook.
pulls them like 2 hexes, right?
All right. Yeah, pulls a limited number of hexes, does not pull all the way, and the theory was that a version of Blitzcrank that did not cast at the start of
Yeah,
combat would
mid-fight.
be
Yeah,
healthier.
that was the theory.
It was
but
not
It was not.
healthier.
It was not.
less
It was
healthier.
actually
I'm gonna agree
so
with Mort's initial
disruptive.
face. Mort went.
Yeah, mid-fight Blitzcrank that you
So there's
couldn't
something
position
that,
around.
Like, I'm probably
Yep.
beat.
And also like it didn't pull it all the way to the front, but it pulled it close enough where like it always mattered. And plus there was AoE that you could synergize it with.
Territory
Yep.
of he got a lot of credit for being memorable. The way this actually played out, like I would have probably taken this spell and instead gave him full mana so that he would
Right.
or did he even like try that? I don't know, but like
yeah, I agree though. Like if we're gonna do it like a light version. Yeah.
blitz, but pulls them 1 or 2 hexes out of the corner rather than
Yeah.
all the way to your team with a good Thresh-looking ceremony. I like a lot of those
All right.
pieces.
Bottom of B, literally bottom of B.
I bet you they'll print that unit at some point.
I think so.
All right, Victor. This champ
It's
was
too iconic of a
uneventful. Like he would
ability,
do
I
the
Yeah.
Q shield thing. It was like the thing
And
where
they'll
he
miss
shoots it
having
and then
hooks
gets the
so long
shield.
enough.
Single target nuke, and
Yeah.
then like 3 shields would bounce to your like front
Oh
line or
yeah,
something
bouncing
like that.
Yeah.
shields. This was
It was-
so
Is a
weird.
really weird interpretation
Yeah.
of Victor,
Right.
not a good
Of
fan
No,
of
I didn't like
him.
it. Yeah.
I think that spell, I don't know what champion would want that spell, but someone,
Lux, maybe.
yeah,
Somehow.
someone that felt more appropriate to have
Whisper's
that type
Thresh?
of
Dude, how do you
utility.
remember all
Like,
this?
was fine,
Yeah, it's
but it was not good for
What?
Victor.
so
and
tough.
wasn't-
It's all
wasn't
blurs in my
Only
head.
Janna as well. Yeah, there's basically a support unit who could do this, not Victor.
C
Is
tier?
Victor's basically Janna? Oh, kind of,
Yeah,
yeah.
worse
Like from
Do
this set,
again?
kind of.
Seriously? You know, like,
I
that's
mean,
kinda
a
like-
single target caster with a little utility. He's not like breaking any rules.
It's a
He's
really
just
good
basic,
analogy.
which isn't
This
necessarily
set's
bad.
Janna is what
I
Victor
just
set
like
by Victor was.
it's misplaced on Victor. It wasn't appreciable or memorable. Yeah, it could be just bottom of
Set
C
11,
tier.
Janna rather.
I don't think it's that bad, is it?
Really? Okay.
Witty?
I think it depends on how much you weigh the, like, this is a weird, like, if you're trying to framework, like, who is Victor, fundamentally
Yeah.
the support unit, and I don't remember how this ended up being, like, if this was a single target nuke and a little bit of shielding.
See, that's what I'm
makes sense
saying.
for
Like, I'm like,
Victor.
I would reprint that as a Victor 2 cost if I had to. That'd be fine.
So,
The way
so
people played
it
Victor was like if they rolled for Rise
Showing
and then they just
40%.
and then they were
So it
going
was,
for other
3
forgotten
fire
units, you would
damage,
sometimes go for Victor 3.
154,
And he was like
25,
sneaky high,
shield
high,
Sneaky,
really
yeah.
valuable.
Shield
Like if you could
and-
actually,
Yeah, which is not
hit
good.
three star,
Which,
it
that
was really
part's
good.
not good. But like
Yeah.
again, if I literally just took it to modern standards of support
Sure.
damage, I'd be like,
Yeah.
I'd make this spell.
Yeah, I mean,
know.
you guys did in some
So,
variations. But yeah,
I think he's better than like Steel Rek'Sai.
Yeah,
Alright.
I mean,
He's better than Zed, man. Come on.
Probably
There's no
also-
fucking way we're putting Zed ahead of this fucking
Close
unit, right?
on
What are
to
they? What are we doing here?
Elderwood Keeper Recon.
yeah. What
Yeah,
bar
yeah,
is
yeah,
Zed
right.
trying to set for you guys?
What?
All right, and then our last one for set 5, and maybe the last one for this half of the video.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, we're only halfway done.
Hellion Skirmisher Kennen. I remember this guy
Just
being a
gifted 10
nightmare
community
as far as like
subs.
pathfinding
W
and which
Glaze.
way to go, and like sometimes he would just
Great
do
Tail, thank you so
nothing,
much, man.
and other times
That's
he would
very
like, hit
generous.
everything, and he was played a lot
so
because
much.
of his traits.
He would go through his target and then to the furthest, so he did like a
Yep.
check mark.
Position
kind
his
of
unit was cool.
Yeah.
Thing.
Or I think it was furthest, and then it might have been just double furthest or something.
It caused a lot of problems.
But it was,
though.
it was. I think it was always bugged. This
Yeah.
thing never worked correctly.
Yeah.
It's sort of the Jarvan pattern, but worse.
Yeah, way
I-
worse. Yeah.
I
It's
like a
between Jarvan and Pike, and it gets like neither of what you want out of either.
Yeah.
Dare they?
So it's below. Yeah. Where's our worst Pike?
where's
Yeah,
her
Pike
worst
is way up
Pike?
there. This is way worse than that, though.
Yeah.
They did print Pike
Like,
a
I
lot
wouldn't
of
look to reprint
times.
this. That automatically puts this in C tier. Like, is there a version that is like?
I mean,
Kennen
okay,
but
wasn't
Pike?
the
Yes,
problem
but
with
is
this
there a
cannon is that
version
this cannon was bugged the entire set?
Yeah.
that bounces
For sure.
Like,
yes.
yeah.
around?
I
with
think
it?
everything they're saying is actually super
See,
fair
like
and
to
reasonable.
me, this is worse than Rek'Sai bites for true damage. It just caused so many more problems. It was overcooked.
He like sometimes just froze and
overcomplicated.
didn't actually complete his
Like
ult.
I would put this
they
right with that
mentioned it, okay.
Tristana that was also causing problems.
Sure.
I'll put it right above that Tristana because at least it was more played. And okay, so that's set 1 through 5, and we're sitting
My
here at
God.
almost 2 hours.
Wow.
So we're gonna take a break from this video, but we are gonna record part 2 today. So this will go up later. But I
Okay.
don't know that you want to sit through a 4-hour video, and some of us might need a bathroom break.
he's
or
gonna
a
stop
drink.
it here.
So-
okay,
Yeah.
Bryce, are you gonna stick around for 6 to 10 or are you gonna peace out?
No, I'm gonna tap out, but you have fun.
Okay.
And thanks for having me. This was super fun.
This is very, very fun.
Yeah.
Do you
Bye-
guys want
bye,
to do the
cats.
next video in chat? Should we just go on 6 to 10? Or should we play some games on the new patch on OCE? Or play live patch? I heard Kais is pretty good. What do you guys think? 6 to
All
10?
right, later.
All right, later, Bryce. Thank you for stopping by.
Peace.
YouTube.com/@Mortdog TFT. 6 to 10 or 6 to 11? All right, sounds good. 1.25 speed. You guys want on 1.25? The thing about 1.25 is that it might be hard to like understand if they're talking about complex ideas. I think I like just one. Ramblinnn. Oh, Ramblinnn, would you like to join this part for the next leg of this? Actually, be great timing, Ramblinnn. Would you like to join? Bryce just finished sets 1 to 5. You can talk about 6 to 10. Also, set 6 is a great set for Ramblinnn as well, if you want to. Sure. All right. Sounds good. Hop on in, buddy, whenever you want.
Hey everybody, Riot Mort, and we're back with part 2. I'm not going to intro.
You guys like the captions as well, right? It's helpful, especially if like we're talking over them, so you can follow along as well.
Because if you're watching this, you're probably 2 hours into a marathon session between 3 nerds talking about 11 sets of history. So let's just jump right back into it with set 6 and keep going with Blitzcrank. But this time, it's not just Blitzcrank. It's a different Blitzcrank, isn't it?
It's set 6 Blitzcrank. But yeah. It's interesting hearing designer versus competitive. Yeah, like competitively, we view things like, so we probably disagree on like 25% of this. Like some of the stuff that they were saying, just in hindsight, for a lot of this was like largely colored by whether or not the trading, the typing and trait made sense, whether or not the ability was good and clear and captured the fantasy. And that is some of what competitive thinks about, but competitive also is about like just the emotions that you feel playing the unit. So like when we had, for example, this Rebels Bang Bro Yasuo, everyone was like, man, this is like A tier minimum. It has to be S. And they're like, it's probably like middle of C. That blew my mind. I was like, this Yasuo was awesome. He was so cool. All right. Ramblinnn, just join my Discord whenever you want. We're just going to start off with set 6.
Or no, is this still
No, it's
Blitz?
not Hook.
Okay, I'm about
It's
to say,
not Hook.
yeah.
But I don't remember what it is.
What is it? Because it's Protector.
I'm pretty sure it's Blitzcrank again.
Is it just the
Wait,
hook?
wasn't it just Hook?
Yeah.
We gave 3 traits to this?
Yeah.
What were we on?
Scrap.
But did he start at full mana?
He
did.
had to have. He had
What
to.
criteria are they tiering by? I think they're tiering based off of how well designed and would they reprint these units again. It's kind of like did it accomplish its goal? Is it a good design? And would we do it again?
Because we just went over that Thresh was bad. Like,
I don't. Why do we keep doing it? I don't know.
I mean, the
Why do we
certainly
keep
feels
doing it?
as bad, if not worse, than Blitzcrank.
There is Zephyr in the
Like,
set too.
like
Oh my
Promo
god,
Blitzcrank.
Zephyr
I guess they're
and
on the same.
Frozen Heart.
Yeah, the fact that he had
Hello,
two
Ramblinnn.
defensive traits and was therefore more ubiquitous in the early
Well,
game.
and
like,
Scrap
Ramblinnn,
was
is this
insane.
Blitzcrank the most broken
no,
two
it's
guys of all
not played
time?
by us.
Oh, he's definitely
I'll
up there.
just put it right below.
'Cause
Promo.
not only I hear you. Not only was there Zephyr, but there was Scrap Zephyr.
Oh,
there was just,
Scrap
there was
Zephyr.
Just there was just a chance that you get Zephyr every
Academy
single turn.
Assassin
Yeah.
Katarina. I don't
Rated
remember this.
Katarina.
The Raditz.
Rated Katarina.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Raditz Katarina.
I played a lot of this unit.
He
This
did
unit
play a
was-
lot of that unit.
I played a lot of
Oh,
this
you
unit
did too?
I was just copying the Raid's build.
Oh, for people who don't know what Scrap is like the augment scrapping inventions from the previous set, where it would convert one of your components that was on your champion into a full item. So if you put like a belt onto a Blitzcrank, it had a chance to convert into Zephyr. But the player that's playing it knows that it's a chance, so they would just leave the Blitzcrank in the corner, and it might turn into a Zephyr or it might turn into a Redemption or something like that. And it always just like so spooky because you just never know. It was crazy.
Okay.
That's how I was climbing. This was very fun to watch for me. This probably crosses some lines around like snowball thresholds. Because it said the mana refund on kill.
Right. Right.
But and there's a piece of that like kind of works for a 2 cost where it's like, that's a really clear incentive to deeply itemize, reroll, do all that
She
stuff.
like spun, right?
but
She like jumped in the back and
it's just
spun.
kind of overpowered and
Yeah.
I was generally positive on this unit, I will say. Overall, it had like lowest unit within 3 hexes, so it wasn't like going all the backline all the time. It was kind of diffused around in damage in an AoE, so you really had to itemize it to get it to pop off. It's not as cool as like the Darius reset, for example, but it is still like was an exciting unit to play.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind doing something
guess.
similar.
You're just
to
way
this
too
again in the
strong.
future.
Is it better than Jarvan? The set 4 Jarvan.
Where's
I don't
Steph
think so.
Jarvan?
Okay. Is it better than our boring Brahms?
I think
Oh,
so.
in B tier.
Is it better than Twisted Fate?
I think so.
Wow,
okay, so
they
we're just
think
gonna put it
highly
right
of this
below
Katarina.
Jarvan, I think.
Sure.
Oh, I really like that Jarvan.
Robin Song's Clockwork.
Time
This
flies.
champion was always very bad until it wasn't. And it was another one of those.
That was
like,
the only thing he ever
3-star
had going
tuning
for
was
him.
silly.
Yeah.
time
So
flies,
Zillion would put a
combo
bomb on
ability,
somebody like his
otherwise
Q, I think.
utility Thing.
Yeah. I actually think we could reprint this again with modern standards. I don't think it's that bad a spell.
Yeah.
It's certainly like it feels like low B to me.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. One of the things I really like about Zillion as a utility unit is that when he stuns, he pauses their animations, and you can tell that someone is stunned even in the melee cluster.
Yep.
Oh,
So
interesting.
He's
I
one
didn't
of
think
my
about
favorite
that.
stun units. I'm positive on this spell overall. So
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
reasonable to me.
The combo was put the bomb on a unit and then Sindri would throw it to the
Better or
back
worse than
line.
the boring Broms.
I think better.
Better than TF? No? Okay. Better than the boring Broms it is.
What? These bombs aren't boring. You're
okay,
boring.
Kog'Maw, but now he is a twin shot sniper.
This
mutant.
Kog'Maw is sick.
This one felt worse just because like Mutant did weird things.
forgot
to the
what he
champ, 'cause It was
did.
just a reprint, as far as I remember.
Oh yeah.
But it felt worse because there were just so many variations of Mutant where it was like, don't play this champ.
Yeah, that's what I
And he
remember
was a
most.
really bad twin shot, and he was a mediocre sniper.
Maybe it was Blade Master
So-
mutant,
Is he
right?
Twin shot.
You play Kog'Maw?
Yeah, because like twin
think so.
shot scaled with AD, and he was more AP.
I see. That makes sense.
If I remember right, I could be wrong.
No,
What
that
was
sounds
twin
right. That
shot?
sounds right.
When a twin shot attacks, they have a chance to attack twice. Now he did gain AD baseline, but it was a very small amount comparative to the
Right.
double attack chance, which when he had his ultimate up was actually quite good for him.
Okay.
I think
But I
I'm
agree
putting
he's
this-
not as good as set 3.
Yeah, I don't think I'd knock him down maybe at all, though. I think I'd probably just put him, like, right below.
Sure.
A little more awkward, but not wildly more. I also give a little bit more credit to Mutant was also good, and the times he did have Mutant comps built around him. I
Oh
was
yeah,
really
we're fun.
excited for
We're
that,
fun. Like the
so-
Blade Master one.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I
Yeah,
just put him right
exactly.
below
The Blade Master
Battlecast.
Kog'Maw was very
Yeah,
cool.
okay.
It was very cool.
Lulu's back.
Lulu.
Is this also the same Lulu?
Is this the same? Yeah.
Yes.
A finale?
Yeah.
With the kicker that if they are already enlarged, they are healed now to prevent it not doing anything but knocking up. It's just the same spell though.
Yeah. I think this is the best version of it, but that's
Yordle
it's still
Enchanter.
the same spell, and it was Enchanter, but it was like the healthiest Enchanter. It wasn't part of Joy.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just
They just have
nice to
all
have
those
these
three Lulus next
right
to each other.
other.
Yep.
All right, Vi. I do not remember this Vi, other than her being an enforcer.
I don't either.
This
Was it punch the ground
the
vibe?
same as set 4.
Okay,
which
so
was
it's just the
blast
punch
of
reprint.
magic damage that lowered armor.
Okay,
Yeah.
So it probably just goes right below her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sister was cool, but like
Sisters.
not that cool. It was cool thematically.
Yeah. I mean, it
Is it
captured
better or
Arcane
worse
well.
than Warlord one? I think it's worse.
It's worse. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
6.5 vibe.
Talon, the 2-cost assassin.
That was cool.
I do not have good memories of.
Four
I know
cost
he
five.
jumped to the back line and then like
Yeah,
stabbed
4-cost
them.
Vi. She was so
There were-
sick.
There were two versions of Talon, right? There was Imperial Assassin and then
That's
Debonair
right.
Assassin.
Imperial Talon and
Oh,
Debonair
Both of these?
Talon.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay.
6.5.
Imperial was so
Yeah,
broken.
yeah,
So OP.
The Imperial one, which is in 6, was
The
he
bleed
stabbed
was
an enemy,
ridiculous.
No, the first time he attacked somebody, he bled them, and then every 3 attacks after that, he applied an additional bleed that did stack.
Yeah, I remember
Yes.
that being really cool actually.
Yeah, I remember liking this as well.
Yeah, you're right.
It
This
was
this neat 'cause
very.
it was like
I
an
remember it
assassin that
because
didn't instantly destroy your backline.
a
Yes.
lot of people one trick Talon to Challenger for the first time.
I was pretty positive on him overall, I would say.
And then the Debonair, what was the Debonair hook? Like
He just got a bunch of stats.
it did something.
Let me look that up. Talon's bleed now deals true damage and lasts 75% longer.
Oh,
Oh god.
Okay.
Yeah. What's what you really need when you go to the back line is
is
True
this
damage.
better than the Jarvan that y'all liked?
I think it's right around there.
Yeah, that's about there.
Yeah, although I put it lower than Katarina.
Okay,
Okay.
So,
but better than base Ari. Okay.
Do you think
Sure,
they'll have
yeah.
traits
And
like
the
they did in
Theater
set
reprint for
6?
sure.
Yeah, we'll put them together, and then the
Oh yeah,
Imperial one.
there's a
or
pretty
the
good chance
Debonair
that
one just
13
ends
is
up being a
Arcane
little
themed.
worse.
There's a pretty good
Sounds
chance.
reasonable to me.
Yordle twin shot.
Corky.
was
I
this
mean-
the like
Gatling gun?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't this spell like nonsense and like nobody
I
ever
don't
played
even remember
guy
playing
other
this
than
unit.
He was a Yordle.
That's
Yeah.
what I remember.
Yeah.
I think he's like a blue buff holder, right?
I think this might be like an awful.
I think so.
awful
I don't remember
spell.
this guy at all.
I'm looking
Corky.
this up because I don't remember the exact details. Okay. Fire a missile at its current target that explodes on impact, dealing damage to enemies within 1 hex.
Oh,
Oh, this is just like a Ziggs bomby, not very high damage.
Is Corky a Yordle?
25
Yeah.
out of 50 mana, 180, 220, 290.
Ugh, 182, 22, 90 of AD or AP?
Yeah, he had 50 mana. He was a blue buff holder. That's correct.
I think it's AP.
Ugh.
He was magic damage.
Okay.
Which, I mean, to be fair, on SR, Corki does.
No, yeah,
magic
but it's more just like,
Yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah, for sure. It's just.
I mean, it's
Kind
a
of a
fine
so-
spell.
It's like a
like
one-cost spell.
Soraka-ish in C tier, right? It's like this is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a lot of weird, like, or not weirdness, but just like I am struggling because I'm not remembering this spell. So
Yeah.
like,
It's also strange to me because the way I remember it was in development, which was the cone for the longest time. It was
Right,
like a 2-hex cone, and I don't even remember swapping to this.
Yeah, I don't remember why we swapped it, but
That's funny.
okay, so I'll put it below the Nico in the C tier.
Sure.
Okay. Quinn. This was
Dog
the
Quinn
AoE
abuser.
blind.
Oh,
AoE blind
Dies
that
of
can hit your
Quinge.
backline.
yeah,
I
think we're in
remember.
disarm territory, which is
Or yeah,
Quinn.
better than
Quinn reroll with
blind, at
Warwick.
least,
But
not-
similar.
Yeah, and she was like the utility mercenary.
Yep.
I remember she wasn't even awful if you item like you didn't want to.
No, yeah, you would play her in Challenger and like
Yeah.
she could do stuff.
She could
was
do
not
like
bad,
Last
but it
Whisper
was more just,
Runes.
my
remember.
backline's been disarmed, and wasn't it a long disarm, like a 3-second disarm?
1.5 to 2.5, 70 out of 140 mana, but in Challenger. And
Right, so she cast it
I
often.
remember like people could kind of play around her as a carry, but she would fall off, and sometimes she was high impact, but sometimes she wasn't. To me, it's like in a lot of ways she is just like felt very too costy, and well, I wouldn't
Felt
necessarily
very too
look
costy.
to redo highest attack speed AOE disarm again. Like fundamentally, I don't dislike this utility plus damage.
She was
output.
just like an awkward champion sometimes, but
Where are you placing her?
somewhere low B for me, maybe bottom
Yeah.
B.
I'm in B above Z. Probably even above the Vise.
We're kind of seeing the same thing with the loon right now.
Directly
below-
above the Vise?
oh yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
below the Nautilus is. So,
Similar split
yeah, somewhere in
damage,
that.
too much, like a
I'll
little
put
bit
her directly
overloaded
above the
kit.
Vise.
Yep.
Doesn't feel impactful.
Sniper Tristana. I don't remember this one being a 2-cost.
This is when she shoots somebody and does damage, and if they're too close to her, she knocks them back and stuns them.
Yeah, this is a really hard-hitting physical. Nuke
That was a fun
that,
Tristana.
has
that was a fun
knockback
Tristana.
sometimes.
This is Ziggs
I
on
like
bench
this
comp.
spell.
Yeah,
I
that
did
seems
too.
fine.
It made for some very
This is
memorable
Ziggs on
moments
bench
when people
comp?
got on her,
You,
and she
you
was
made
like, "Nope,
Ziggs 3
knocked
so
them
that you would
back,"
get the
because
other
the mana
Yordles
cost was
to
like
print.
60.
Oh,
So
right.
theoretically,
You
right.
just keep Ziggs on the
Right,
bench.
it
So
doesn't
re-
attack
you
you,
you
like,
would
just
you
keep
would
them off.
reroll Tristana, and then you would print a Yordle every turn, and you'd print Ziggs 3 so you can keep getting 2 costs at that point.
Yeah, I think so. It's a low A or high B for me.
Sick.
How about low? Is it better than the Varus?
I think so.
Because of the poor thematic hook in for Varus, I put it this above.
Yeah.
I'll
But
go
worse
with
than the
very
Pikes.
Tristana.
But worse
That's
than
my
the
boy
Pikes.
Geo.
Syndicate Sniper Ash. This was the AoE volley.
Yeah. She was so useless for a while, and then she became
I
really
remember
good.
like it didn't really work well with Syndicate, and it was a fine spell. Like
Are we
volleys.
slowing attack speed with this one? Are we
Yes.
shotgunning
Yeah.
with this one?
I think it's slowing attack speed. I think it's just the chill.
Yeah.
I think it's a
Meh.
it was okay.
non-scaling AoE around the target that slows attack speed. Like a non-scale, it's just 110%.
Yeah, I mean,
It
this
was a
is
boring
fine.
ability, but it was good at one point.
High B.
Better than the
High
Talons,
B.
worse than the Talons.
What?
I think better. Like this is a staple spell. I think we would reprint this a lot.
But yeah, but like, how are you gonna do that? And you're gonna give my boy Varus?
I could even see
like
this literally
a-
being the top
like
of
a
The
the
C.
tier.
Varus disrespect.
This doesn't make sense. It's such a basic ability. Just
Better
one
than
shoot.
Rakan.
Is it because she shoots more than one arrow? Is that why?
Because again, like
Oh,
if you had to make another 2-cost Ash, volley
Oh, I
doesn't
guess they're
seem
saying
that
for 2
offensive.
cost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 2 cost Ash.
Bruiser
Shoots a
Scrap
volley.
Trundle.
Oh, I like this guy.
What did Trundle do?
This
bites
Why
is-
does it
and
have
he
these
steals
spells? I
AD.
don't remember what they freaking do.
So this was he bit the target and did like a not really big, I would say, like nuke like 150% of his AD or something, reduce their attack speed, but also permanently steal AD for the rest of combat. But it was off of frontliners,
Yeah,
unlike
yeah.
Zed, who was hitting backliners.
And it
was
wasn't
really
it wasn't
impactful.
relative to their power. It was just
Right, it was just a flat amount of
Yeah.
AD steal, which I
was
think
good
also set,
mid-game.
like, an
I
invisible
can
amount to
see
10 or
that.
something. But like,
Yeah, you're
I
just
was
an item
overall
holder.
fairly positive on this because he was a frontline scrapper. Like,
So he was an example though where it's like you weren't sure if he was a tank or a carry because you could never actually make him a carry and you couldn't make him a tank.
Right.
So he's one that like I think players really struggled with the identity of this champion, and so he was often just a trait bot.
Yeah, the intent was certainly that you would build him tankier, and his spell through multicasting and some amount of like drain tank or sustain would allow him to get to a point where later in the fight he became a threat. Don't think he really realistically
Okay.
played out that way.
My memory
Hilariously, in
does
modern
not
TFT, I feel
recall
like he'd
this
be a
guy at all,
Titans
so.
PT champion.
Absolutely, he would.
Oh, he'd be a Titan.
And
PT
there's some
champion for sure.
similarities here. We're in like the B tier Vi tier. Maybe we're lower. Are we all the way down? And it's also less like.
I think it's
fun to
worse
watch,
than
though.
Kaisa. I think it's worse than
Yeah,
Infiltrator
okay.
Kaisa.
Put it right under there. Top of
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like it's an accomplishment that they got a
Zyra,
Trundle in that
wasn't
wasn't
this
toxic.
the line
the
stun?
line, the most units in a line on the enemy team.
Oh, you have to
Yeah,
reposition around her. Oh, she was so annoying. So what
world
you
with
would do is you
assassins-
would like stagger some units in the third row and the fourth row, so that way you wouldn't get Zyra from her. She was so annoying.
And people moving like backline movement or whatever. moving
Oh,
out of the backline, and
God.
There's not as many people all clustered back there. I'm pretty positive on this general. Like this is the first time we had done this spell shape. It felt meaningfully different. It was highly visible. I was generally positive on this, but there were edge cases that made her more powerful than we would normally allow. So I think that if we were to reprint this,
You
we'd put a
position
cap
like
on the number
this,
of units she could
You have
hit.
to do something
but
like
generally,
like this to bait or something like that, and your carries from the back.
Alune does.
Yeah, I
too.
was gonna
she
say Alune
targets in
feels
the
like the
flat
healthier
row.
version, where it's like
Yes.
if you hit one unit, you crunch them, and if you hit 6, you tickle them.
Yes.
Uh,
So I would
whereas-
look to do something like this again, but I'm very positive on this general spell shape, the way it looks.
The
in
spell
game,
shape.
just with
Interesting.
modern-
Their
Yeah,
vocabulary is so
I
fascinating.
also think putting a stun on this is a mistake.
Sure.
I think that's the thing that really knocks it down for me. If this is just the line, you could almost get away with it. Like I said, Alune basically is this. 2 cost Alune without the like attack speed thing is fine.
Yeah, and the
But
shred.
stun, because like stun's a lot harder to like parse. And if at that point, if it's 3 targets, is the line the correct thing? Isn't it just like the 3 nearest? I don't know.
Yeah.
So to me, this is like the lowest B, like literally the lowest B.
They really like her
I
spell
think I'd
effect. That's
put
interesting.
it a little higher in B.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
To where?
They brought back this
Those
Zyra
are
as well.
Nautiluses,
Yeah,
I
this
think.
is above the Nautilus for me. So
Above the Nautilus, below the
Whisper's
Malzahar.
Zyra?
Yep, that's 7.
sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Below
Sejuani.
Malzahar.
This is. Did we reprint the Sejuani we didn't like?
Yeah, I said 6. The Nightbringer
6.5,
Sejuani. This is I said they reprinted her
Yeah,
6.5.
Hextech Bruiser Enforcer. This is 6.5.
Yeah, now she's 3 traits and share 2 traits
because
with
we're
bot.
in Hextech territory.
This is just a reprint, and
Play them on every single bruiser board.
And we know how
Yes.
we felt about that Sejuani.
The problem is that she
so-
had the exact same traits.
which might even be worse because it's Enforcer instead of like Cavalier, which is interesting. Like probably
Yeah.
worse
Yeah.
the bunch.
Okay, so I'm literally just gonna put it directly below
Yeah.
below the other 2.
Hextech openers were so good.
Hextech Arcanist Swain. I don't think this was the like 8. Like I think this was just the cone in front of him.
Yeah, so he was Imperial originally.
Yeah, he was.
Which
Oh
was,
right.
He like shot
Yeah,
a little
so
cone
it
in front of
was
him and
like
did
an-
damage.
It was like an
He was
Andy
cool
sort
as
of,
Imperial.
like,
He was
prone, except
forgettable as
heal
Hextech.
instead
Agreed.
of.
Right. Well, it's like the
You
one
couldn't
cost
like play
Vlad.
him like as
It's
a
just like
reroll or
single
anything.
target heal.
Yeah.
It was that, but cone.
Yep. Which I would do again, honestly, if we needed a Swain tank.
Didn't they
that
do
could
like a hero
transform.
augment for Swain in this set?
Yeah. Would I reprint that same spell? I don't know.
I would probably do it as a 1 cost. To be
remember.
fair.
I mean, the one cost, the single target,
didn't?
the superior version, though.
Okay.
Is the
Well,
cone really?
I
that
felt like they
healthy?
did.
Because the cone has the same like min max problem, right?
Yeah,
Where you hit
that's
one
fair.
target, you hit 3. Like if you're gonna do the
Yeah, this is
was-
before
do
hero
the
augment. I
single
thought
target.
they may
They're
have
in
printed something
Distort
before.
before.
Good luck
I don't
with
know if that's what you're
Transform as
thinking
well.
of.
I feel
where
like the
you-
cone
you-
is just
it was
the
a
worst
scaling
version of
AP.
Swain we have.
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, it was.
but I still think it's like a reasonable starting
Sure.
point for a spell.
Sure.
So for me, it's like if it's bottom of B, top of C.
Is it better than Kaisa?
I think so.
Okay. So, but it's worse than Forgotten Thresh.
Well, yeah, the championship was Sword Power Lucian.
Yeah, definitely worse than
Right,
Forgotten
more
Thresh,
Lucian than Swain, but
Okay, so it's
Oh,
really
yeah,
bottom
yeah,
of B
yeah.
then.
But stored power
I would put
wasn't a hero augment; it was a trait augment.
Okay, we'll do
Yeah, it was
bottom
the
of B for
Hextech
now.
augment.
And I'll put the Arcanist or the Hextech one
Every
below
time the
the
Hextech
Imperial one.
procced whatever they got AP.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai.
What did she
She's
do?
back.
I don't remember this unit at all.
Rek'Sai has been so forgettable every
least this time
set.
I
fucking
thought-
striker,
'cause again,
Rek'Sai.
like she's a striker, so she's like a damage
This is
carry.
one of the worst traits
I
I've ever
remember
had.
we struggled to make this work so much.
Just flat AD.
I'm also thinking
Yeah,
of 9,
so
where
boring,
also
and
we
they were
struggled to make
multiple
Rek'Sai work.
reprints.
So this was biter target, deal damage plus like
Deal
flat plus
damage.
percent of AD, bonus damage.
Heal
healing
damage.
herself, and if she's already bit her target, she heals her more instead.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's definitely
His face
better
does everything.
than Predator Rex.
Have they printed a
Like a
cool
round
Rek'Sai? How about
Predator
that?
Rek'Sai. And like you lose out on the clarity of like, oh, this is clearly just a damage unit that is dealing a like ton of damage and feels really
I thought the visual
juicy.
of Steel Rek'Sai was at least
She's
cool.
kind of a tank, mostly a tank.
That's the
But
thing
she's
that
biting
bothers
things.
me is like remember how we were just talking about how
Void
why do we use
Rek'Sai?
It's like
Where she
low
like
unique
dives
silhouette.
through.
The problem
was
is
kinda
that
cool.
silhouette to me constantly communicates tank,
Yeah,
Yeah,
and we keep
yeah,
making her this like weird AD bruiser.
yeah.
Yeah,
And I think that's where like all of these Rek'Sais continue to fail for me. I would put her directly below the Predator Steel one because at least that one had a clear identity. This one, like the trait is telling you build me AD, but the heal is confusing. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Agreed.
yep, agreed.
Okay. Chemtech Challenger Warwick. I have positive memories of this.
I
Okay.
really like this Warwick.
The
a lot.
dog
This is
Quinn,
one
a
of my
part of the
favorite
dog
two
Quinn
costs
abuser.
of all time, I think.
Reroll Warwick.
Super simple,
Double trouble Warwick.
easy to build items on, fun to play, pretty flexible.
Mhm.
Like this is definitely A. Don't know if he approaches S, but like certainly top A for me.
Well, wasn't it just on hit, deal damage? And
Yeah,
what was the
and
what was the
heal.
hook?
He deals a % of their current health as damage, and then heals himself a flat amount.
Okay.
But then he was in Chemtech and Challenger, which gave him
Yeah,
everything
bunch
he
of
needed
attack speed,
baseline.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
then
I could see
hero
this being,
augments turned
really
him
high
into
A. Is
something
it
else,
better
right?
than Lucian and
In a different
Cogma?
set?
No.
That's
Is
where
it
I'm starting
better
to
than Lulu?
misunderstand.
No. Is it better than
Warwick.
Amy?
Yeah, that's Jean
I think
Warwick.
so.
Yeah, it's
getting
on
Amy
the
better than
okay.
Amy?
It's because it
On-hit
looks
damage.
similar.
Woody's
it looks
nodding.
similar.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed.
Wow. Okay.
I
Wow.
really like the spell. I would 100%.
Yeah,
like if someone was like, "Hey, I want
I'm
to
with
reprint
you.
this," I'd be
I like the
"Good
spell as
choice."
well, and the traits
Yeah.
made it really fun.
Yeah.
All right, Debonair Scholar Syndra. Was this also the toss? Was this a reprint?
I think so.
Yeah, because I think
Yes.
the Debonair part was like the AOE was bigger when she tossed them.
Yeah, the area of impact.
Oh,
is
this is this is the
There it
time
is.
flies. She would throw
I
it.
mean,
She would
honestly,
throw it.
this actually was better. Again, it was a set with assassins, so it worked. And the Debonair part was actually like what made her a carry and made her kind of viable. I thought this was better.
Sure. Yeah.
Trying to find.
I mean,
the
I feel
last
like it's
one.
the same
The
for
last
redeemed as
one's-
me. I'm surprised they're
No.
like they think they can
she's
differentiate that.
B, kind of middle-ish to the right.
Oh yeah, there she is with the Nautiluses. I think she might be better than like Janna.
Dude, I
honestly.
can't believe they put Aphelios in B
worse
tier,
than
man.
normal
This
Pike.
Moon Man.
Yeah.
Like, what is this?
Okay, Jinx. I really liked this unit. I know we
Set
cut her, but
7.
Oh, where's that
now.
seven?
no, we're
Where's
still in
that seven?
6. Are we? Wait, no, you're right. We moved to 7. You're right.
Revel
We've moved to
Deja.
7. Revel Cannoneer. Never mind. I was thinking of 6 with the sharpshooter. Revel
Oh, wait.
Cannoneer-
Set 6
Revel
she was a
was
5 cost, man. I don't know what he
This
weird
Jinx
trait,
sucked.
too. That was a fun, silly
This Jinx
trait.
did nothing.
Yeah.
It was so bad.
This is just fire a rocket, I think.
I think she fired a few
Reprint
rockets.
Of...
No, she's traps.
Summon a line of traps.
Traps on the
centered
ground.
target.
Oh.
this is not
Oh.
The mana
Deal damage
refund.
stunning, and gain
Yeah, this is-
25 for each empty trap.
Oh, yeah. She
This
just
is an
threw traps on the.
attempt
Oh,
to
God.
reprint that Zyra spell, including not hitting the whole row, but hitting a limited number of targets. Visually less clear.
Yeah, this is a
I
failure.
guess
This
we're
is a huge
trying to do
failure.
Jinx
So
traps for
bad.
some reason, but like,
Why
what a
would you ever
weird,
do
like,
Jinx
yeah.
traps?
She threw out like a
Didn't feel
few
good in
little
Rebel,
traps, and
like-
that's it.
Yeah,
the,
this
the,
is
the utility version of Jinx we had in set 4, which was just fire a rocket that stuns.
Yeah.
Is like I'd rather just do that than use her traps, honestly. So
yeah.
Yeah,
Not-
this
not in love
this
with this
to
one.
me is like worse than Cloud Yasuo, but better than Shadow Blue Buff LeBlanc.
Shh,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah,
Because I
would not do this.
We can agree she's
I
D
think
tier.
using Jinx is like there's one of those things where it's like yes, champions have 5 spells. There are certain spells we just should not be using, and
For
Jinx's
sure.
traps is definitely one of them. Lagoon Zac, I like.
I don't remember what this guy does other than
tank.
proc vow.
He
Just
healed.
straight up like
He
just
deal
healed.
a little bit of
That's
damage to everyone around you and
Yeah,
heal.
he like
for
jumped up
some
and healed.
Percent of
chunky
himself.
amount.
He had a twist that made him decent, if I remember right.
He scales off the damage he does is just based off of his maximum health. So
Right.
Warmogs.
Yeah.
Right. And I thought that was solid. Like to me, like this is like A tier level tank.
Wow,
It
that's
doesn't have the most
really
amazing
generous, man.
visual
A tier.
for this.
A
It's
tier.
really kind of
What?
whatever, but
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think he's
B,
right
bottom of
below
B.
the Jarvan you guys like in B tier.
But these guys love this guy.
or- yeah.
What? All right. How can you put that and then put
Katarina?
Braum like way lower? Okay, he's not that much lower, but he has to be a little below
Astral
Braum.
Mage Lux.
Oh,
was
Astral Lux.
Like this is like live right now Lux, I'm pretty
yeah,
sure.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
basically
this
the same.
is line.
Like
Do
set
some
11 Lux.
damage, mostly do some stunning. I think uncapped targets still with this version.
Yeah, which is unhealthy.
Yes, very unhealthy.
The first unit took more damage. Subsequent units took less.
Okay.
But there was no stun.
Oh, there's no
this
stun?
is we do no stun. Okay, this is pure
Oh,
damage.
that's healthier.
Braum had issue with
Yeah,
proximity
Like I'm
to
fine
last
with that
turn.
as a spell.
Just this. I remember anything astral, right? Was so
Skewed by Astral.
Yeah,
Astral,
yeah. Because you
But
just
the
hit
spell
3 stars
itself,
so
I
fast.
think this is better than the live Lux. I think adding the stun to the live Lux was a mistake.
yeah, it's like somewhere in C to me of like.
Oh, interesting.
There's nothing super fundamentally like.
You guys hear that? More
could
thinks that
salvage
current set 11
this
Lux
pretty
shouldn't have
easily,
stun.
But
I think this is better than Cone Swing.
It's a lot
sure.
for a 2 cost.
It is. It is.
okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Bottom
Only
of
2
B.
targets, but yeah,
Above those
it's
cone
still, it's the
swings.
way it's targeted. It's problematic.
I remember this 2-cost Yone. This was the
Oh, this is
he had no
fucking
spell.
scoped weapon, Jonah.
I love this Yone.
There's
This
the,
Yone
like,
was
what
sick.
he did was very overcooked and confusing.
You alternate between magic and physical.
Yeah, that he,
Right,
he
which made
basically every other
itemizing
attack was
very
magic and
confusing.
physical. It was
Well, in
pretty
this one, it would
sick.
be a Titans BT.
No, because he needed attack speed. He needed attack speed.
Rage Blade,
Okay.
Scope Weapons, Yone.
And he was Mirage, which made him extra confusing, right? Because it was like depending on what Mirage variant you had, you couldn't play him or not.
Nah, you just played
He
every
also had
Yone.
a lot of similar items.
You
to
just played every
Deja,
Mirage,
'cause
even
Deja had
Pirate
all the
Yone.
attack speed stuff as well. So half the time it was like because there were Yone rerolls that were good.
You played him in
And then
every
he was also
Yone.
item holder
Or
for
every
Deja.
Mirage.
If you told me if you wanted to do like Yone does physical or magical because of SR or whatever, I would just basically choose whatever of your opponent's weaknesses are like he would be better for. So if they're high armor, he goes for magic or whatever, but you would still itemize him the same. If we wanted to reprint this,
Oh, so you would do like passive.
always does the best type of
passive
damage.
converts his damage to magic if they have lower.
Oh,
MR.
that's a sick
Yeah, which I
idea.
wouldn't necessarily
Sounds really
want to do that per
oppressive.
se,
for a
but if we needed
2
to-
cost. Yeah.
Man,
But I'm saying like if we wanted to have this kind of idea, I would go that route instead of what
he
this
would
is
come
right
back
Yeah,
as a person
I
that
think
would
it's too much for a
automatically choose the
2
best
cost as
type of
well.
damage.
This, who was
What
the
the
other
heck?
2 cost where I was complaining just like way overcooked?
now. Aurelia.
Aphelios.
Ophelia. Oh no, he's.
I'm in like bottom to mid of B here. Like while this was a little confusing, I think this gets a little bit more credit to me of the thing about Mirage. You're already kind of like cooking depending on the game, and him having like different builds depending on the game.
He didn't
And
use
just straight-
warrior.
Wh-
And
Which
just
Yone
straight
did
up,
you
if
not
you were
want to
like,
play?
I
Or which
want
Mirage did you not want to
reprint
play?
2-cost Yone that like just as a pure
Electric
passive
was probably
and
the
Oh,
worst.
yeah,
for extra
electric.
damage. I'm like, cool.
You would definitely play Executioner.
Is this better than the Lux?
You
we
definitely play
just talked
Spell
about?
Sword.
I don't think so.
I mean, you still played it. It's just like
This wasn't- yeah.
relatively.
I think I am giving this guy bonus points for he's like really fun to watch. Which
He's
is just
so
a straight up
cool
statement.
and he's really
That's
fun.
because Yone's fun to watch, though.
Yone is just
Congratulations,
cool.
he's Yone.
It's-
But like,
it's-
would you put the same kit on? I don't know, Trundle? Like, no.
Why
It's a
is this
better-
guy S tier every set for multiple patches? Because he's just cool.
If you told me it's worse than the Lux and better than the Hex Swains, I'll give it to you. But I think this is like, I would put it in C tier personally. But
No, more. Come on.
Top of C.
No, they're
I'll
conceding.
give
They're
it
conceding because they
better
want to
than
move on.
Trundle, worse than Kaisa.
Sure.
Oh,
Okay, Kiana. I do not remember this Kiana.
disagree.
Oh, actually, wait. Yes, I do.
Every Kiana
I
is the
remember
same,
never
man.
putting items on her, but she was Tempest.
She, like,
and
dashes
she
and
stunned
attacks or
people in the
whatever.
back line.
And stuns, yeah.
Well,
Yes, this is interesting.
doesn't stun this
I think
set.
this actually means we are missing the original version of this Kiana from this.
Set 2.
We're missing set 2 Kiana.
Oh
Remember,
no, but set 2 was
Kiana
a
is
3
a
cost.
reprint of set 2 Kiana.
She's a 3 cost.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
With that
elemental
one, we have
3
to just
costs.
quickly credit somewhere of like single unit swapping traits per game.
She disarmed back
Yeah,
line?
high B for sure.
Was good.
Yeah, she was
This
part
is
of the
just
Rage
the
Wing
whatever
Tempest comp
version of that.
with Zaya.
I'm scrolling to make sure it's
Oh,
not secretly
right,
at the
right.
bottom or something.
Zaya,
Yeah, we got.
Kiana, and Orin.
Maybe that got sorted weirdly because we're.
Oh,
yeah,
there
it's
it is. No, that's Ishtal. Nope, I don't know where it is. So. Okay. Well, anyway. So
She's
I
a
guess
3
that
cost.
set
She's a
2
3
one
cost,
I
you
think
guys.
would have been B tier.
Oh, she was a 2 cost?
And then this one,
one's a 2
but like I
cost.
said, this one I think was just much
And
worse.
set 2, she was a 3 cost.
I mean, in general, if you're like,
But
hey,
was she?
you want
I could have sworn she was
Kiana
3 cost, really.
in as a 2 cost that like does
interesting.
something that provides utility.
My
and
memory
you
says
have
that she was a
some of the
3
right way to
cost.
go about it. How effective it is probably
That's
depends on
thinking
your
of something
rates at
else.
that point in time. So like the fact that I would reprint her like confidently,
Yeah.
puts that in B tier for me.
Okay.
She's
Okay,
she's
not
solid.
very high into it.
How about just better than the Lux we just talked about?
Sure.
She's a 3 cost.
Okay.
Looking
Cannoneer
at it right
Trainer
now.
Tristana. I have good memories of this, but again, Tristana. We seem clearly we
Okay.
trust
Gaslighting.
Tristanas at this point.
Yeah, I think this was the pretty simple version of put a bomb on someone. I think this is straight up like put a bomb on someone that explodes.
Oh,
after a really short
Namzi.
delay. So it's
Okay,
just
Namzi was fun
do
in
a
set 7.
chunky amount of AD damage. to
Namzi
your
carry was fun in
target
set 7
and
for sure.
some
The trainer
adjacent
snacks.
units.
So
That was
from
pretty
like a
dope.
mechanical standpoint, I don't mind this output at all. But from like a, hey,
Infinite
you're
Namzi hack.
Tristana, you're putting bombs on people. That's like part of like her kit from SR and the like the fantasy of the visualization. It like fails everywhere because it's
Yeah,
like,
agreed.
you put a bomb on them for 1 second and then
The
1
bomb was
second
hard to
later,
track.
Regardless of how many times you hit them, it explodes. It's just like
Yeah.
it's like you're like
I feel like
having,
delayed
Syrian
damage just
bomb
never
on
worked.
her instead of what she has. So I was pretty disappointed by this personally.
I'm trying to
From like
I'm
a
trying to think of other
Tristana
examples. You might be right.
Sure.
I mean,
Give me a
TF is the most recent
It's a
in
tier for me. I wouldn't reprint
multicasters that I can think of.
I think I'm
Throw
in
a card and then it
B.
blows up
I think
later.
I appreciated more
True.
of the like. This is just a simple. Like, is this 1 cost Tristana? Probably, but
Yeah.
It's better than Hex. Swing.
No, this is better than Yone. More, you are
no.
trolling.
Rage Wing Warrior
You are
Bruiser.
trolling.
Is this-
Oh
I
my
think This is
God.
just reprint again.
There's
Or, like,
no
AoE damage reduction
way.
At this point.
In which
Oh, this is
all
a
nearby
Dodge
allies
Shen.
dodge
We
basic
love this
attacks.
guy.
There it
Not
is.
really. Let's put him in
Dog.
C.
Magic
Let's throw him in
resistance.
There
C.
it is, and that was because we needed an AP scaler on him. So, but like him being rage, like this was another like you never itemize this champion. I remember this is where I started getting really sick of like I'm tired of these champions existing.
was just a
that you should
warrior for
literally
fun.
never put items on.
Oh yeah.
So
let's see.
Just
where's
3
our
traits
worst
because
Shen?
yeah, his warrior
I
didn't
mean,
do
he
anything
feels
for
like
him.
the same as all the other Shens. Honestly, he might be one of the better versions of the Shens.
I
He
think
has
it's
3
better
traits.
than Ninja Blade Master.
Yeah. Where's
so
the
where
Chrono one?
B tier or C tier. C tier.
Oh wait, why am I not seeing it?
Right here,
Which
man.
tier is it then?
Right here.
See?
C
C
tier. You put
tiers?
them next to each other.
Oh, I see Blade. Okay, yeah, Blade Master. So it's. I think it's just the best version of this at this point.
You can see that.
Okay. Kane, 2-cost Kane
This
with
guy
a
sucks.
scale.
This guy was
I
so
remember
bad.
this guy
All
being
set.
so weak for so long,
Yeah.
and then finally got okay, and being carried by Shimmer Scale.
Yeah, so he did
N-
damage to the
not
line before
even.
damage
I don't think he
first
was ever
target.
good.
He
Right,
I think he
this
was
was the-
literally
yeah,
bad the
He did
entire
physical
set.
damage to everybody in line, but
There was like
magic damage
like
bonus.
one patch you may
Ugh,
there's one
God,
patch you
yeah.
may have rerolled Kane, but even then he was not even that good. He was like at bottom of he was like B tier.
The overcooking. I am not
Yeah.
positive on this Kane.
It's also like really low mana too, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, this is
30.
kind of spammy W thing.
Well, it's because he was Rage Wing also, so he had no mana bar, which limited his itemization.
yeah.
No,
because
set 11
you
Keanu's
couldn't-
way
like, you
better
couldn't
than
Titans,
this guy,
Titans
man.
BT this guy because he was mono
Come
locked.
on.
Yep.
Heavenly Duelist
Yeah, not
Kiana's
particularly happy
she's
with this either.
fine.
Like to me, this is like better than the Sejuanis, but worse than the Heckrams.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I buy that.
Dragonmancer Ash.
Okay, Ash.
she
This
volley?
is just reprint.
Yep.
Like this
That
just
one.
goes literally with the other Ash. I think it's
Yeah.
worse trait wise, because Swift Shot was worse than Sniper, but meh.
I mean, her traits are good.
Sounds good to me.
Jade
Still
was
top of
really
B.
good.
Okay, another Braum.
Pog.
I think
Another
this just goes-
Braum.
Isn't this just right up there with the other Braum that's in S?
Yeah, it's definitely
Yeah.
below the Dragon Soul one, but
But
can
it's still
just be
like
BS. Yeah.
But you put the other
Dragon
ones
Soul.
in B, so you're gonna go. Wait, you're putting this one in S? Wait, what?
Jade Shapeshifter Gnar.
This guy was
I remember
terrible.
this being fine.
He was bad, but he was
Those are just
funny.
his, like slam, like
He was
small,
funny.
small Gnar into big Gnar, fist slam.
Yeah, transform, jump to your target.
He just gained
slam,
stats. That was
and
his
then-
entire
That's
spell.
literally all he
Yeah,
did.
no, he doesn't fist slam. This is he gets
He
a
would just-
one time when he lands
Mhm.
knock up.
But he still
But
got
then-
He
mana
doesn't even
after
do
that.
damage on his slam.
I don't think so. I think
No,
this is
he just jumps to
Jade
back.
just gains AD and armor and just is a. I don't think he ever
Really?
casts a spell after this.
No, he just gains
I-
stats.
Don't believe that.
Pull the videos.
He was a good. I mean, part of it was a good
I mean, we
synergy
clearly-
bot,
we
right? Because you'd play
basically
Nidalee and our
reprinted this
Jade
on
openers.
live for the most part. I guess live doesn't have the shapeshift part. I don't know. This seems fine.
Yeah, I mean, if you tell me baseline, hey, it's a little Gnar that transforms into a big Gnar and gets stronger. and
Yeah,
does
I think
something,
that's
I'm like, yeah,
fine.
sure.
I think that's like high B
This
for sure.
Braum is the Braum that Bryce
Sure, maybe.
liked. I mean,
Where'd you guys?
they're
put
all the
those
same Brahms. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's just
Probably above.
it's the one that doesn't block the projectiles. It's a different variation. They
Yeah.
don't like the block projectiles version.
Worse than Katarina.
in this particular version of it. Yeah.
All right. Aphelios,
Oh,
Darkflight Cannoneer.
dude, Dark
Easy.
Flight.
This is
Okay,
another
now we're
Aphelios
cooking.
That, like, I
Now
remember
we're
Darkflight,
cooking.
People made him work, and he did some good stuff, but
Some
took
good
us a while
stuff.
to get it right. And it was also mostly just like Darkflight was good.
Yeah, this is like the 1-2 combo, like shoot for some damage and then stun everybody that you shot.
Something like that.
But you would stack the Zeeks. You would stack the
yeah,
Zeeks.
and he like fired in a cone, did damage, but hitting the same target with multiple projectiles did significantly less damage, and then he went and stunned. So it's kind of like similar to the pattern on live, where it's like a double barrage or whatever.
Yeah, with more awkward targeting, if I remember. Like you were really dependent on the cone hitting the right thing.
Because he
and-
shot at his target, yeah, and it was like not
Yeah.
like the four closest. It was just
It's also
Shotgun
very
blast.
weird as a cannoneer. Very weird as a cannoneer. Witty?
probably in the like still probably high C. He's
not the
beating
worst
out a
we've
lot.
done, but
Yeah, he's
It
beating out a lot
definitely,
of the
it's definitely
low
one of my
C stuff to me,
less
but
favorite versions of Aphelios.
I keep looking
but-
at stuff compared to the Soraka that we have in high C, and I'm like, below
It's
that Soraka.
Interesting.
Probably.
He thinks that Sirach
buy
is the
that.
bar for C.
Jax, is this just he's back again?
Jack's Pog.
What did he do this set?
Did we
Nothing,
did we
he did the
reprint
same
a
thing,
dude
he
tier
just-
again?
Spins his little
Spins.
staff.
same Jacks.
Yeah.
Sweet. But at least he has a third trait,
Why
so
do
he
we
used to be the
have
highest D tier.
So many
Three of
2-cost
them.
jacks. Yeah, Jay just puts them in D to
I
be
mean,
whatever.
I would hope by then we at least learned a bit, and like the traits helped him. He has Shimmer Scale. Shimmer Scale's fun.
Yeah, I remember
More-
all these
okay, move
Jacks
on,
go,
man.
like, kind of this random 2-cost functional tank that you
Yeah.
didn't want to itemize.
He's a problem solver for trade.
Man, when you don't know what to do, just throw in jacks.
Thresh back again. Pretty sure this is.
This is the hook one again.
Yeah,
Oh God, it's the hook one again.
the hook
Oh.
one. Whispers
God,
Thresh.
It's the same reprint from Set 5, right? Where pull.
Yeah,
This is start with full mana hook. So yeah, this is when
where
we
we
were
learned
like,
the full mana
your
thing. So
carry
it's
into
better
Siphon
than that
Bite.
one, but not by a lot.
Yep.
yeah.
Where is that one?
Do you
See,
guys?
now, the list is getting so big, I'm having trouble.
There was a tournament where Pokegom played two Thresh 2s and two Siphon 2s, and that was his build. And his job was to try and kill all your carries with Siphons. That was his entire game plan. And I think he got like top 8 that tournament.
Yeah, I think this is better than
He did that like 4
Forgotten
games out of
Knight
6 or something like that.
Thresh.
3 games out of
Where's
6.
that
It was
I know, I
so
can't find
obnoxious.
bottom of B.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, above the Kiana.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
Okay, so it's better than that. You said. Is it better than the tanky Threshes?
I mean, I think it's a better version of it. Yeah, he's a better version of it.
It's about the same. Like, I would not want to print this Thresh as often. But
No,
the other
sure.
one, I'm less excited to print because it's just kind of lamer and less memorable. So I'm like, Probably a little bit higher, honestly.
Yeah, Thresh is 2 cost really often.
Okay.
Right above Dust Thresh then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
He's a 3 cost this
Its
set,
traits
right?
were
Yeah.
really weird too. Like the whole Whispers thing. Whispers was a very weird trait.
Definitely.
It was. It was.
Lagoon Dragonmancer Kaisa. So this was an interesting Kaisa. I
This
actually
top,
really
this
liked
guy's was so
Kaisa.
oppressive at one point.
As far as like 2 costs go, this one's really high up in the list for me. Dragonmancer brings her down a little.
Yeah, Dragon
I
Master was
really
way too
like this spell.
obnoxious. But she was cool.
This was ramp up over time. Number
It's a
of missiles,
Lagoon
number
stack
of
farmer.
Targets.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought this was a really good spell.
Yeah, really.
She
really
She was
solid,
fun.
for
The
sure.
trait. The trait was fun. She was a fun
I think we're in
champion.
A tier
I'm down to put her in
territory.
A.
This is like below Kog'Maw but above Lulu to me. I
Okay.
really like this spell.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yep.
S tier. Jeez.
Lilia. Again, Identity Crisis Lilia. I think she was
Oh,
a damage.
there was the
dealer here, 'cause
there
she's
was
a
the
mage?
Q cone Lilia build. If you guys
What was
remember.
the-
She's
what was
like
the
a
augment?
melee.
The Cavalier
AP
augment?
Better together. Better together. Oh,
No,
no.
okay, not
no,
a
no.
tank.
The
You're
charging
right.
one.
She was a
It was like
tank at
Notice
all.
it's
heroic
components,
charge,
basically
something like
just
that.
Nuke a single target and do
Yeah,
splash
that
damage.
comp
Oh,
was actually
right.
good.
This was like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
bonk, right?
Yep.
The bonk is the
Yeah,
bonk
it-
comp.
50 mana.
Yeah, this is more like, well, as a melee AP carry, she's like still missing like
So
items
weird.
that function on. Like we haven't made a lot of the melee
Right.
AP carry.
Yeah.
You know
could
what was
never
the
play-
weirdest
you could
part
never
about
play all
her?
traits.
Mage Herd made her worse. You actually wanted to cast once.
Like she might actually be okay in
Oh yeah,
modern.
you basically never played her as
Yeah.
mage.
And
Yeah,
I still wouldn't be
because
excited to
If she cast it twice,
play.
the second cast would deal less damage, and then also sometimes she would miss. It made it really damage inefficient.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like with her rather large silhouette, even though it's like a deer. Like we've kind of indicated her mostly as a tank or having some defensive.
Even
utility.
though it's
I
like a
wouldn't look to
deer.
reprint this version.
I'm only laughing because I'm like, what's she doing right now? Oh right, she's a backline AP caster. Like,
Which,
but yeah,
yes.
I agree. I agree.
Yes, she's mostly been.
Yes.
Yeah. So
And
I
I-
wouldn't look to redo this. Like this spell, do damage to a single target and splash in an AOE around is like completely reasonable for an AP like brawler at this point in time. Lilia to do it,
I also give her some bonus points for it. This is one of the more fun to watch, like mage double casts. I think
Oh,
we've
sure,
done.
yeah.
Like not the very
Sure,
top, but just
but you
seeing
didn't
her
really
go
play very
bonk,
often.
Bonk was very fun to me.
I think this is better than Bruiser Scrap Trundle,
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
but maybe worse than the Yone I don't like.
Man, Mortdog guy's kind of a
Zyra,
hater.
is this reprint
Oh,
Zyra?
fucking Rageblade
This just
rune on
goes-
Zyra.
Oh
think so.
god.
This is so broken.
other-
It was
wait, 'cause
so
the other-
broken. So Whisper scaled with how often you did damage? Was it?
Yeah.
So you want to put Rage Blade on her so she attacks a lot, and then she was an AP unit, but you just put runes on her because she scales so much AD, it didn't even matter. You just had her auto attack a lot.
It still had a stun, but was lower stun duration, I think, and was more clearly focused on damage. And Whispers was still weird, but this was clearly like Whispers made sense.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find where she is.
Sure.
Again, I'm starting to struggle finding things.
It's a lot of.
Oh, there's B tier.
Yeah.
So this is just slightly higher than that same version.
Yeah.
They really like the
Worse than
spell, the
Malzahar.
line spell idea.
Yeah,
They think it's
yeah.
cool.
Guild Swift Shot Twitch. So
Just like through
if I remember right, this guy was
like a potion or
great
something.
because he was guild, but really bad otherwise.
And he was a trait bot.
Yeah,
I remember the kit being very plain.
he gave you like attack speed or something.
Reduce their armor. Yeah, he was like very explicitly a more utility unit in
Right.
I think he's 100. Yeah.
in guild.
See.
like, it didn't really hit on Twitch's fantasy as a unit. My expectations of him, he wasn't particularly strong. Like there wasn't a lot about this that like felt good, and anything that was positive about him came about from guild more than anything.
Yep.
Not very happy with this overall.
It is wild because Twitch's attack,
where we
Twitch's
putting
guild
him?
trait was attack speed, and that's what
Actually,
Wukong's is right now.
Like
Yeah, hands up and see.
Kind of gives you some
Yeah,
insight.
guild
into
was
it.
a one trait, so you could just have it on every board.
Yeah. That's true. Also, Wukong's a much better unit,
I
and
think he's
Sage is ridiculous.
Just
so.
below the Shens. How's that sound?
sure.
Above the Blade Master Rebel Yasuo. I don't think he's above Blade Master Rebel Yasuo actually.
Or is in jail, but maybe a buffer con.
Definitely not
Yeah,
over
above Recon
Yasuo.
sounds
Come
good.
on, man.
Okay, Rel, Darkflight Cavalier. I remember she used Darkflight
think she, like,
well. She was a
AoE
good
around
Darkflight.
her.
You know, you would play 2 Rels for lots of Darkflight. I could not tell you what the spell did.
she tethered herself to somebody and shared armor and MR with them, right?
Really? I don't
I'm very
remember
negative
that.
on the gain a bunch of armor and MR spells. So.
Wow.
All
Oh,
right.
great! I
Yeah,
love
Brand-
having my
Brandon-
backliner have 60 armor and MR for no reason.
Percentage of armor and MR, did a little bit of damage.
She did a little bit of damage, yeah. All right.
I mean, like I said, this
D
is like
tier.
right up
Oh,
there
her
with those
3-star scaling was
Sejuanis,
insane.
where
I
it's
do
just
remember
like,
that.
I don't.
What's up?
But
She
again,
just
like,
did
she was
so much
yeah,
damage
I
at
think this is
3-star
really
for no
bad.
reason.
Right,
Maybe?
right.
Yeah, it's with one of the tanks that whenever there's too many things that shield in the set, one of them gets armor and MR, and then
They
it's
suck.
sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
I'm
no,
gonna put her
Nami.
above the Sejuanis just because she gets positives for the Dark Flight stuff.
Was this the?
Nami, wasn't this just Bubble Nami? But
Yeah,
2 cost?
wasn't this the
No,
Vietnamese
this
build
is
that
the
people
Bubble
made?
Oh,
no, this is
heal.
this is
Oh god! Oh god!
this is.
Oh no, it
for
wasn't. Oh,
highly
it wasn't. It wasn't. It
favored
wasn't.
at
It wasn't. It
end
was the
of
other
a
one.
fight
Oh.
It was heal your
go
frontliner.
into
and
the
then
Yeah.
kill them.
Yeah.
like bouncing and healing. And,
Yeah, the
Oh,
heal bounce.
This was the start of me being very
Oh.
anti-support unit. Like I was already on the train, and this like killed it.
yeah. This unit was hyper dangerous, and
I
then
miss support units.
extra rough with mage.
Like
and
you guys seem to
Astral.
like it in
Yeah.
chat and
She
Ramblinnn. I didn't really like this unit very much.
Oh, I mean, this one in
units, too,
particular I didn't
she's
care for,
good at
but
sniping
just hearing it, this is the
enemies and
why
the
we don't
heal
get
was
support units
so
anymore is
big.
sad.
yeah.
So big.
It was like
This
Archangel,
to me might
Shojin,
be,
Nami, or
like,
something.
The top of D tier, but it's D tier.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
get- Is that fair though? Because like, let's say we took it to modern standards, where it was just like correct amount of damage, correct amount of healing for modern. Would we actually be upset with printing this? I don't think we would.
No, I think we would reuse this spell and we'd be okay with like bouncing between things. We just wouldn't do like lowest, right? It would just be nearest or something.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So
So it's
maybe that's too
it's
harsh.
not unsalvageable. It's not D tier, but
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
Mord
not
hates
good.
support unit
in this iteration.
for no reason.
Okay, I think in this iteration she goes like below Victor, above Senna
Okay, I don't miss Janna. Don't put Ori and Janna in the same group.
in C tier, above
Oh,
Lysandra.
for cost Janna that like AoE.
Yeah, I mean, it's Joy.
Ezreal. I
Janna-
remember.
Janna
I mean,
is,
it's
like,
underground
one of the
Ezreal.
worst
I
units
remember
we've had.
liking this.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. All things considering, set 7 had a lot of bullshit, but some of the 2 costs were pretty cool. Like I think I think you really underrated this Yone. I think this Yone is actually really sick. But they had actually a pretty good amount of cool 2 costs. A lot of boring ones as well, like Jax and Rel and Gnar, but like some really cool ones. I liked it.
So it's like
Oh,
put
no,
a
this
mark
was-
on
Rising spell
someone and
force.
the mark explodes.
Yeah, never mind. This was like the most confusing version of Ezreal.
Yeah,
I generally
don't-
just don't like this delayed.
Yeah, delayed
pattern, and
damage.
I think we did a better version of it. And
Was this not-
Wait. Okay, 2 things to
Or
talk
my-
about here though. There's 2 of them. Okay.
there's parallel.
The first one is the recon version. Remember recon, the
Yes.
trait where they would
And
roll
then there was
most of the
parallel.
time in danger of themselves and do terrible things.
Double
I think
cost.
that version is like close to low C tier. Because like the trait was bad, it was an underground bot, and the spell didn't really do much, right?
I mean, Recon the trait was
then
pretty
we
sick.
had the version where you got parallel,
where they like dashed away.
and at least that version had some cool twists. Because you could get the parallel version
Right,
that would
you could
like
shoot the
change his
beam
ult to, it
instead.
changed his ult to the 5-cost ult.
No, the problem was that it made him weaker for a while.
That is true. That
So
is
I think
true.
it gets a lot of. I think
It broke his
the
augment.
base version is like to me low C.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, right.
below-
His
I
hero
think
augment
it's
was so
above
common.
Kayn, but below the Hecarim's.
What was it called again?
Rising spell force.
Rising Spell Force, right.
And then I think the parallel version actually goes up quite a bit.
Oh, interesting.
The parallel version was pretty fun.
I mean, I do agree that
Like,
it was cool.
Better
the,
than
the thematic
Tempest
was cool.
Kiana.
I like parallel. I just didn't like the 5 cost
It can
Ezreal
be higher
because
than that.
we lost
How do you guys-
affiliates for
You
him.
guys feel like it'd be higher than that, or
Yeah, fair enough.
yeah, this is also
This
8-5
was so
was
much
one of my
cooler.
least played sets.
Okay.
So
They killed themselves more
to
than
me,
the
I
dash
actually
away.
think it's,
Yeah,
like,
but it was still
better than
cool.
Quinn, even to be honest.
All right, here we go. Another 2-cost pike.
The
You guys
parallel
ready?
did a lot of heavy lifting.
Comfortably middle.
Another 2-cost
Yeah,
pike.
I think it's comfortably middle of B.
yeah, it's
Hacker
another. I'll
Pike.
say it this way: it's another version of our or
Oh,
one of the better
God.
versions of our Yone Yasuo. Like
This
you
guy
take a
was
low cost
insane.
unit,
Yeah.
but pair them with some 5 cost and make their low
Yeah,
cost.
and parallel was
It's
fun. It
cool.
was
Yeah.
really fun. So
I think Parallel was great.
okay, Pike, he's back again, but now he's a Riftwalker hacker. Hacker was a nightmare. Riftwalker was cool.
Yes,
There were some cool
I think
reroll ones. I think this is
those are literally my most favorite trait of the set Riftwalker, and my least favorite thing about set 8, which is Hacker packaged into. It's actually hilarious that they have the best and the worst trait simultaneously.
Yeah, strongest built-up board was 4 pikes.
Yes, because Pike was so good. Built different, you would just literally play Pike, like three Pikes.
is like up there with the best of the pikes.
Did we totally pull the stun off?
He lost the Pike.
Yes.
He dropped it off somewhere. He lost the Pike.
True damage summons a phantom.
Pike,
at a
where are
certain
you? Oh, he
location
found it. He found
and
it.
Dashes behind the furthest enemy. After 1 second, the phantom returns
This
to
Pike was sick, though.
stunning all enemies it passes
Yeah,
through.
The
So he
Riftwalker
doesn't
Pike
even
was
actually
really
leave
cool.
The front line, right? He just kind of
Oh, okay,
stunned
so
a
there's
long
both.
line.
Because
Right, but
it
he was a
allowed you to Riftwalk Hacker. Riftwalk was like build your own. Like a lot of set 8 was like build your own trait type of stuff. They really leaned into that. And Riftwalker said whoever was like the nearest of your Riftwalk, you would summon a Zac, and whoever Zac attached to, you would get a bonus of the other trait that on the bottom. So if you put Zac onto Pike next to Pike, then you would get a Hacker. If you put him next to like Viego, you get like a Renegade. Was it Viego? No, so
I mean, Jin was Renegade.
Jin was
and Vex
Renegade.
was
Yeah,
Max.
sorry.
Max
You get a
was
Renegade,
off.
which is really cool. I think that kind of stuff was so sick.
Didn't send him to the back line.
Very
So-
neat trait. One of
I
my
don't know, to
favorite
me,
traits
this is
they've
like
ever
right
made.
up there with the cultist ones. Like
Yeah,
I could see it
A
just
tier for
below because
sure.
Hacker is Hacker, but Riftwalker was cool.
Sure.
8.5 was sick. I agree. 8.5 was actually really
Shot
underrated.
Sivir.
Underrated.
I'm pretty sure this
And
was just
Sivir was meh.
basic Sivir.
Did she just gain AD?
She throws the
She would
thing
do
that
the thing
split.
where she.
Oh,
was this the
right. The
Q?
shuriken, the split shuriken.
It split and hit multiple targets.
Oh right, so do the bouncy
The
blades.
Beyblade thing.
Seems fine.
What happened to what about Pizza
like this.
Sivir? What about Pizza Sivir?
Where are we putting it?
Pizza Sivir was awesome.
That's
Something
next
lower
set.
B, I think, maybe.
I think it's better than the Ari that we've been talking nicely about, but worse than the.
Or the
Talons.
previous set. This was the previous set. This was 8.5.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pizza Sivir was dope.
Yumi.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh
This is the
no.
one-shot backline.
Oh,
This was
no.
what if we made a spell that just went by front line and hit your back line?
Yeah.
Sweet, sounds great to me. Super fun.
I mean, top of S tier.
Weird positioning requirements.
I'm down to put her in bottom of C.
This is not getting reprinted.
No.
Yeah, this is not
Maybe D.
it's so weird too, because it's like you're like, oh hey, what's Yumi's fantasy? It's definitely not one-shotting backliners ever.
Yeah.
One-shotting backliners in general is not something we want in TFT. So like, is this
It just does it in such an egregious way too. It's just like wee.
is it just,
It
like,
floated like a
fundamentally,
feather.
so out of character for Yumi.
Yep.
not
Yeah,
good for
okay,
TFT,
D
but it's
tier,
just,
D
like,
tier.
one of the worst spells we've ever printed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Is
kind
it
of how I
the
feel.
worst?
I don't know if like again, would you put this below
That's
starter?
crazy.
Come on.
Worst spell ever printed?
It's hurting Giovanni. It's like
Because you're
the
expanding beyond
starter
2
tier.
costs.
Maybe.
I put this.
Ooh.
I think I put this right next to like. I'll make the same argument I made for Trundle, which is at least this was memorable.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's above Trundle, but below Silas.
Next time we identify on live
Oh my
a
God.
unit that we feel is bottom of D tier, we should buff the hell out of them so they're memorable for one patch.
I thought she was going to go bottom
I mean,
of D
To be
tier.
honest, I kind of do that already, right? Anytime somebody's not playing a
Yumi
champion, I'm like,
tier.
please buff this champion so somebody cares.
It took them 6 weeks.
Jinx.
They were on the
So,
holiday patch.
it's funny.
They didn't nerf because it was on the holiday patch, you guys. Like, they couldn't nerf it.
Don't worry, the Jax meta came in to save us.
Yes. Although I will say, the last like 4 days, 5 days of that patch, it actually started becoming less Yumi Jax because it was overplayed. But yeah.
This Jinx to me is pretty low, but it is way better than the Trap Jinx. We like learn from Trap Jinx.
Okay,
and it's
but
like,
Trap Jinx
at
is like a
least she
low
shoots
bar.
a rocket and it does rockety things
Well, this is a reprint of set 4
without the sharpshooter.
3-cost Jinx without sharpshooter.
Yeah,
And that
yeah.
was what made it like so interesting. So it's not great, but it definitely is
But it wasn't
better
bad. Like,
than the
and the
Trap.
catalog has
Eh.
also saved it. Like, there were
That
some
is- that is
decent.
I feel like it
hero
could have been a
launches.
1 cost.
Like, again, if you told me this was like a 2, like for a 2 cost, I actually think we're starting to get into like modern 2 cost that like it's not the worst.
Yeah, I wouldn't start here for Jinx, but if you needed Jinx to do this spell, I'm
Right.
like, yes, that's fine.
Right.
Yeah,
like, I
it's
also don't
fine.
like Jinx being AP.
No, it's-
Personally,
I think it's a
that
little boring,
Continues to be weird
personally.
for me, but like,
Yeah,
I think this
agree.
is better
I think
than
this was not
Clone
that
Swain.
interesting.
Sure, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bottom of B, and I'm like, this is better than
I did like
Tristana.
Prankster though.
Yeah.
Prankster's fun.
Is
yes.
it better
Prankster was sick. It was one of my least favorite
Probably
traits.
not.
I don't think it's better than Lux.
It was cool because for people who don't know Prankster, after a certain HP threshold, you would teleport away and leave a target dummy behind. Kind of like in Naruto when they would like leave the dummy behind. It was always like a chunk of wood or something like that. It was like that. And so you would sometimes unintuitively frontline Jinx, so she would like TP to the back, your own backline, and then you would leave a target dummy in the front. Really cool.
Right above Tristana.
So you know what?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm okay with that. This Jinx is pretty cool.
That's what I would do.
in
Because
some
again, that
ways,
Lux
right?
spell to me is like a solid spell.
Just the spell was
So-
not that interesting. I'm surprised they liked it so much.
Lee Sin.
Cleansing safeguard.
I could not tell you what this champ did.
I mean, that's the hero augment
there were
though.
two champions that I will say, personally detested in set 8. Lee Sin and Galio. Because they would both dash to an ally, do a thing, and then return to their hex.
Yeah.
And that just like adds so much unnecessary combat melee movement to the early game. So I would not look to reprint either of those spells, honestly.
Oh wow, Giovanni hates
Yeah, it
this
was like
unit.
W to an ally,
And
shield.
do you know
them.
why as well? Is because the way like a lot of the dev work that people like Giovanni and a bunch of other Riot devs do that people don't talk about is like they have to code and figure out how these units are interacting with each other, and if there are bugs and like the way those units are animated and everything like that, he has to be the one that kind of fixes that. So from hearing from his perspective is very unique in terms of just like his approach and what he thinks the spell is. So when he's talking about like this melee movement and all stuff like that, he's talking about like the flow of how the game actually works at a foundational level. That's pretty interesting and insightful.
Shield himself, go back to where you were, but
And
yeah.
then hit the target. It was like way
Oh
overloaded.
yeah,
for
there was a
two costs.
chunk of damage
Yep.
that he would do after
Yes.
all that.
And then
Yeah,
his
yeah,
hero
yeah.
augment ended up being one of the most toxic to the game as well. This to me is better. It's like Yumi tier.
I could see it in D tier.
Yeah, I think so.
It's definitely worse than Jack, so
I'm
it
gonna
has to
give
be in D
Yumi the
tier.
leg up because
He just puts Yumi next to Lee
for
Sin.
somebody at least.
Yeah.
Lee Sin wasn't really fun for anybody. Camille, this is like the most inoffensive Camille. It's like she exists.
Yeah.
Dude,
Hey,
Hacker
Silver
Camille
Spell,
was something
do
else
it
though.
again.
Yeah, she was.
Like,
I don't know,
for sure in
man.
the play
Yeah,
against.
yeah.
The
Ugh.
one shot on your backline, then AOE.
So admin was build your own trait. It's Story Weaver, but you get a bunch of random options instead of the same option every time. And so admin, you could get like gain AD or gain AP or get a bunch of mana or whatever like that. With Camille, you just kept checking your admin, and that was like what we say, check your admin. If it was plus AD, you just stacked AD on Camille a lot, get Camille 3, and she would just do what you put her in the hacker horse, you get to the backline, just one shot sweep backlines.
Sweep.
It was I think it was just leg sweep disarm.
Yeah.
There was no shield at all.
I mean,
Oh,
you
that's
don't
the
nothing to disarm
disarm
if they die,
version.
but yeah.
Yeah. And there were some hero augments that made her pretty playable. But like, would I reprint this? It's fine.
Yeah,
It's fine.
It's
I mean,
not
I think
first
Carrie
pick, but
Camille's
not
kind of cool. She
undoing
felt really
stuff.
satisfying too because she had this like wind up kick, and it just felt you felt like you were like owning them when your Camille was one shotting stuff.
like unreprintable. So it's like bottom of B for me, right?
Is it better than Infiltrator Kaisa?
I don't think
so.
I'm in.
Yes.
I'm in top of C. This again.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is
in,
like
like,
in the
below the
Soraka space.
Yeah, below the Blitzcranks, above the Varises.
No, more it's too opposite way.
I would
She's
certainly rather do
cool,
something with a
man.
Shield for her, so that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Man, I think Mortdog doesn't like two cost
Annie.
melees.
I
I'm
think
starting
this
to
just goes
think
with all the
does
other
Yone
Annies.
and the Camille placement.
The only actually she gets one big negative though for being a gosh darn Oxforce champion, and then while
Oh,
being
Oxforce.
Oxforce casting a shield and staying
Oh,
alive,
yeah.
she was way
love
more
Oxforce.
frustrating than all the other Annies.
Oh man.
like
Sure.
I think that knocks her a tier below. It's still our
Oh
solid like
god,
spell,
Oxford. Okay,
but
we
that
need to
Oxforce
create
trait knocks her
Oxford
down
tier.
significantly.
Do you like think she's down? in
They're
B
putting
tier?
her in A
I
because
would
that's
put
where all the
her,
Annies are.
Like you know the Jarvan you guys like. I would put her
Yep.
below that.
That's fair.
Which Jarvan? Oh, the two cost Jarvan.
Malphite.
This guy.
I don't remember what he did.
What did he
He
do?
did nothing.
Yeah. Slam
Rock
based on
solid.
Do
Rock
some
solid
damage
was his
and
one niche.
gain armor.
He just
right?
gains armor.
Right,
He just
but his damage was
gains
based off
armor.
It's also based on armor. Okay.
Yeah,
He just
was the other one
basically
that,
just
like,
gained
carried my
armor.
hero augment. He would be like, I could see this champion existing in modern TFT and then actually having a hero augment
Yeah,
in
Rock,
modern
Rock
TFT
Solid saved him.
that like did that really well. So I think in that regard he fits that really well. He was mediocre, right? Like he didn't excite anybody, but the idea of like I can get a ton of armor on this guy, like when that hero augment went well, it was fun. I remember playing the Malphite build a lot.
This feels like a one-cost spell to me as well. I think
Yeah, it does.
We have right now,
Yeah, that's what we have right now.
of Malphite
So
basically does the
unflashy.
same thing, but better.
I mean, that is what
So
one cost Malphite does,
I'm
right?
not- like this is C tier to me. I wouldn't look to do this, but we could do something with the same inputs, I guess.
This feels right with the Camille, maybe a little better than the Camille.
Worse than like Emil.
Worse than the What was this?
Vi. So the only thing I was
Mortdog's
complaining
such
about
a
this
2-cost
Vi is
melee
she had
hater.
The best hero augment in the game, which was your team gains health.
Oh, fucking
Yep.
And she sure was underground.
boxing gloves.
Yeah, boxing gloves.
At least she did physical damage this time around.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is the punch the ground vibe, right?
Wait, so is it just the same spell?
No, she
boxing
she like
lessons,
raised
yeah.
her hand and slammed the ground. And
Yeah,
did
the
an
punch
AoE,
the
right?
ground
Or am I
vibe.
thinking of something
Yeah,
else?
this is a 1 hex AoE, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Rather than a cone.
I mean,
Yeah,
you printed it
Gain a
so
shield,
often, it's probably
summon
like
everybody,
bottom
and
of B
then
to
slam
me.
the ground and
Yeah.
deal
Yeah.
damage.
This might just actually be with the other Vise though, that like
It's
it's
basically the
so
same, yeah.
similar.
Yeah.
It might be the best version of it though. The traits were really solid.
I'm happy with that, especially because
Her
of
having
signals that she
Aegis
can
was
do
actually
frontline
such
more
a
'cause she
big
does gain
deal.
shield, so.
Yep.
Brawler Aegis was so nuts.
Fiora, this champ was Garbo.
This is like gain.
This is just one cost,
was it
Fiora is a
full
2 cost.
immunity for a
Yeah.
brief bit.
Grand
and
Challenge was
then
not that good for her.
Heal on attacks for the next like long window.
I
or
couldn't
something
tell
like
you.
that.
I just remember even with the
Yeah,
hero
the
augments,
Grand-
this champion was bad.
It was okay.
Like, she was meant to be a tank, but couldn't tank
It was an item
because she was
holder.
supposed to be duelist tank. But the spell was not very.
She's like
tanky.
Volibear
It was a
without the
Oh, no,
stun.
yeah, you're right. She doesn't gain immunity at all. She just deals a chunk of damage to her target and then
heals for like
heals and she gets
Mech
DR,
Fiora. I
20%
remember that. I remember that.
yeah, but like she was
and she
bad.
does get immunity through off.
Frodan is talking shit about you, Mortdog.
This to me is like right above the Sejuani's and
Oh,
Rel.
what a surprise! 2-cost melee. Mortdog reads it low.
She was used to solve a problem with
Yep.
the set, and as a result, is not a great
Man.
unit.
Star Guardian Defender Rel. Wasn't this just like the same Rel? Like it was a reprint, but like at least the trait made more sense.
The trade made more sense, and her hero augment was so
I'm
good.
pretty sure.
Pretty sure this
70
is
AP.
armor her and
Her hero
Farthest
augment
Unit
made
or
her
something.
actually a demon.
But it was done better.
Lowest percent health ally.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like this rel a lot better than the set 7 rel.
Bottom of C tier.
It felt a lot better.
I think it's better than that by a significant chunk, though. Like,
Agreed.
it worked out better, and the hero augments carried it a bit.
I'd put her above like the Tristana Kinnan Hellions personally.
Yeah,
easily.
I agree with that.
Easily.
I miss 4 cost route.
that good, Witty?
From set 5.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, redeem.
Yasuo, he's back, but he's a laser core. I'm pretty sure this is just a reprint.
Spirit
Or no,
of
this was
the Exile
Tornado,
Yasuo.
wasn't it?
Yeah, this is like a Kiana-ish dash and tornado.
Yeah.
Oh, he had the big tornado that
I
one patch.
remember kind of
Yes.
liking this spell.
He's
It's certainly
cool.
not,
He's
like,
cool.
really
I think it's
high
A.
tier,
It's
but
just
I
a
was
cool
like,
Yasuo.
This is
A,
a fun to watch
A.
Yasuo pattern.
Yes. Yes.
Having that amount of like stun on a 2-cost, a little weird.
This Yasuo was
both
really
weird
good.
with both
The hero
laser
augment was a
core and,
pick
like,
every time.
This is a different traits, slightly different
yeah.
execution of this.
I think it's worse than the Rebel Blade Master.
Bring
version,
back
though.
hero augments. What? Hold on. Hero augments are cool, but you don't want to be forced picking every time. Trust me.
For me,
You guys don't want
the
to.
thing that I
They are-
like
they
about
are
this is,
perfect
like,
as
hey,
what
we
they
need
are.
to
As they are right now,
something
it is
that's stalling
perfect.
out comps, kind of signaling that he's like a frontline utility, and at least he's not gaining a
Where
shield.
you are, where they are
Scale
right now,
of
is you
armor.
want a little bit more of it.
He does AP damage.
That's,
Sure,
that's
whatever.
perfect. You don't want it to
Sure.
be more than that.
All right, what's here?
Like you mentioned, I think it's somewhere around the other Yasuo.
A.
Yeah, where is our rebel?
He's in.
No, he's in
right
C,
below the shadows.
dude. If this
Better
is in
than
C
that.
tier,
It's
man,
being a bit above that, I guess. I don't know.
Better,
It's gotta be at
better
least B
than the
tier.
Camille and Malphite.
bro, all of my
Better
favorite
than the
2-cost melees are
Blitzcranks.
in B, are in C tier.
Okay, so right above Malphite.
What?
Okay,
Barely above
Sivir.
a dude who gains armor. Oh man, my
Sivir.
heart,
This one
man.
I have mixed feelings on.
Oh,
Thematically, this
man.
is one of my favorite champions we've ever printed. It's just so like it's so goofy, and I would never print like it doesn't appeal to me, but I think for the set it fit well. And
It
the
didn't appeal to
creativity
you more?
behind,
She
like,
threw pizza.
throw a
Come
pizza
on.
and the pizza's heel
Yeah.
is so S tier.
Yes.
But we never executed on it well, and it never existed. Like,
What do you mean? You got the
there
endless
was never
pizza
Sivir
augment.
carry builds. Nobody played
It gave
Sivir,
birth to a
so we
Twitch
didn't
meme.
really deliver on it. But like creativity wise, I love this champion.
Yes.
This is difficult for me because the spell shape is just kind of weird to begin with, even though it's like thematically fun. Like, we never delivered on it. If you told me that we were going to do this again, I'd be like, but why?
Yep.
Like it's one of those things where I want to like it, but I don't
Yeah.
really.
Wow,
I
that's
think
so
why.
interesting.
I
The
think it's gonna
devs
end
just
up on,
don't
like,
like it that
C tier,
much. They just don't
maybe
think it's
even D.
that good.
But I just want to give credit.
D
that, like,
tier.
It's
No
very
shot.
creative.
D tier. They want to put endless pizza Sivir in D tier. What is this?
Been very fun to the point where it's just like,
No way. No
like,
way.
seeing the pizza break apart and the little slices heal people.
Yeah.
Come on, that was freaking great.
I
Yes.
think
Thank you,
this is
Mort.
the kind of thing that I would want only in like a hero augment space, though, where like the
Yeah.
baseline unit does what you
Okay,
expect.
they're talking
and then
about the
there's a hero augment that's
reusability
a
of
twist
it.
That like dials up the fun. And,
Yeah, if we had the memory budget to like switch skins with hero augments and stuff,
right,
that'd
yeah.
be great.
Memory budget? I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, but otherwise, to me, this is like below the Kane, above Fiora in C tier.
Fascinating.
Sure.
I
Definitely
could not.
see, and
I don't.
yeah,
I think I couldn't pick
it's
a
like we never
bigger
reprint this 'cause
divergence.
also I think the kind of like joke novelty of this like works well once, but
mean,
it
the-
works well.
The fact that Sivir existed in the next set and we're like, change the spell, change it, it's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
RAM budget. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Draven.
Oh, fuck
this
this
is
guy.
Mech Draven with the ultimate. I think the ultimate for
Oh,
a 2-cost was a little
jeez.
weird.
Oh,
and it felt
jeez.
weird that you like you didn't want him to stop auto attacking half the time.
When you got the crit
Yeah.
strike stuff.
And was really
Druid
not a
Lotus with this
good
guy was
mix
disgusting.
with Mech.
Yeah.
Like those all wanted to be
Mech
more
Draven.
melee patterns. The only
With
time
Hacker.
this was good was like a really
If you guys never played during the set, Mech Draven with Hacker, you would choose him as the mech. Basically, it was mech from set 3, but you could have you could choose who would be the mech, the main mech. Back in set 3, they just became Garen every time. This time you chose the mech prime. And then you had Hacker was the Hecarim horse or the Hackerim, very flavorful but very busted. You chose what unit would go into the backline as the assassin. So basically, you got a free assassin emblem as a 4th item for everybody. So they would put Draven as the assassin that would go to the back line, except here's the thing. Draven's a ranged unit. And so you would just send him back in the center and he would target the corner units immediately. So like there was just, it didn't really matter where you position Draven. And then there's one part where hacker targeting was bugged. And so you couldn't even play around it. And that led to some of the worst parts about set 8.
degenerate
Yep.
like try to go infinite in the corner thing. It's weird because there is like probably just a much harder hitting version.
Yeah,
of
Omnivamp too, you're
Draven
right.
Ult. Still probably not a 2-cost.
No, that feels like a 3-cost. But
Yeah.
to me though, it's not like, to me this is better than the Rec size, worse than the Zeds though. It was still memorable.
Very memorable.
I also lost so much LP trying to make this work.
So yeah, you had a lot of people.
Dude, he put Draven in front of Sivir. I'm so sad.
I'm looking for reroll
I'm
builds,
so
okay?
sad.
Yeah.
I'm looking for reroll builds.
Ash. This is there's two versions
we're in
of
set
this,
9.
but they're basically the same.
All right. Okay, set 8 had a lot of okay.
All right here on the screen.
They had such egregious things like Yumi, Lee Sin, and Pizza Sivir, civilian Sivir. But you can see like how a lot of them are like around this. Man.
Was this the Q? The volley again?
This is the volley again.
Okay.
And it's the same. It's still physical damage.
Okay.
Chill.
I'm just gonna put it right with the other ones.
The other Ashes,
I
very
think
good,
By
basic.
I like this,
being
Ash.
Freljord, it's one
Yeah.
of the better ones though.
B for basic
Yeah, I
Ash.
agreed with that.
I
Freljord.
think of them, I think it goes Vanquish or Deadeye, so like not that there's a huge difference, but
No.
which
not
by the
that
way we're in
much of a
set
difference.
9 now. We're almost there.
Yeah.
We're
What did this
getting there.
Galio do again?
Demacia
Nothing.
Invoker Galio. I don't like. He
wasn't even
tanked.
the
I remember
Invoker
being
tank, it
very
was
tanky.
Shen.
If you got a freaking reroll with Radiant freaking Gargoyle, because he was carried by the trait pretty significantly.
Yeah, he huddled over, put up a shield, took less damage, healed over time.
Oh,
and then
Winds
damage
of
again.
War. Oh yeah, or Winds of Woke.
If you're like, hey, I
I
want to
remember.
take you 2-cost Galio frontliner again, I'm like,
I won
yeah,
a
we
tournament
can do
game
it,
with
but,
this.
like, it's not exciting. So, like,
You guys
it
remember?
functions, but
Winds of Woke.
yeah.
How about
took
putting
it in
it right
tournament
with
and
the
won.
boring Brahms in B?
Sure.
That was back when Frodan competed.
I
Oh,
think
man.
I think above them though. I think well,
Oh, interesting.
I
They
think
made
for
him
Galio, I think
in
it's
B.
okay. Zon Gunner Jinx. I remember liking this champion a lot.
She's
Oh, this is the
She was
fire,
good.
quickly fire
Yeah.
a bunch of rockets at
Random targets within
like
two
a few
hexes of the
targets
target.
within.
Yeah.
this
like
Jinx was
pseudo
pretty dope,
AoE.
and it
I
actually
loved
captured
it.
advantage really
Yeah, I
well.
remember
Yeah,
liking
yeah.
this a lot to the point
Vi-
where like this is high up on my list.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Would definitely reprint this.
It made me think that
Any tiering?
This might be just A tier
I
somewhere.
think it's A tier.
like-
Yeah.
like this
This
is
a
probably
good
my favorite
spell.
Jinx.
Is it better than Blitzcrank?
Yeah.
More reprintable.
I don't think it quite hits like Lucian, for example. So
Better than
but it's,
Kog'Maw?
like, it's near Kog'Maw, above
Yeah.
or below. Don't know.
Well, I
Okay,
don't think
I'll
wait,
put
let's make that
directly
highly.
below Kog'Maw.
Cool.
Jinx Roll was very cool.
Void Bastion Cassidy. I remember this being so like
Veg.
forgettable.
I
Like
did
of
he-
all the
was it
bastions of all the
disarm?
Void, he was the one that you just like
the cone
he
shield shit.
existed.
Gain a shield
Riftwalk.
and disarm and a cone. It's
Oh,
similar to Camille. The
Riftwalk,
other one
though.
does the same
Riftwalk
thing
was
basically,
hype.
but at
Riftwalk
least
was
this guy
hype.
gained a shield.
But that's not the 2-cost. That's a completely different
Trying to
champion at
remember
that
where
point. That's
Camille
just a
ended
hero augment. Riftwalk was dope.
Camille ended up pretty low.
Caston's one of those guys who we just keep doing weird like frontliner.
Yeah, I
AoE
mean
tanky
he's
stuff
become a
on.
frontliner in TFT.
And if you're gonna give him a spell at 2-cost, I'm like, this is reasonable to do. So it's probably
Is he a
bottom
carry in
it's kinda
League?
like similar to
He's an
Swing.
assassin in
Okay, I
League.
found it.
That's
So
awesome.
better than Malphite, but worse
He
than Laser Core
he
Yasuo.
TPs around as a mage assassin.
Witty, does that sound right?
The Riftwalk.
Yeah.
Kled, Noxus
guy's-
Yordle
this
Slayer.
guy-
This guy
Now,
did
this
nothing all
one to
set.
me is
It was
nonsense.
so
I mean, It has the
useless.
problem of being a set 9 Yordle, which was already nonsense. But
Yeah.
you know how many times I tried to make Yordle reroll 4-star Kled work?
Wait, why
and
is it
was just
nonsense that
not-
he's a
like,
set
this
9
was
Yordle?
So bad.
Is he not a
Yeah,
Yordle?
I
No,
don't
it's
think
just
this
the
package
4-star
ever put together
stuff
in
was
a way
always
that was
dumb, I think,
fun.
is what
Oh,
it is.
oh,
I
oh,
would
yeah,
not look
yeah,
to
yeah.
reprint this.
He also had his 4-star effect complete
I
did the
think
same
this is
thing as the
below
Noxus hero augment, which was
The
weird.
Jaxes,
Yeah.
but above Cloud Yasuo.
Sure.
I agree.
Or
He
Noxus
was
trade
so
augment.
I like how the Jaxes are
bad.
like the Guardians of D tier.
Neferi. Neferi ended up being really disappointing. She was
Neferi,
okay, but
This
not
one was
nothing cool.
okay, but
Yeah.
propped up a lot by Darkin.
That was the point, though. To be fair,
Yeah.
is that
It
like,
was,
kind of like
but
a lot of our like 1-5, 2-5.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
this unit is just Samira.
Like if you look at her spell in isolation, it's like
Yeah,
maybe,
it's-
like so boring. This is maybe not even, hardly even a 1-cost.
It felt
But then-
overcooked in isolation.
And then you
Man.
like look at the Darken bonus, and you're like, oh, well now I get why I want
Yeah,
to work with
yeah,
this.
and
So,
I think it gets a lot of credit for that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not to the point where it's above the parallel Ezreal trying to do the same thing. I think this is
No.
a worse
Agreed.
execution of that.
Agreed.
But
looking back at
For
this
me,
tier
it's
list, I don't
also-
even know what I'm looking
it's
at
above the
anymore.
Swains in B tier.
There's so many.
There's just so many units.
Yeah,
They're
I
like,
agree.
yeah, it's
I
like
think it's above
above
the Trist
Soraka, below
Oh, yeah,
Barriers.
yeah,
I'm
right
like,
there.
what?
Who?
They put her in B.
Kiana.
I think they put Neferi in B because
back.
they want to try again.
Now she's an
because they didn't feel satisfied. But I think that's fair.
Ishtal Slayer. I think it's just the same kid, isn't it?
No, I disliked. So she had a much wider, I think, hitbox.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And the first target hit was stunned for 1.5 seconds, and everyone else was for 0.5 seconds. And anytime we have a 0.5
Yeah.
second stun in TFT, I'm like, why?
Yeah.
does this exist?
Why? What is it even
Um,
doing?
So I wasn't a big fan of this one personally.
Like the new bump at least was
Yeah,
visual.
I-
Kind of made it
Somewhere in
sense.
C,
But
probably. Like it's not like the worst thing in the world, but I'm not looking to reprint this right away.
man,
Is
two
it
cost
better
melee
than
champion.
Laser Cord Yasuo.
Where does they go? C tier.
Is it better than Camille?
Somewhere around there.
Okay, I'll go
Worse
right
than
below
Camille.
Camille.
The Camille bar.
Ionia set
The
Juggernaut.
boss.
This was another punchy one, wasn't it?
I mean, this guy
No,
was
this is-
was
Oh,
fun.
this is the
Breaker.
grab.
He grabs them and
thing.
knuckles
I
like
love this spell.
slams them together.
He is an AP bruiser that stalls the fight out a bit, so that it kind of functions as a tank.
I like
alongside
this set a
relic. They kind
lot.
of like
It
didn't
was
have a real
fun.
tank until 4, and so the pair of them worked really well together. And this is A tier for me. I really like this
Yeah,
spell.
I
It's well
yes, I like this one a
Interesting.
lot.
Yeah, it does exactly what you want it to do, whether you like choose to itemize them or not. Like,
Okay.
I was very happy with this.
Witty?
Any of the boss gameplay, yeah.
I remember this being a little bit more awkward feeling, but I
remember being pretty buggy, but like when it
Yeah.
worked well.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
So there's to clean this up and
For anyone who didn't play during this time, there was a bug with Set where if you reforged onto Set, it like reset his Ionia bonus or something like that. So if you just literally kept reforging a lot, it like stacked it for the fight, and it would like literally turn him invincible because the Ionia bonus would be triggering too often. It was,
Yeah, it just kept giving him the HP over and over.
yeah.
I think there's a version of it that could
And
work. I think it's worth-
someone literally during Riot's summer break last year spammed it for like 2 weeks, 5.5 weeks, and got rank 1 legend and just destroyed the ladder experience for a lot of competitive players to the point where Setsuko and Precedent both changed their usernames to Riot Summer Break or Raito Summer Break, or like to make fun of that because they were so mad at the game. They're more mad at the player, but they were mad at the game. And then Setsuko infamously flamed a random Riot employee who didn't even work on TFT. Good times.
worse than the Ashes, though. I don't think it gets to be like A tier.
Okay, that's fair.
for sure.
I think it's. Is it better than the Jarvan you like, the Keeper Jarvan?
It's around there, yeah.
I think it is better, assuming he's functioning properly.
Okay, I'll put it just.
Yeah, I just
above
know they have
that, but
so
below the
few
Nautilus.
S tiers.
Cool.
So few.
All right, we got 4 more rows left. We're getting there. Invoker, Targon, Soraka. I mean, Tarek drags this down for me so
Yeah.
much. Was this spell the like
Soraka
raining of
Tarek.
heal stars or whatever?
It was you heal a target, and then they would basically had an infusion on them
right, and
that
then they would
deal
do the
damage
stars near
slowly over
round.
time.
Right.
Mhm.
Which, I mean, if you're gonna take Soraka and say
I think
she
this is
wants
a
to heal but
really
needs a
good
damage component,
version of
I'm
Soraka,
pretty
though.
okay
Yeah.
with this because the alternative is to do like AoE damage around them, which has its own problems.
Yeah, I think the
So-
spell is fine.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Targon
I think it's
is
fine.
the
It's
problem.
like B tier to me.
If
I
you
agree
deleted
with that.
Targon, it might actually be totally fine.
100% agree. So I'm like, this is a good spell somewhere in B for me, top or B probably.
Yeah, it's below the Ashes for me, probably below. Yeah, below the set that we just placed, even, but not by much.
It's right below set is fine, I think.
How about below Jarvan, above Annie?
Sure.
Okay.
Swain, Noxus strategy.
This guy was sick.
This was
After
the
the rework.
transformy one, right?
They reworked him.
There's two. We had
Demon
two
Flare
versions of
Swain.
because it got reworked at some point.
That's what I can remember.
One of them
Oh,
stacked
right.
permanently and one didn't. The later version stacked infinitely, and I think that was the better version of him, which is why we reworked him.
Right.
He also
I mean,
was
we
like
judge
the
off the
key
end,
to
so-
so many
Yes,
things.
which I liked a lot more, and I
The
thought
key
was
to
a really great
Noxus,
spell. And,
Yeah.
and
The
really
key to
fun
unlock a lot of
so-
Yeah, I mean, we
strategists,
basically started copying it, right? Like
synergies.
Garen was essentially a Swain reprint.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think the spell shape ended up in a good spot
Yes.
to the point
Spell
where it might
shape,
even be like
interesting.
A tier.
Yeah, I would 100% redo this again for a Swain frontliner.
Like,
Yeah, it's
Yes.
like around the Annies. This is just like another new
Yeah.
2-cost tank profile.
I'll put it directly below the Annies. I think
Cool.
the Annies get more credit because they're the Annies, but
No.
Sure.
Talia, I hated this spell.
The rocks.
I
Oh, the bounce house.
love Talia so much.
She's so fun.
It never worked. But the
What do you mean? It
concept
worked
of a
great.
2-cost or
Double
any
trouble,
unit
Talia.
that has a passive that then encourages you to do a
Oh
new
god,
build
I forgot about that part.
that is not linked to the trait web in any way, shape, or form.
Yes.
is phenomenally interesting to me, and I wish we kind of reserved 1 unit per set or so to kind of explore this.
Yeah, she gets credit for that.
Oh,
for
interesting.
sure.
That's really. They want to make more
I agree with you
Talias.
there.
Like
I'm down to put her in B. She's really cool.
Would I redo
very, very cool.
specifically this Talia in a set just for the sake of it? No. Would I redo what Talia is trying to do at a 2-cost again? 100%.
Yes.
So
Is
that's
she-
kind of the.
Is she better than Set 1 Ari?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Set 1R is kind of boring. Not boring, but like standard.
I would put her below, but I think that we're in the ballpark.
Yeah,
How,
that's fine.
how about right below that then? I think she's better than Twisted Fate.
Sure.
I think she's more interesting than Twisted Fate. Less, so.
This reminds me of kind of the conversation we had about Kale and the 1-cost thing, where it's like there is a fundamental idea here that is like an S tier idea,
Yeah.
but is pulled down by the execution.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed.
Oh, interesting.
Teemo. Why don't I remember what this Teemo did? Was this just the dot again? Because he's a multi.
Throw
No,
the
this is throw
shroom.
the shroom.
The
wasn't it?
shrooms.
He throws a shroom, and the 4-star Yordle bonus was the
shroom was
Giga
big,
Shroom.
right?
Yeah.
Which was fun. Like of the.
I mean, I
Yordles,
just
he
remember
was
him as a
probably the most fun
multicaster. That's all
Yordle,
I remember.
But like he struggled to work. But this still feels like a solid B tier spell.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like set 4 Teemo, just he didn't blind. He wounded instead, which is the right way to go with that. I think.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
I like him. I do again.
Is it better than Ash?
Whoa.
Don't think so. I also generally disfavor these like shorter dots. I think either doing like longer brand dot.
Right. If you're gonna
or-
dot, it should be like 7 seconds or longer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think it's better than like the Nard.
I think
though.
Tilia's way
This is a
cooler.
below
Yeah,
Katarina
definitely
and
worse than
Nard.
Tilia.
Yes,
Perfect.
I think it's like wait, they have Gnar in the B
Twisted
tier.
Fate. Okay.
Jade Shapeshifter.
This champion in
Fuck this guy.
isolation might be totally fine. In the same set as Talia and Vel'Koz was nonsense.
Yeah.
Absolute nonsense.
Talia,
And not to mention, you know, the multi-caster
Teemo,
patch and
Twisted Fate all being at
everything,
2 costs. Like,
I
what are we
don't have
doing
a lot
here?
positive to say about this. But again, in isolation, a 2-cost TF that throws the sure, fine.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of this. Like, throw something at somebody and after a delay do damage.
Yeah.
Oh
because
right. That
Yeah,
was
just
weird
delay
too.
feels.
What you're doing is taking like a package of like 100% and doing 50%
Yeah.
at different times, and you get to appreciate neither of them.
Yeah,
I just
agree
don't,
with
I
that.
don't like that.
Agree with that completely.
It's kind of the problem I had with Tristana, the one that threw the bomb
Yeah,
that
the
then
bomb.
exploded.
Yeah.
It's like you're separating out.
Exactly.
So I'm not
That
big on this.
that apparently we put in
comfortably, like, low
in what
C
B
tier
tier ahead of Yone.
I think it's
Yeah, and I put where did we put Tristana? Because I put it lower than the Tristana. At least Tristana's like, it's a bomb, it delays, it explodes.
oh the
Here I was just
Tristana
like,
is actually pretty high up there, but I think this is worse than Pizza Siver, but better than Oxforce Fiora.
Okay.
Okay.
Piltover Bruiser Vi.
Punch the ground.
She was a Piltover.
Is it a reprint?
Put her next to the other
I
Vise.
think this was just like shield and punch. I think it was like really basic.
Oh, I think it's a reprint.
I feel like they printed this Vise so many times. Where
underground
she just like
Vise?
punches, reduces
like
armor.
slam
Ground.
around,
Okay, so it's literally
Sunder-
just the same thing.
Yeah, she just punches and reduces armor.
Scrolling. Where was she?
Bottom of
B
B.
tier. Yeah.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
I think she's the worst version with worse traits. So.
Sure.
I agree.
Okay, Warwick. This is not as good as Challenger Warwick. But it's
Ravenous
close.
Hunter
It was
Warwick.
fun.
There's a
It's not as
there's a
good as Challenger
fundamental
Warwick. It is
problem
literally
I have with
Challenger Warwick, but yeah.
which is that he on a delay stuns people. So he goes into a mode for
Oh,
2.5
right.
seconds, and then at the end does the stun, and that really should have been flipped. It should have been howl, stun people, and then go sicko mode. And I think that actually makes a lot of
that's
this
so
design.
He
interesting.
did have the
Easy
fun
fix.
hero augment too, though. The fun hero
If
augment.
Ravenous
was
Hunter
pretty
Warwick was really cool, but
cool. Okay, so worse than the
Whoa,
Ashes.
I like that.
Yeah,
I think that
I
flip
think
would have
this
made a
is
big, pretty
actually
profound
pretty
difference in
low
how he
B
felt.
tier.
agreed.
Slightly worse than the bronze.
This is
but
where
better
the
than
original
Starter
Warwick
and Artie.
was, top of A
For me,
tier.
it's below the Vise, personally.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Witty.
Yeah, I don't think I go that low. I think I'm above the Nautiluses.
Sure.
I think it's worse than Parallel Ezreal, though. How about right below Parallel Ezreal?
Sure.
Okay.
Is that fair, Witty?
Where is he? I
Sure.
think I have him misplaced actually.
It goes the Threshes, including Ocean Thresh, then Sentinel Assassin Pike, and then Parallel Ezreal.
Oh, sure. Yeah, okay.
And then so it gets right before Quinn, Mercenary Quinn.
Yeah.
It's actually funny because they got rerolled together. Or
Ionia
those type of
Rogue
units got rerolled
Slayer
together.
Zed. This feels like one of the more boring versions of Zed. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. It just
Zed.
it existed, and it was overshadowed by all the other Ionia stuff. So
Yeah.
I remember
We could
Rogue
do
being
it again.
so awkward and
Might have
unplayable
better
for so
options if we
long.
Do it again. It's like somewhere in C tier. It's like I wouldn't look to reprint this, but it's not.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's better than
Wait a
the
second.
Yone, but worse than the Kaisa.
have these guys put a single Zed higher than C tier?
Okay, and now we've made it to set 10. This is like
Zed. Okay, we went through set 9 pretty quickly. I guess it felt like set 9 had like a decent amount of like reprints or things that are kind of similar. So Set 9 was a little bit on the more disappointing side, but Jinx was really good. Jinx was cool.
Recent stuff. If we can't remember this, then
All
we're
right,
just getting
set
too
10.
old
Dude,
and
the
our
art
memories don't work,
already
'cause this is
stands out
easy
so much.
stuff.
Maybe that's because of my
We're
memory.
far enough in the future. That,
I know.
Frontline
but, like, we
Twitch.
just got done with this.
Frontline. Okay, we're
Twitch.
starting off low. This
So-
Twitch was
okay, go ahead.
terrible.
You first.
You're so bad.
So bad.
I like this spell a lot more than most people do,
What?
and so I will be the contrarian most likely. in
Okay,
this.
okay.
But
I
really-
what it could have been. What it could have been.
I really appreciate units that can be itemized flexibly, especially in the early game, because they become an item holder for anything.
Okay.
Twitch was in
Same.
this space roughly on and off for a while, and I found it hilarious that Double Hodge whatever was a build on him frontline, not something that we should support per se.
Yeah.
But the visuals of it were fine. The fact that he like did some hybrid is reasonable for Twitch and reasonable for the visuals of the spell, very painterly. Overall, I was actually quite happy with the core of this. I don't think it ever got to where I would have liked it to be.
Yep.
Okay.
He's also losing some points for like Punk is still representative a bit of a problem with these like low cost reroll comps of like you need to have enough champions to have them function, but usually one or two of them feels like they get left out in some way, and
Sure.
there's that.
Yeah,
and
I think that's a really good
I think
point.
You'd have to have some weird circumstances.
A lot of low cost
actually
reroll.
Make this like this
is
was
always
very
a weird
leaning
one.
into the Punk like theme, and
Even in Yordles or Supers
I
or
think
whatever,
he's
there's always like
better
one
than
that
Cannoneer
gets ignored.
Tristana, but worse than the Fury.
Definitely worse than the
Yeah,
Fury.
by that.
B. So they like the
Aphelios.
spell, but they don't
I have
like.
a sore spot for Aphelios. I like this champion.
Oh, I
he
do
was
not like
never
this
a
guy.
functional carry, but he felt like he was doing.
You didn't
what
like
a
this
two-cost
Aphelios?
with an econ.
Yeah,
trait
he
was supposed
felt like
to
he
do.
was just a trade
I
bot.
like this
Yeah.
guy.
Interesting.
This
I actually
spell
really, I
is
thought highly of this
the worst
Aphelios.
version of the sniper Yordle Tristana of these two costs that do like just they have a pretty expensive spell. AD hits
And they just nuke
really
it?
hard.
Yeah.
And this is like a decent execution of that. I liked having a stun, and fitting into Heartsteel I think was like you were happy with this.
Oh, you guys are talking about from like
So
the primary.
I would do
Oh,
a
like
version
the
of it
primary.
again. I
Yeah,
would
he was very
rush
disappointing as a
to do it,
primary.
so it's somewhere in B
Very,
tier,
very
but-
disappointing as a primary.
Same.
But I thought
never
I
felt
liked
like-
his
never felt like
spell.
something
I
I
think it's
three-star.
better than the other Aphelios. The
think it was a
Moonlight Aphelios.
balance issue of what because Heartsteel was so good. How could Aphelios be that much better?
Way less problems. Let's
Sure, that's fair.
He just
That's
always felt
totally
like the
fair.
weak link of Heartsteel
I think
compared
it's
to all the other
worse
ones.
than Star Guardian
fair.
Ari.
And Pike. Yeah.
I
so
did. I don't know,
Pike,
but
Debonair
the
Center,
feeling of
Great.
playing Aphelios was good though.
Bard.
Ah, Bard. This Bard is so good.
I think this was carried by the headliner, and I think without the headliner, it was pretty meh.
Oh, Bard.
Yeah.
Why? I
Yeah,
like this
I
Bard.
like
He's
it,
so
I just don't
cool.
like the
Rush
random
to do this kind of bard
chance to heal,
again. I
whatever.
didn't dislike it. Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
that
we're
was
at the bottom of
fine.
Okay,
bottom
sure.
of B tier somewhere, but
Bottom of
I think
B
it's
tier.
better
You
than
guys are
Thresh,
messing
but
with
worse than
me.
the Fury. Or better than
Oh
Twitch.
my
Yeah,
god.
better than Twitch.
No way. Bottom of B tier for Bard. This Bard was so
Garen.
cool. And I love the 1% tip.
mean,
that was
it's
such a good touch. You guys. They put my boy Bard in bottom of B. How could they do that?
Again, right? Like we literally just reprinted Swain.
So, but you can't just take a package that functions on one unit and put it on another and expect the same results, like visually. Like I guarantee did not sell the fantasy like a transform Swain did. I did not like this spell very much at all.
Okay.
Personally, this is like CT,
Okay,
please don't do this
he's right about that. He's right about that. You don't
As
really
we
get like the
literally
Swain
haven't been
fantasy of
on it
Garen,
in
but people love
I mean,
playing
well,
this
Huron's in a
Garen.
different space.
No,
so
I
you get to
know,
be a little
but
more
people
creative.
love
If it was
playing
a
this
baseline. If you were like,
At least
"Can I-
rerolling
should I do
it.
this on Garen again? I'd be like, no.
It was
please
funny.
don't.
Okay. Okay.
yeah, I don't drop it down a lot, but yeah, it's kind of bending
It doesn't
over
really
backwards.
make
Can it be
much
the
sense if
top
you
of
think
C
about it.
tier? Like
Sure.
better than the Kaisa, I think.
Yeah.
I still think it's better than the frickin' Cone Hex Swains, but whatever, it's fine.
We could drop the Swains as well. So
Yeah. Actually, I might drop the Cone Swains. Can they? Oh, so it's the top of C is now Garen, Arcanist Imperial Swain, Hextech Arcanist Swain, and then Kaisa.
Drop the Tristana, man.
With Tristana now being the bottom of B.
No, drop the Tristana.
Okay. Nar, Pentakill, Superfan,
Mosher.
Nar.
Mosher Nar.
Oh, there was
Mm.
something so weird about Nar with his headliner and like not being able
The-
to
the
deal with
fact that
gain
he
value from
jumped
his
in-
AP,
Yeah.
So early
that
was such
not
problematic.
great, but
thing.
I thought it was an okay spell. It just the
Yeah.
headliner was dumb.
Yeah, I think this was better than like. I think you were misremembering. This is the Jadenar, but he gets to do the like chunky slam that is satisfying.
Yeah.
So we're in high A tier. Maybe we just put it above that Nar.
It did
just,
feel like
show the
two-cost Nar.
comparison.
It did feel
They're
like
both
two-cost.
good.
Is it? Yeah, I think that's fair. I think
It
that's
feels
fair.
a lot better than the other two cost Nar.
Gragas.
This guy
spell is
sucked.
garbage.
Yeah,
Dude,
this
how
did
many
not
times?
work. This is like just
You guys, I have a YouTube video of me trying to carry Gragas during Wiz Wednesdays. It was legit embarrassing. I had like something like Death Cap, Spark, like JG or something like that, and this dude did so little damage. And then it was actually so embarrassing. I gave him like it was like 3-star Gragas on stage 3, and he couldn't do anything.
worse than a version of Chug Jug in terms of animation.
Then what? In Chug Jug?
There's still
He said
some,
it.
like,
He said it,
if
chat.
it
He said
really
it.
wanted to scale with AP, but it
Oh,
really
man.
didn't want to scale with
Yeah,
AP. Like
yeah.
both are damned if you do, damned if you don't. So
I think it's better than Trap Jinx,
Oh yeah.
but
Sure.
worse than Kled.
Okay.
let's see
Yeah,
what's
I'm down.
good.
We're in D tier.
Yeah,
So it's
this
Cloud
was
Yasuo,
embarrassing.
Kled,
Yeah.
then Jinx. I think it's worse than Kled, but better than Jinx.
I might even put him at the.
I think he's worse than the Jaxes.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
I think right under Jinx is reasonable to me.
Okay. Okay.
Right above Jinx.
Sorry, right above Jinx.
Yeah, yeah.
This just.
I mean, he was
not
just
it.
bad.
Like, and to be fair, this is one of the last units that got like kind of modified in the set and had to work around so many other things because he was triple traded, and it's so dangerous to have a unit like be you're triple traded and you can't do this, or this.
No AP scaler for you. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, EDM Mosher Jax. This one's weird because like
The Jax DD.
he worked sometimes and didn't work most
He
of
was
the other
really
times.
oppressive for a patch.
Yeah, all of the EDM
And then
units
never seen
ended up
again.
being like so volatile.
Yeah.
That, like, and their kits.
I think
like,
he's
there's
held back by his
weirdness in
trait.
This kit, but a lot
EDM
of it
was
is
way
to
too.
make EDM.
And Mobster
make
didn't do anything for him.
sense.
Yep.
So.
There's just some
there's
healing.
Something that's in like.
You could still play him by the end of the set
memorable,
if you
but
had like the.
See.
Like Sivir's not a good comparison
augment.
in terms of like it doesn't hit nearly the thematic bar, but I think more pieces of it worked that I would put it around there.
I think it's directly below the Hecrims, above the original Ezreal.
Okay.
Let's see.
More is
Low-
so confident in
low
his
C,
placement.
'cause
Yeah,
It's like-
more
better
just
than
wants to
Ezreal,
put
but I
it
think
like
it's worse
in a
than the
specific
Hecrims.
spot.
Sure. Yep.
Okay.
Kaisa, KDA Big Shot. If you ignore the
The
power
least
of this,
cool
I like
Kaisa
this
they've ever
unit a
made.
lot.
I did not like this unit.
This is the least cool
liked
Kaisa.
the
The Kaisa's
version
cool
we had in
every set.
development
This set is
more
also
than
she's really
shipped,
cool.
but I understand why
Not
they
that
couldn't
cool
ship
this
the
set.
one we
This
had in
set.
development.
Not
Remind
that
me which
cool.
one that one was.
Oh.
She would maneuver to an ideal position
Oh,
to
yeah.
snipe the furthest target, and
Oh,
it was
yeah.
so hyped
Oh,
to watch.
God.
But not okay on a 2-cost.
Dude,
It was
yeah.
not
Wait,
okay
what?
on
Wait,
sugar,
I need to
probably.
hear that again.
They're saying this is what
She
she
would-
originally was in development.
Maneuver to an ideal position
Oh,
to
yeah.
snipe the furthest target, and it
Oh,
was
yeah.
so hyped
Oh,
to watch.
God.
But not okay on a 2-cost.
Dude,
It was
yeah.
not
Oh,
okay in general, probably. But it was
Okay,
so
that
fun to
sounds
watch.
so
For
much
those of you
cooler.
at home
What?
Listening to this, imagine Yumi. Basically, is what
But she looked cool.
But she looked, yeah, but she was just like
Cool
oh,
Yumi.
There's the backliner. Boom.
Cool
dead.
Yumi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a version of that Lucian pattern, much worse than the Lucian version.
Yeah.
But like, there's still a lot of fun there.
It's still a good unit.
So my hot take here is this. Is
Oh,
better than the
man.
Ashes.
I think it dropped her an A.
That's
It's
my
right
hot
around
take.
there for me. So
Yeah.
They're dropping her in high
Like, I think
B.
this is right around the above the Varus, below the Tristana. Like I would.
The
reprint
dash
this in
just
a
felt
heartbeat.
so irrelevant.
Well, I mean, and they're also evaluating based off like whether or not they put her in A.
Okay,
Wow.
Katarina. This was a weird one. This
That's
was ranged
wild. That is
Katarina.
wild.
So we very late in the development.
By the way, we're talking about from like our satisfaction and enjoyment of playing the unit. They're talking about it from like what the unit does and the functionality and design of it. But like there's a big disconnect there. I think I would put her like C tier.
process had a problem with country in particular, where they were
This
versus
category was
melee
wonky.
units,
The-
and we're
the
like,
knife
how
was
do we
so
get
hard to
range unit in
predict.
Here? Like Thresh theoretically could be, but he's supposed to be a frontline.
Also
tank.
good very
It's
beginning of the
like,
set and then
what can
kind
we
of
do?
bad for the rest of the
Well, I
set.
can make Katarina look like she's throwing her knives instead. People were like, "Oh, we could try it out." No one had any problem with it. I was really surprised there was no negative feedback on it.
Yeah.
And like would I immediately go back to Katarina and say, yeah, you're the knife thrower? No, I would not. But
It worked.
as far as an interpretive spell goes that keeps, she is an AP damage dealer that has bouncing knives, and like, given how weird she was, the package came together quite well. I just wouldn't look to reprint this.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's probably still like one step we were supposed to take of the way that like bouncing knives like synergized with the kit overall, and there was bits of like hard to follow, bits of awkwardness in traits. So it's like a lot of awkward pieces that end up being fine.
Yeah. All right. I think this is better than Twitch, but worse than Bard.
Sure.
Sure.
By that.
Okay. But I think it's better than Garen, right? The Garen that you
Better
don't like.
than
Yes.
Twitch, but worse than Bard. Put it.
Pantheon.
Oh.
This was like
I don't like
a
this guy.
solid tank
No,
that
didn't
existed,
like
but
him.
like if you ask someone what the kit did,
I feel
they
like his
probably
visuals are just
Yeah, it was
so
a little
underwhelming.
strange.
Yeah.
So I believe
He just stands there.
So hopefully I
He
remember.
literally just stands there. He
Damage
doesn't
reduction
do
for a
it.
period of time.
He doesn't look like he
And
does
then ended
anything.
Threw a spear at the 3 people who dealt the most damage to him.
Some amount of them, yeah.
Really?
'Cause it
I
used
didn't
to
even
be
know
all
that.
of them, remember? It
I
was like
can't believe I didn't know
Thornmail,
that.
And it was like you could do some really silly builds that were just like it was like the closest we've ever come to reprinting the old Thornmail Braum.
Right.
And
yeah.
we had to nerf him 'cause it was
No,
like, this guy
that's
could carry your
disrespectful to
entire
compare
game,
this
which
guy
is
to
not
the goat
okay.
Braum.
Yeah.
What the heck?
And I remember that we tried different.
That's like
versions of
saying
this
that.
kind of,
Oh,
like, based off the
dude.
damage he took
That's
and
like
all this
saying
stuff,
Rudy
and they were
Gobert
no,
is
just,
like
you know, damage
Dennis
reduction,
Rodman. Are you kidding me, man? That is
Would I
disrespectful.
reprint something close to this
That
again
is
on Pantheon if we
disrespectful.
needed a tank that put up a shield and then had some damage component outgoing? Probably so. I would prefer to do his like cone spear attack or something, honestly. But if we needed him to have backline access or something,
Yep.
yeah, this fits the bill. I didn't hate this.
Frodan is not
I think
listening. Okay, I'll go back and listen. I'm gravitating towards like 1 or 2
Like
sentences.
this guy could carry your entire game, which was not okay.
Yeah. I remember that.
Oh, they're saying
tried
that they
different versions of
originally
this that
did
had,
this. They
like,
originally
based off
did
of the
this.
damage he took and all this stuff, and at the end of the day, it was like, no, just damage reduction, deal damage.
Yep.
Would I reprint something close to this again on Pantheon if we needed a tank that put up a shield and then had some damage component outgoing? Probably so. I would prefer to do his like cone spear attack. Or
Okay,
something,
so it's like the
honestly.
Kaisa problem.
But
He was
if
too
we needed
good.
him to have
Oh, I
backline
really like the
access or
cone
something,
pantheons.
Yeah.
I
this is
it just felt like this
I
guy
didn't hate
literally
this.
wasn't doing anything,
I
even
think
when
this
he
is
was.
below the Vise, but above Mordekaiser.
Sure.
Yeah.
Interesting. They valued him pretty highly.
Kale. Now this is cheating because if we talk about launch Kale was a nightmare.
Oh, they had
But
the
after
rework.
The
her.
rework was fine.
I
Yeah.
didn't play much after the rework, unfortunately, and
So
so
the rework was just 100, like think large amounts of mana, like 140 or something.
Yep.
On auto, doing the little cleave, so it's like on hit, and then when mana bar fills, ultimate.
Do
Mana
chunk,
bar.
Yeah, and there was some troubles with how this ended up getting executed visually. It was
Oh
generally
yeah, the visuals. Yeah, I forgot about that.
hard to watch, but something, do this on the right skin or with the right like visual effects treatment, you're totally fine there. And I think overall this Kale ended up being kind of caught between wanting to be more different than like
Yeah.
9
The-
Kale
the
being
other
super
Kales,
memorable,
yeah.
but going different was throwing people off. So
Yeah.
like give this Kale 1 or 2 sets of a break, like level up the visuals. I'm like, great, yeah, do the scale again.
Yeah, for me the launch Kale kind of speaks.
There's
to the
actually 2
problem of, like,
Kales.
diffusing the power
They're
of the spell
judging it
over,
based
like, a
off
longer
both.
duration of time that like just doesn't work out.
Well,
If you'll
yeah.
remember, Viego had the same problem in the
Yes.
set before we like made him a single moment. I just think that it doesn't work in TFT. There's too many units you need to pay attention to at any given time
Yeah.
to be able to respect and say, cool, your mana drained. 3 seconds later, I'm going to look at you.
Yeah.
So
I think this is directly
I like that.
below Ionia Slayer Zed, but above Mirage Warrior Yone in C tier.
Mirage Warrior Yone in C tier.
Because while the kit is mechanically okay, the visuals really do hurt it.
That is true.
Yeah.
this for me is like it would be bottom of C tier basically.
Oh
like,
wow,
below.
you'd go that far down.
Whoa.
But
This guy's a
whatever,
Kale
whatever.
hater.
Okay, we can middle ground it then.
I would not
How
put
about
it
right
bottom
below
of C
the
tier.
Blitzcranks is above Lesser or Laser Core Yasuo?
Sure.
I mean,
True
it's-
Damage Senna.
it-
This
it's-
one's
it's-
interesting because like I would never
Bottom of
put
C
this
tier
spell
alongside
on Senna
Sivir.
ever again. but it fit the set. It fit the set and the skin. And it fit the set and the skin well. I'll give it
Man,
that.
this center was so good.
There was a lot more spells that were like more creative than we would normally kind of.
Yeah,
look for in a
yeah, and
set,
so I give it credit for that.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. It was a spell.
It was a
Yeah, it's weird,
spell.
'cause that makes me want to
yeah.
ballpark it next to the pizza siver, but it certainly not as
No,
like
but it was a solid
Interesting.
spell.
Interesting. They want to
Yeah,
put
it was
this. They want to put her in the
solider
same
spell, but
tier
less
as a
really,
Sivir.
Like, wow, the theme just
It's because
like,
the
sings to
creativity
you,
is
so-
too
Yeah.
high and not.
Like
really
I think it's better than the Garen from
easy
that
replicate.
set. But I think it's
Yeah,
worse than
yeah.
Katarina and Bard.
Yeah, for me,
Yeah.
this is like right at the bottom of B or top of C, like breakpoint. So-
All the set
Yeah,
10
I think
units.
They
Holding
literally
hands.
have every set 10. It's Katarina, Garen, Bard, Twitch.
Does it top Garen for top of C?
Yes, I think so.
They
Think about that.
like set 10 defines the middle of this. It's like it's just a huge stretch of units.
Seraphine KDA. Spell is fine.
I didn't actually like
yeah,
this
this
Seraphine
is
that much.
like
It exists.
It was
it was
like-
fine.
it
It
was
was like a
alright.
solid spell.
I thought it was okay.
you want to make 2-cost Seraphine, go for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think
We
this
need
actually
need
is
4-cost Seraphine
worse
again.
than. Oh, that's actually tough.
Forecast Seraphine was pretty cool.
It's worse than Forgotten Thresh, but better than Kiana.
Just
a
put, you
solid
put her next to the
spell.
other 10,
where we
set 10.
Yeah,
Uh,
this
Beast
is
Wars,
just
low
do
B tier.
Seraphine,
I think it's
Katarina,
above
Bard, Twitch.
Katarina.
I mean, honestly, as
Pantheon.
far as like support spells that do some damage
Yeah,
goes,
it's
or
good.
vice versa. Like this is just kind of like
The
at
bar.
this point the good baseline.
Yeah, I agree.
So
Yeah,
I
B,
agree.
B's
That's
not
what I'm trying
bad
to,
for
like-
what it's worth.
yeah.
For what it's
Where
worth.
does like,
Middle of Is this go middle of B somewhere?
Oh,
It's
this
on
would be the
around
highest set
Aphelios
10, right?
as well.
Yeah, it's below Aphelios.
below Heartsteel?
Oh,
Aphelios?
below Aphelios.
Yeah, but not by much.
How about right? We'll just right next to each other.
Yeah.
Wow. So I think the highest set 10 unit they put was Aphelios. Oh,
it's
Kaisa.
Ka-
Oh, you're right.
Kaisa.
Kaisa is a. Wow,
Kaisa's
I
a-
did not expect that at all. What do you guys think? This ranking is so different than how I think I would have done it. It's interesting. At least they didn't have anyone like D. Looks like set 10 might be like the first. Oh, they have Gragas. Never mind. But outside of that, sorry, outside of that, they've avoided a lot of this area, which is good.
Oh, set 11.
Nico.
Oh, they're doing set 11.
This was. Oh, we're on set 11. Okay.
We're on 11.
The
Sure, why?
helicopter
This is the first
heel
one.
drop. I think this one's okay.
So
It's hard
I
to
appreciate
understand
when
what's
we
going
do
on with
something
her.
weird with the champion. This animation is funny.
It
it's
is funny.
unique, It's confusing, but like in
It
a
is
charming
confusing.
way.
It's hard to track.
Gain damage reduction and heal is like two things that are a little overloaded in a singular tank. I feel like oftentimes, but like it functions. She's got a great hero augment. Overall, I'm like, hey, we got to do a Nico spell, and it's got to be different than the ones we've done before. That this did a great job of getting there.
Yeah,
I'm
I wish it
actually
was a
pretty happy
3
with this.
cost, not a 2 cost.
Oh, okay, sure.
As far as complexity goes, right?
Ooh,
Just
I
the
like
set
that.
itself is overloaded, but
But then we would have had
Yeah. And I definitely
Alawi,
wanna
Nico,
put this
and
in
Amumu.
B, kind of echoing. I'd want to give this spell a long break,
Yeah,
right?
for
You don't
sure.
want
Yes.
to suddenly make this what Nico does, but 3 years from now, you're like, Nico's helicoptering again. I'm like, great.
yeah, I think this is worse than the Vise, but better than Punk Pantheon.
Sure.
Gnar. We're back to Gnar again, but now he has a convoluted AP scaler that I despise and wish was not on that.
Yeah, his scaling is so
Yeah,
interesting,
this
but
is worse than the other two.
or confusing,
Nars
but I
for
do think he's-
me.
Yep.
He tightens the unit.
And
Yeah.
I don't know how much we want to speak to, like, I'm a bit of a stick in the mud when it comes to seeing this splash art and then seeing the actual unit and
Yes.
having them not look anything like each
Yes,
other.
agree.
So
I think
Oh,
that TFT
that's a good
should be
point.
able to use
didn't really think about
permanently
that.
transformed
'Cause he's
units.
transformed.
Like
Yeah.
Gnar is
Yeah.
just a frontliner, so we don't have to have him in the back line and then move the front line. But we need to resolve that splash problem
because he's Mega Gnar in the
I think
actual.
this is right below Garen,
Horde,
but
right?
above the two
Mhm.
the cone swains.
Sure.
yeah.
Like that AP scaler on him, I just wish that didn't exist. That thing is so nonsense. He scales AD for no reason. He has no visual indicator that he's scaling AD whatsoever.
Yeah,
Like you could just cut that from the kit and he'd be a healthy champion.
interesting. I didn't realize more felt so
Zyra.
strongly
So,
about it.
ignoring the power of Zyra for a second, I actually like this. Like for a 2-cost Zyra, I think this is a very, very healthy two.
I think the visuals are a little lacking.
Yeah.
Shoots flower
I
It's hard
can't
to tell
tell where her
what she's
plants are
doing.
sometimes.
Yeah, no, this is great. I like this a lot. It's got.
I do think
utility on it. The way the
she's
flower,
a
the
good feeling
plants
champion,
spawn in
though.
is right behind
She's good.
her, and so it doesn't clutter the battlefield.
I'll put her in
or
B.
anything like that. They die pretty quickly. I'm very happy with this. And with
Whoever
what's
designed
happening
Nars in
with
Shambles,
Cyrus,
yeah.
I think
this
there's
is-
better versions of it where it's like she raises 2 flowers
Bring
and
back
then
Satu
after they
Zyra.
shoot, one of the flowers sticks around,
Yeah.
doing a little less so that she could like grow a garden
Summoner
and ramp
Zyra.
or something.
Not on a 2 cost though.
Grow a garden and
You could have
ramp.
Felios
That's
down there because
kind of
of his
cool.
turret.
Yeah,
It's
but
where you're gonna-
that's why I'm saying not the same amount of damage, but like there's something about growing a small little garden that. Could
I
be
like that
fun,
idea.
but-
More, I like that idea. That would be
Sure.
an A tier if you did that.
I think it is below the ashes, but I do think it's above Rakan.
That is actually sick. Scaling her
Sure.
flowers.
It's a good spell.
I'm down.
Janna. Okay, hot take. I think this is S tier.
Interesting. Why?
Hello, S tier.
For me, it's confidently A at the very least. It's just what we want out of support units at
Yeah.
this point in time. So
Yeah, I think I also wouldn't go S.
Okay.
I think my knock is more. I find this spell a little bit confusing to follow.
Yeah, the little
Yes.
Zephyrs are hard to track. That's true.
yes,
That's true. How about
But you can-
below? How about below the Annies?
Yeah.
But I think it is better than Swain and Pikes.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I think
the
it's
same
solid.
power that like that Annie.
But
spell has
I'm
definitely
surprised
been.
they value
But
so
like
high.
you
But
said,
it's
this is
because
what
they
I want
said
support.
this is what they want the quintessential support unit to feel. And so from a design, they're very happy with where she is. So that's where it is. Like in terms of like the player impact feel, she's like B.
to be in
me.
the future, right? It's like small shield, but when you itemize
I can see her
them,
like right here.
they do work, right?
Yeah.
Like Janna carries a thing, and that's a good thing for the game.
yeah, it's like great because like she generates shield, which helps stall out fights. So you're like, oh, Archangel, I can slow down fights, and yeah,
Yep. Okay, speaking of ignoring the power for a second, here's another one I think could be S tier. Kindred.
this is phenomenal. My only concern
When did
with
they
her
record this?
is that
2 days ago,
I
3 days
think
ago.
that by diffusing the power,
but Kindred's really good right
kinda
now.
The way it has,
Yeah.
it makes her very difficult to.
The perception of
Live
Kindred
up
is
to-
pretty low though in general.
Okay.
But Kindred is actually very good. Anybody who plays a lot of Gnar and Yone, no Kindred, and even Fated, no Kindred. But if you play like other lines, if you're like jamming Kai'Sa every game, you probably think Kindred sucks.
Kind of expectations in a way. So like
You're talking about the
Hitting
fact you
two-
have 2 arrows and one's lower, basically.
yes,
Yeah.
and I kind of prefer a version of Kindreds that just leap and do a singular nuke.
Yeah, but that's the
Um,
3-cost version, right? Like,
Yeah, I get it. I just she is confidently A. I don't know quite S for me, but like
Interesting.
I
this is a
think
very good
she's
unit.
worse than Blitz, but better than Cybernetic Lucian.
Yes, I think
I can buy. Yep.
Kindred looks good with this. Like,
Yeah.
she's the best looking unit for this pattern.
Yep.
So.
Agreed.
Interesting.
I
What,
like- I
what
like
pattern are they
Kindred.
talking about?
Sorry, said it.
They said
Wait,
that she's the best looking unit for this pattern. What pattern are they talking about?
I assume the low cast.
Oh, the
low
blue buff. The
cost
blue buff
bounce around.
around. Got it. The dash and damage. Yeah. The Lucians, the Kai'Sa, I guess. Whoever.
Kiana
Whoever's the two other two.
I
Just
this
not-
does not feel like Kiana. She doesn't do a whole lot interesting.
No.
Her traits aren't like
This is
I'm
the
not
least
happy
interesting
with this
because
at all.
Kiana,
It's
I
like
think they've
not-
had in a
I
while.
I
She's
would
very quiet.
actively recommend against reprinting this.
Wow.
I
I
think
think
I'm
this
being
is-
too harsh by saying D tier, but like
Wow.
this is not good.
I think this is literally just below Cloud Yasuo.
Yeah, I don't think I was gonna go D tier. There's like a, and I think
Yeah,
my
I didn't
think I was gonna
there's
go
like
D.
a
Pops off, she's cool.
cost version of this that has.
Okay, the
her-
one thing I will say is there is a cool variation. If you ever get Rage Blade on Kiana, the visuals look kind of sick. I just put it. I don't know if it's actually good. I think it's kind of bad, but if you ever get a chance to do it, that's the only thing I've ever seen in Kiana that's actually cool and feels good this set.
her like throwing multiple blades, but I don't know.
If you want her to have like an AoE, I would love to do like a boomerang toss with her or something interpretive. But like weird kicking out like blades that disappear is
It's
like
so weird.
so bizarre for her.
Yeah, that's
Like
also
it's not
true.
better than Pizza Siver.
Definitely not. Yeah.
Not better than Pizza
Maybe
Siver.
it's
Is that
better
where the
than
bar
Oxforce
is?
Fiora, maybe.
Poor Pizza Siver.
But not
Caesar
really.
Siver is out here getting dragged in the streets.
Justice for
What do you
Siver.
got here, Wade?
Getting dragged in the
Yeah, I was
streets.
somewhere in the bottom, like
They hate
I
pizza
might even put
Sipper.
her literally at the bottom of C, but
So better than the Jaxes.
It's better than the Jaxes for me.
yeah, it's
The gatekeepers of
That's what I'm
D.
saying, man.
maybe not.
Those
All right,
Jaxes.
all right, I'll go below Jax.
All right, I like I said, I think it's directly below Cloud Yasuo. Okay.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Teemo. So I'm gonna cheat here. I think this is just a brand reprint. I think it's just S tier because it's a
just,
brand
yeah,
reprint.
it's a good dot, really good dot to cost.
I do think the visuals of him knock him down. It's harder to
Okay.
follow, but like,
That
yes,
is
it the
true.
same
Harder to
basic
follow,
pattern. He's
for
really fun
sure.
to play. It's top A for me.
I think the clarity
I
on
think,
how
I was
his
about to say, I
dot
think it's
stacks
better.
is a
It's
little
worse
weird.
than Kindred.
Yeah, that is true.
Better than Kog'Maw, I think.
Sure, yeah.
They give a lot of high ratings to set 11 so
Riven.
far. Oh, never
Uh,
mind. Never mind. Hold on.
Riven.
Now she feels like we have these every set. You are put in to solve problems. You do things that, like, oh, you're a bruiser and a frontliner for Storyweaver. You need to heal. Oh, you're an altruist. You need to do damage.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like everyone basically looks at her and goes, she's a tank, right? She's a tank for Storyweaver.
Nope.
But her kit like is nothing remotely like that. And if you try to play her kit the way it's intended, you go 8.
Okay.
So
I think they should give her a hero
Yeah,
augment.
I'm trying to
this
figure out
set.
how low to go.
That's my
here.
take.
What
She
are
feels like she should have one, yeah.
heroes?
I feel like she needs a hero augment.
It's like no, it's I mean, but it's just worse than Oxforce Fiora.
I was gonna say it's under.
I think that would make her
Elderwood
much more
Piper
interesting all of a
for my
sudden.
bar. Somewhere below there is where it's at.
I think it might literally be the bottom of C tier. I think it is better than the Jaxes, but barely.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
They can't give
Senna.
they can't give hero
So,
augment to both Garen
This
and Riven.
spell
I
is
think.
actually fine. Like it's a fine spell. We've just fixed the fizzles in the latest
Okay.
patch.
Okay.
And the fizzles suck.
The
no
fizzles
question.
is such
But like
an
assuming
annoying thing.
competent targeting, right? Like she shoots her ult and kills people. Like that's fine. That's a fine 2 cost.
That's fine.
It doesn't
that's
hit the
totally
back
fine.
row,
He feels
which is healthy.
Yeah, 'cause
Good.
it's 2x's beyond the current target or whatever. That's the
Right.
right pattern for a line-based unit these days.
Yeah, like I think
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
fine.
Yeah. No, if you're like, hey, I want
He's
to.
all right. I think B tier.
Cool.
Yep.
The whole positioning.
Oh
Thing.
God, I
Yeah.
keep forgetting that.
Oh, that
has
she
that
buffs
stupid
adjacent
buff
unit?
on her for no reason.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't like
Yeah.
That was so
very
confusing. I did not
Yeah.
realize that
rather
they
it
do
be
that
like too
until
close
end of
if you were
PvE.
gonna do it rather than like some very because like it's problematic when you say, hey, allies to your left and right get a bonus, but you're a sniper, so you really want to be in the corner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
I'm closer to the like bottom of B, somewhere in the territory of the set 10 stuff where it's like, sure, this is like parts of this worked, parts of this don't work.
We
Her
can
kit
fix
seems
this,
to
we
be
can
a
do
little
better
bit
next
awkward.
time. It's a good baseline, but
Yeah.
it didn't quite get.
I
the
think it's worse than
considerations.
set 10 Senna though.
Yeah, and where did we put her?
Top of C. She's literally the very top of C.
Yeah, so bottom of B
Oh,
is fine
yeah.
for me. Like above Tristana.
You're saying lower more, right?
I'm saying she's worse.
I
than
think
that,
she's in
though.
Oh, you think
B.
she's worse? Oh, okay.
Well, because you like you said, the buff part's weird. The fizzles are
The
weird.
buff part is weird.
Well, we're fixing the fizzles, but yeah.
Yeah. Is she better than Guarantee?
Also, it's weird that like
Okay.
Sivir buffs
I
in
just
front
don't
and behind, and Sivir does not.
Witty?
Or Senna does not.
Yeah, I would put below Garen, but I also think
That-
I like
that
Garen
is
a little
weird.
More, so.
All right, I'm gonna put it
Yeah,
directly
we have all
below
these
Garen.
adjacent buffs, and then we also have like more access to support items this set, and it feels like you're always sacrificing something.
Right. Like Aegis and Senna aren't root Randuins and Sivir. It's weird.
So, Shen, he's back, but different and flat damage.
Fog.
So
Ethereal
But
Blades.
items.
Time
I
Knife is
like
back.
Flat damage reduction is an
Time Knife
alternative
is back.
option for characters
Hype.
in a set.
Yep.
For tanks. Don't do it, please, when multiple 4-cost carries do small instances of
Oh
damage.
God, yeah, like
The-
freaking
the fact that-
Syndra.
Oh
Kaisa,
yeah, Ash. Oh
And
god.
and Kaisa
Yeah.
are all hard countered by a 2-cost.
Yeah.
Is really, really rough on the set.
Yeah.
And I think is massively contributing to problems. So I think we can do a spell like this again, but
Oh.
it needs to like be really smart about
Oh
what it's
no.
used.
Yep.
You
Yeah,
just
we've had a
gave you
couple of those
you
lately.
just Giovanni just gave all the Reddit whiners like infinite ammo. They're like, huh, yeah, you're right. And now they're entering the weekly mega rant thread right now to just exactly copy paste what he said in their words. Oh no! All the Reddit whiners just got a ton of ammo.
Where it's like a Kali spell was great, except Karthus existed. Like
Exactly.
we have a spell in isolation that's fine, but yeah,
I'm
the set...
also little sus on this, like also going to ally. I also rarely like flat damage reduction. I like it when it's just on one unit for
right, like
a
Leona
limited period of time.
Yeah.
I do like his hero augment a lot, though. It's hilarious.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Ethereal Blades is actually so
I
satisfying.
think
all
this
of the
is
hero
worse than the
augments that are
Blitzcranks,
a
but
win.
better
Yes.
than Kassadin.
Yeah, sure.
Have you
Worse
gotten drop
than
loss in the
Laser
work?
Core Yasuo.
Not consistently, but I've seen it work enough that like I know that it is
Three
like,
more
a real
Lux.
thing.
So this is
They don't like the stun on
strictly-
her.
We have that Lux
We
that's
know
at
this
like the
for-
bottom of B tier.
Yeah.
Where's that Lux?
Bottom of B, bottom left corner here.
Where'd she go?
Astrolux above Jinx.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but like this is worse because the stun did not need to be added on a 2 cost. That's how I feel.
They could just pump their damage that way.
I mean, so Arcanist CC, you've got Lysandra.
Yeah, it's fair. Fair.
I understand its purpose. I do think I end up being a little frustrated by like furthest target plus the first 2 matter rather than like longest line. Or like there's something about this that feels more inconsistent than it should, given.
I like that.
I don't enjoy playing against this.
Right.
It's
very
weird because you're not
frustrating.
sure whether
Playing
you
as
want
this,
to
but I understand
hit the most
conceptually all
units or hit the
pieces,
least
and
units.
so
Right.
I think there's
So do you want to put her
that
position her
probably
back
just
center or
need to be
corner?
to this to have it function the way we
And
want.
even then,
the,
it's
the
like
big thing too is like when it
inconsistent.
gets going infinite,
He's
it's
spot on
very
with this.
frustrating.
This
Like, I
is
know you
C for
faced
me.
the like 6 porcelain Ginsu. I mean,
Given that they've
you
had
were the one who
B
posted the
on-
screenshot,
yeah.
right? Where you like destroyed a 3-star 4 cost because it couldn't move.
That's-
Like,
Yeah, because it was two Lysandras, one with Mana Zane and a
K3
rapid fire
Buko,
Shojin
what
Lux.
is
It's
it?
like, okay, you can't move, you can't play anymore. Yeah.
yeah.
This kind of spell with all the other restrictions too gets torn between wanting to be an expensive spell so that it doesn't go infinite like that, but if it's an expensive spell, it just
It has to nuke
stops.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
then does a bajillion damage.
So
And
then
you
why
feel
is it
awful when
stunning?
it stuns to front like tanks or
Yeah.
whatever. Like there's
Yeah.
it's not a great package.
All right. To simplify it, because the traits are conflating it, I'll just put it right below the other Lux.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Okay, hold on.
your-
It sounded like they were talking so much shit about her package and what they don't like, and they just put her at B, like very solidly above a bunch of other champions. It's so funny.
Frick.
York is so bad.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of with you. Like, I couldn't tell
D.
you what the spell does other than like drains people.
That's
Yeah.
what it does. But
Yeah.
but it doesn't. The drain doesn't scale with AP. Just the damage does. which
Yeah.
means there's no drain for him.
Why
There's
is
nothing-
why is the amount of
there's-
HP also green? Is it because it scales off his HP? It's just
Yeah, that's the indicator of HP scaling.
okay.
nothing you can do to Yorick to make him an exciting champion itemization wise, and that's a huge bummer. It actually reminds me a lot of Gragas, who had the same problem.
Yep.
Where we said, no, you can't scale the thing you want to scale with AP.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, well, I don't want to do anything then.
Go ahead, Wee.
In concept, this wants to be what Garen is, but on a champion where it makes a little bit more sense
Yeah.
thematically.
Yeah.
But diffusing it, having it harder to see visually,
Yeah.
the scaling stuff, like all of that makes it worse than Garen, I think.
Yep.
Yep. I'm gonna
They're
put
talking about
this. Go ahead.
Great
10, set 10
thematics.
Garen, I think.
Yeah.
But mechanically, we didn't land there.
I think this goes as low as like below Star Guardian Rel, above Hellion Kennen.
Sure.
All right, and then last one, Aatrox. This is another one that like he reminds me of
Yeah.
Ribbon, where it's just like
Yeah.
he exists and has traits.
We've been talking
Like the
a
fake
lot
two
about
cost tank that's not
frontliners
really a
and
tank.
How to make them like
He's actually a
not
carry.
just a thing that is a sack of
But he's not a
HP with
carry.
some amount of
He's
healing or
just-
whatever and
Yeah, he's
damage.
not a
Like,
carry.
He's just there.
They
I
have
love
the
his
exact same
traits.
problems.
Love him.
Unappreciable. You really don't ever want to itemize them. They're not fun to watch.
I mean, he's supposed to be a damage dealer. He's not.
Yeah,
supposed to be
he's
a
supposed to be a carry.
Yeah,
I
and that's what I'm
guess,
saying.
but-
He
They're
reminds
all
me of Ribbon in
speech-
that
yeah,
regard,
you're
right?
not
It's like
wrong.
nobody looks at him like that. Nobody's putting Titans BT on their Aatrox.
Not yet.
But it's funny because you get lucky gloves and you put it on this champ and you're like, why am I getting BT and Titans?
Like death cap.
It's interesting because in Ink Shadow, assuming like you wanted to build up a character right now, it's Volibear. Like Volibear does everything Aatrox does, but better.
Yes.
So he's what is
And Shen does everything in Ghostly better. So
Yeah.
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 rough stuff.
But at least he's better than Riven.
Yeah, I think he's literally just above Riven. 'Cause at least like I don't know. I don't know why, but he just feels a little bit better than Riven.
He's cooler.
But-
He's cooler.
I think
Yeah.
visually he's more satisfying.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
Okay, we did it. So 2 costs. We said we were going to be hard on ourselves here, and there are only 4 basically S tiers.
Yeah.
Lucian with set 1, and we have not recreated since. Darius set 2.
Hey, no, they did. They recreated him in set 3.
And then Braum set like 4 and
7.
5.
Yeah,
And
4.5
Brand
and 7.
set 5. So
4 and 7. Yeah.
yeah, A-Bomb was.
Set 5.
4 and 7 for Braum.
Oh,
5
for guard.
Brand.
Yeah. Okay. So we have not really crushed 2 costs lately.
I mean, set 11 has a few of them in A tier based off their measurements. So like Janna, Teemo, Kindred, so they did well there. Also, it's just hilarious they had the 3 Lulus like right here.
Though to be fair, I did try to argue for Kindred, Teemo, and Janna. A tier, we've got some decent chunks to work with here, but yeah, like I feel like if Ashe is the top of B tier, like you could tell me Ashe is A tier. I could see Ashe moving up to A tier.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move the 4 Ashes to A tier.
Okay.
I do think Zyra
I don't
is
know
like
about that.
Okay.
I don't think she's A tier.
That's fair.
That's being generous.
Blitzcrank being the top of A tier makes sense. And then
I get why,
lot
but,
of B
like,
tier,
I feel like he likes
lot of
Ashe.
C tier, and at least not too many D tier.
I think
but,
Ashe is
like,
a cool
this
champ,
kind of
but
shows you some of the
those are just really
struggles
boring
of like
spells.
what it takes to make a good 2 cost, and like
Right.
you know,
I mean, that's what their legends are
clearly they've
talking about.
tried
What makes a
bunch
good
of
2
things, but
cost.
it's like sometimes they're overloaded, sometimes they're just not quite visually, So
It's a lot of difficult things to balance on them.
They did my Moon Man dirty.
In the set. Like,
Middle of B tier.
When one shines, it's usually at the cost.
And
of others.
Pizza Server. Those are the 2 that I'm like, oh man.
Witty, any thoughts as you look at this list?
Yeah, and the other bad news is a lot of the stuff.
And
that
Bard. Oh
bubbled
yeah,
to
and
the
Bard,
top
Bard,
is, like,
Jazz Bard. That's my
variations on the
podium. That's my
same
podium.
pattern, like stuff that you can't do more than one of in a set.
Yeah.
Jazz
So
Bard,
it's,
Moon
and
Man,
the stuff
Pizza
that's at the
Server.
bottom are like, yeah, this ended up being the one that was trying to be different than all the other ones, but that's just the bad
Yeah.
kit relatively. So yeah, there's some definite need to keep finding. I actually think the biggest takeaway for me is the more like Tristana, Heartsteel, Aphelios, like, oh, there's just some like chunky AD big shot pattern that we've actually not done very much and probably just could be in nearly every set.
Yeah, something I feel like we've been
Fascinating. They're like
under-indexing
learning things about their own history pattern that they like as they're doing this exercise. So this was actually not just for content, but even for themselves.
on is like it's okay for a champion to auto attack a bunch and then only cast their spell rarely. That's why I like Heartsteel Aphelios a lot. Like he was basically an auto attacker. That spell could miss and you basically didn't care, but it still costs like 140 mana. Whereas right now it feels like we have so many 60, 75 mana spells that are just like constantly going off.
Yeah.
So, which is fine for like the Kindreds and Lucians of the world, but like I kind of want more of the like 90 and 105 mana spells that don't miss. I really don't want them missing though, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think Zyra might be the closest. Like, if you told me Zyra's mana was like 90 instead of 60, but the plants lasted another 6 seconds or
Oh,
something, I'd be
Wittrock
like,
says
okay,
we've
great.
never done something quite this comprehensive internally. This was secretly work. Yeah, no kidding.
Cool. All right, well, there you go. 2 costs. It only took us, I don't know, what's the clock say here?
4 hours.
4 hours.
Oh, God, it really is 4 hours. Jesus.
Right on time.
Right on time. Perfect. All right. So, Witty, Giovanni, thank you. And hopefully before July, we can do the 3 costs. We'll have to find another weekend here, but this will be good. And honestly, we'll use this stuff internally too. So
Yeah,
thanks
they
to
should.
review
They
the
should.
work
This
and
was
stuff.
really eye-opening.
Cool.
Very
Giovanni,
cool.
any closing thoughts on your end?
No, I mean, this is great to do, and I think that the 2 costs we knew going in would be one of the hardest.
Yeah.
to
At least it gets
evaluate,
faster as you get into
so
higher costs.
I'm not surprised it took
Yeah.
us a while, and I'm
There's
not
less of
surprised
them.
at these results because
Well, I think
historically
3
we
is the
haven't
same
been super
amount.
happy
Yeah.
with them, but
It is 3
I'm
the same
always
too.
happy to go
Yeah.
through this list and kind of
At
go
least
down both memory
nowadays
lane and talk
it
about,
is.
like, you know, learnings
Yeah,
and
the
what we
exact same
changed, all
amount.
this kind of
Oh
stuff.
yeah, they are exact
I
same.
feel like when we do the 5 cost list, it's going to take
just
like
4
an
is
hour.
one
We're
left.
just gonna, like,
Yeah,
crush
the
it. It's
5
just gonna be
costs are gonna be
good,
fun. I look
bad,
forward to the
good,
5
great, done. All right, Witty, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, no, this is also like super valuable trying to remember all this stuff. Make sure we're talking about it, and hopefully this, I don't know, whoever was watching this video in 10 years when TFT is still going strong and you're trying to figure out
like to hear
what insane things the team thought a decade ago. Hopefully this holds up.
They thought Braum was good? What? Those crazy bastards. All right, cool. Well, there you go. If you got through this props to you for caring about TFT so much. Players like you that are willing to watch this and care about the game this much are why we do what we do. This is crazy.
I think this is perfect, like podcast material. You're playing TFT, you leave it up on the side and just kind of listen and look over on occasion.
Yeah. I hope so. That we don't have to see all the silly facial reactions we make too. So, all right, cool. Well, that's gonna do it from us. We're gonna wrap this up. Thanks for watching. Until Dev Hour number 3, take it easy.
All right, a round of applause for these guys for spending 4 hours for us. Let's go ahead, give them a round of applause. Ramblinnn, thanks for joining. Any takeaways from your perspective?
I mean, 2 costs have always been the hardest part of TFT to get correct, and like they've admitted that. So I think that's not that surprising to see so few units rated super highly. I mean, there's a few that we like disagreed on compared to them, but for the most part, it's just like it's an awkward space in the game that's always been hard to fill. It's hard to make them balance as like item holders and not make them like usually that's all they are is item holders, or they're like broken. So
yeah, or they're like completely like either the cornerstone of comps or like way overtuned, things like that. So this is really fascinating. I actually didn't see the first full 1 cost version of this, but I look forward to the 3 cost. And yeah, they have to kind of do it soon because there's more sets coming. So the longer they wait to do 3 and 4 and 5 cost, it just gets longer and longer and longer. So yeah, it'll be pretty fun. Okay, Ramblinnn, are you playing in the Tactician Trial this weekend?
yeah, I will be.
Okay, all right. We'll catch you then.
Awesome.
All right, take it easy, buddy. We'll be watching.
Peace.
All right. So originally tonight I was going to play the patch on OC, but this was really fun. I actually really enjoyed watching this whole thing. And I'm glad that you guys all hung out as well. I think this is great content. So thank you to Mort and Wittrock and Chaemirix for putting this all together and getting us insight actually into the dev process. It was so interesting. My takeaway is that a lot of what we value as players, even from the player experience, was not really that high of a priority compared to a lot of other things that they valued, mainly like reprintability and kind of function over form. Although I'm not entirely sure if I'm even using those words correctly. And the second thing is, speaking of words, I feel like I really expanded my vocabulary of ways I can describe things about TFT of what feels good and bad, which also could be even more ammo for me if I'm complaining about something. I'm like, yes, how could you, like, the silhouette of this champion just does not fit the profile. You know what I mean? You could just use a bunch of like random new words as a way to talk and complain about TFT, which is, what we inevitably do from time to time. The spell shape. Yeah, the spell shape. The spell shape is just not satisfying. It's just so many like interesting new terminologies I never really thought about before, which is all really cool stuff. Thanks to anyone who hung out. Thanks to Saint for the raid. I think I'm going to call it here. Tomorrow, we're going to come back for the patch, learn about 14.8. And then this weekend, we're going to be co-streaming the trials, the Tactician's trials, for the first weekend of competition. Need to find a list of folks. So yeah, that's the stuff to look forward to. All right, let me see somebody to raid tonight who is online and streaming. I think I'm going to hit up... I'm going to go raid Sarah tonight because support the women in our scene. All right. See you guys mañana. Have a good night, everybody.